it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back for day 2 of the state of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell. Thank you guys for being here and watching it with us. You know that we are starting on a delay, so court has already been in session, but we're going to go back to the beginning. If you watched yesterday, they ended early because the judge had to go and watch a video. Essentially, they have figured out the judge is going to allow them to play the clips, and they've gone over all of that. So I fast forwarded through most of that conversation, and I'm just going to start it where the agent is back on the stand for cross-examination. It's Agent Brian Fraley, who yesterday was describing the scene and finding little Evelyn's remains. Before we get started, how is the puppy? Honestly, Indiana girl, I just don't think he's very good. I just don't. He's better than he was, but he's just not doing very good. He's just very sluggish and just definitely not living his best life right now. So I don't know. I'm going to see how today goes. He's better than he was Sunday, but not as good as I would expect him to be after, what are we going to know? 3.5 days of medication. But I don't know. Yeah. I mean, he's still kicking it, so we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't like it. A week, 7 days. Hey, Joyce, how are you? Hi, Hillary. Hey, Percocent. What's up, Ems? So, yeah, he's not great, but he's 12 and a half, and I have to, figure that out. So dogs are stronger than we give them credit. I know. She said to give him the week, and she just wanted improvement in 24 hours, which he absolutely did have, and then she said to give him the week with all the meds. So I have enough meds that last until Sunday morning. So we'll see what happens. Say a little prayer for him. He's a schnauzer. He's a miniature schnauzer. 12 and a half years old. Just not feeling great. Okay, so friendly reminder for today too is that Sleuthy is going to end up taking over the stream, because if you remember, I have to leave. So I will be like in chat and stuff on my phone, but probably won't be able to stop in and like actually go on the stream and actually talk. So I'll be in chat while I can, except for when I'm driving, obviously. But Sleuthy is going to be the one that's in control of the stream. So if you guys have anything that, I was going to share it from here, and I'm wondering, she may want to actually change it to her own share, screen share, so that she can control the fast forwarding and stuff, because she can't control that from my screen share. So I'll talk to her, and maybe she'll have to switch it around. But as of right now, because I'm not leaving quite yet, but as of right now, I'll start it from here. This is thank you guys. Yes, it prays for the puppers. I'm going to start it right now. This is, once again, it's Agent Brian Fraley on the stand, about to go through cross-examination by the defense attorney.
We were beginning cross-examination. Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
You guys hear it okay? Just let me know that you can hear it.
Good morning, Mr. Fraley. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Fine, thank you.
Everybody can hear it okay? I guess I should do that. I'll wait and hear that somebody can hear it before I keep playing it, and have to figure out going back. Yep, okay, perfect.
I want to start where General Harper left off yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked You conducted an interview of Megan on February the 25th of 2000.
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Licklider from the Sheriff's Department.
And in that interview, you talked with her about the child being dead
Yes, sir.
and some other things.
Yes, sir.
Judge, this time would ask to show that video.
Hold on.
Portion of this. Maybe he may have held on with you. Go.
No.
Oh, not day you in. You know this, okay. You know like whatever. This is the last day. If you
I tell you where I think you all live.
and look where we go. Yeah, but don't we need to bring her on, man? Don't wait as long as it's going too long. Okay, this is for your baby. This is to give her the proper ID. Where's she at?
There's only two places I can make the fresh shoe.
Where's she
He
at?
said they put her somewhere closer. I think she's somewhere at Dad's or at his house.
Okay, his house?
Maybe somewhere like, that like the dog store. I think she's either there or she's somewhere at Dad's. Or she's somewhere close.
Underneath the docket hunters.
I don't know if she's underneath there. I'm just,
Is that what you're trying to tell me? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
that's just my theory. She has to be
No,
more like
no, I don't want, we're not looking at fears, son. You need to bring her home.
he said that she was somewhere close. There are two places I can take that he would take her.
This is, you're not honest with you. Okay, but you know this part.
I don't know for sure. I'm trying to help you all. I swear I am at this point.
This is the beginning. Okay, let's bring her home. Let's bring her home.
There's a bunch of places I think that he would even have time to take her. She'll do not very long.
Well, regardless of time, there has to be a reason that you would know that. Okay, because that
He said she was somewhere close.
in that time, there's only X amount of places she could be. Okay, but you're specifically narrowed down those two places. Right, you know that.
I said she was somewhere close.
Help me with this, Maggie. When he took her out with the driver, how was she dressed?
That picture I have of her, she's got her own penguin suit.
She's in the penguin suit. Is she wrapped up in her blanket?
She was wrapped up in
Did you give her to him?
a picture
You picked her up, or was she?
on the bed.
Oh,
I held her for hours, so I didn't want to let her go.
and that's okay. We need to bring her home. Okay? We need to bring her home today. Just tell us where we can go get her.
I don't know for sure how old you are. I think she's at.
Okay, hold on. You held her for hours.
Yeah.
She was in what? How was she dressed?
You have a picture of me and her were sitting outside the trailer, and she was
Yes.
probably in tears. That little purple thing on.
Yes.
She was
And she was wrapped up in a blanket.
like a dark colored blanket, a thick fleece blanket.
And he took her from you? Where did he put her? What car was he driving?
I read the car.
The red car? Did he put her in the trunk?
I don't know. I didn't go out
Did
there.
you go outside with him?
It
What time of day was it?
was close to the dark.
Was it close to dark or was it
It was
dark?
close to the dark.
What day was it?
I don't know what day it was for sure, to be honest with you.
So, how long was he gone?
Less than an hour.
Was it 15 minutes or 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
Maybe like 45. And he kept saying she's somewhere close, Papa.
Did he ever take you back to where it was? Between then and now? And this was in December, early December. Was it after you started working at the
It was
chicken?
after summer.
How long after?
Not too long.
You started on Monday, right?
Right?
Was it Tuesday?
No, it was a
Wednesday?
week or two after.
It was a week or two after.
Closer to 2 weeks.
So about December 10th. What do you remember about that day? Did you wake up or what happened?
I don't know. I rolled over on her. I don't think I did. I think he did. It was an accident.
So he was sleeping in bed with you? Was the three of y'all together? In the bed?
Between us.
Okay.
I should have put her just off outside.
When you woke up, she wasn't breathing. Is that what you're telling us?
My head was like buried in a pillow. She wasn't breathing.
Okay. So, there. So do you tell him, hey,
I was saying again. He was like, well, you can't be calling when we're both going to go
why
to
can't you
jail.
call someone
Because he said we were both going to go to jail if you take care of it.
for her just rolling over, or you rolling over on him or on her?
I don't think I rolled over on her. I don't know if he did an accident or what. But like I said, I slept with her like her whole life before that. With her up against me right next to me, I never rolled over on her.
We need to bring her home. You need that peace. Mom needs that peace. Everybody needs that peace. We need that peace. Help us bring her home. You're the only one that
I told you all the only places I know he could have went.
Where? Name it.
My dad's in his house.
When you say your dad's, where are you talking about your dad?
I'm ready for you.
Because he wouldn't have taken her inside the house and said, hey, Tommy.
Well, I don't know. I think he was
Why
like,
would he take her back to Tommy's?
he said he was going to take her somewhere close.
See, I don't think he would have taken her to Tommy's. That's too much of a risk. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
What if your dad would have caught him? I don't think she went there.
Look, can you all just please check and then
We're
check
going to
her
check
place?
everywhere we believe she may be.
Okay.
But again, we need to understand where she's at.
I don't know for sure where she's at.
When you say for sure,
I just have guesses and I've told you two what they are.
and why has Hunter never spoke to you about this?
I didn't want to
When
know.
he came back, what did he say?
I'm putting somewhere close.
Did he say how he put her?
No, I
Did he
didn't
throw her in
want
the
to know.
trash can? Did he throw her in the lake? Did he bury her?
I didn't want to know.
What did he say?
Just that she was somewhere close and not to worry about it.
Megan, you've lied to us for 6 days now. I need you to be truthful with me today.
I am being truthful.
No, just hear me out, okay? I need you to be truthful with me today. We're getting there. We need her brought home. She don't need to be laying out in the woods in the cold anymore. She needs to be buried. She deserves that. You need to help us bring her home. Please. Tell us where she's at.
I don't know for sure. I really don't. I don't want to know.
I think you do, Maggie. I think you're scared to tell us.
I don't. I told you going to places I think she could be.
When you say the boat dock, what do you mean by the boat dock?
I don't know. Maybe he buried her there or what.
Did he mention the boat dock?
No, but he said he took her somewhere close and he wasn't gone very long.
Did he drive away with her? Was she placed in the trunk?
I don't know for sure.
You didn't look out the window.
No, I didn't want to.
Who did you call?
Nobody. I was scared to call anybody.
Did he call you while he was gone?
No.
And it was dark. Close to getting dark.
It was dark by the time he got back.
It was light when he left and dark when he got back. We need to bring her home. If she's laying out there somewhere, she deserves better than that.
I don't know. I told you going to places I could think he could take her.
Okay.
What are you all going to tell my dad when you go to search his property?
What should we tell him?
I don't know.
buried on that property?
I don't know if she is or she isn't. I really don't know. There's so much places I know that you have time to go to
Did
because
her take a shovel?
no.
Did he take a trash bag? Did he carry her out in that blanket, a box, or a box? Jump up
I
in the box?
stayed in the bedroom. I just had her wrapped up in a dark colored blanket.
How big was this blanket?
It was like a normal size, like police blanket.
So when you say wrapped her up, you describe that to me.
Like, you know, you swaddle a baby.
Okay.
Like that.
So did you leave her face exposed?
That would sound stupid, but it would be cold, so I wrapped her up in a blanket.
So she was her whole body was wrapped up.
Except for her face. You know how you swaddle a
So her face
baby?
was open.
You know how you swaddle a baby?
Mhm.
So I wrapped it up. I didn't want her to be cold.
We don't want her to be cold anyway. She's still out there, and we need to bring her home. And you can help us with that part.
There's a bunch of places I'm trying not to go look for it. I need that.
So Hunter's dock, underneath Hunter's dock.
Or just around the dog.
Okay.
No, thank you if you did take her to his house. He's not stupid enough to, you know what I mean? Put her somewhere inside the house. Dad owns property right next to that place too.
How long did you hold her?
For a long time.
All day?
I didn't want to let her go.
How did you know she was dead?
Because she wasn't breathing. Her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open.
She wasn't breathing. I tried to give her CPR, but it's just like, she was already gone.
How did you try to give her CPR?
Mouth to mouth.
What else?
That's it. I just held her. Like,
Did she gag or anything while you were trying to give CPR to her?
no.
How did she feel?
What do you mean?
Was she cold?
No.
She's still warm? What about the color?
She was still
Was she blue?
No, not really.
What did she look like?
Just like her. As the day went on, she got colder and so I put her in the blanket because I didn't want her cold.
And you don't remember what day that was?
No. I know it sounds bad, but I'm just trying to block it out of my memory as much as I can.
Where would you look at your day?
I don't know if that's a lot of property back in there.
Back behind his house? So where does that connect to? Where does the back of his property connect to?
I don't know. I don't know.
So you,
Yeah, that's what's there, and then that creek and like right up to the asphalt, stuff like that.
you're shooting one of those asphalt piles.
I don't know, I really don't.
Is there a lot of asphalt piles on his property?
I don't know if there is any or not.
So I've not been out there, I don't know, I'm asking.
I don't
Again, that's what I'm trying to do, man. Help us bring her home. She don't deserve another night out there in the cold alone. She needs to be brought home.
I don't know, I really don't. I don't know if he took her in the trash can or not. When he came back and was gone, I didn't want to ask.
Your trash can and the trailer was gone.
I didn't want to ask.
Was there a dumpster anywhere that close?
I don't know, you'd have to look.
No, to where when you lived there. What did you normally do with your trash?
Took it to the road and the trash can.
So you said to the trash can, the inside trash can, the outside trash
On the inside.
just when you kept in the kitchen.
I don't know if he took it with him or not. I didn't want to know.
You said you sit there and looked at her.
Yeah.
When you woke up and she wasn't breathing, tried to give her CPR. What did her eyes were open? Were they bloodshot?
No.
Were there any bruising around her eyes?
No.
She just looked like she always did, just like she was at peace asleep.
No, her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open. Not bloodshot or bruised.
Not really, no.
Because I can't help but think that's probably a lasting image that you think about Evelyn. So you know her bloodshot eyes were bloodshot or not, or black, and you're not saying they were.
No.
Okay, that they were just open.
I didn't want to let her go. She wasn't cold when she started to get cold. That's not the blanket around her, so I didn't want her to go home.
What woke you up? Was she choking or crying
No. I just woke
or
up.
kicking?
No.
If we talk to Hunter, what will he tell us?
The same thing he's been telling you, that he's never met Evelyn because he told me not to tell anybody that he would go back to jail.
If he has never met Evelyn, how do we make that connection that he has?
I don't know.
Was he ever out in public with her? During this time, how long had you all started dating?
Not long.
Talk about not long, like a week,
Yeah.
a couple of weeks, a month? So prior to you starting at the chicken shack, you
I didn't know him.
didn't know him. So the first day you met him was an interview for that job?
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know.
You started on Monday.
Right? I think it was a couple
The
days
day
before.
before, like on Friday or Saturday?
It was probably like a day or two before.
Did you go there in person and fill out an application?
Yeah. Evelyn shut the
And that's the
door
first
with
time?
Bailey.
Okay, and that's the first time you ever saw him.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
I just filled out an application, that's it.
Did he ask you out on a date? What I'm getting
No,
at?
not until I started working there.
So you started working, he said, okay, you're hired. You started working on December 2nd, on Monday, correct? And then start farting at work. And tell me what happened. Did you go on a date Monday night, Tuesday? Tell
I
me
don't
about it.
remember the day, I really don't.
Whatever day, whenever you say the first day after the application, that the first time you met him, you started working, which we know that was on a Monday. That's easy. Y'all started farting at work. Did y'all go out Monday night, that first night?
No, I don't remember what night we went out. I'm just being honest, I really don't.
Okay. But at some point, he started staying with you at the camp, or at the trailer.
Just one night.
He stayed in one night. Then you said he stayed a couple of nights.
I didn't say that.
You said he had slept together.
Just the one time.
Said y'all had slept together in the bed with her between,
Me and him.
not with her.
She slept in between us.
And so I'm saying, you said you'd done that a couple of nights and
No, I said I've done it 1,000 times where she slept with me. Like her whole life, she slept with me in bed.
And then the one night he stayed was the first night he met her, correct?
I mean, no, he'd seen her like in the car with me at the chicken shack.
Okay. Like a couple of days when you went to get the application, when you applied with Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
And
I came to measure the parking lot. They wanted it redone, and I had her in the car with me.
when was that?
I don't know a day.
But you told these guys the other day, y'all went through a timeline. I think I wasn't in there. But y'all went through a timeline.
I don't remember what day I measured the parking lot. I really don't. day I opened, I came back to the drive-thru after I left, and she was in the car with me too. In the back seat, her car seat. The pink and gray one you all have.
Mhm. Do you think he took her in that trash can?
I don't know, but it was gone. I never wanted to know.
And that's the only two places.
I don't know where else it's close. I think my dad owns those storage units across from the trailer. You know what I'm talking about?
Does Hunter have a storage building rented from him or something there?
No, but I
Or do
mean,
you?
no, for abandoned.
Where do you put the baby at there?
I don't know. You are asking me guesses. I'm giving them to you. He likes the lake a lot.
Does he have a boat or anything like that?
He used to.
When you talk about a boat dock, you mentioned boat dock. What do you mean by that? Does he own a boat dock or?
They're behind his dad's house. If you go to 217 Sandy Point Drive and look in the back door, there's 3 huge ass boat docks. I promise you, you will not miss them. They're wide.
And that's
Have you
what
been to that house? Or do you know what I'm talking about?
I did.
Okay.
But of those 3 huge ones that you have, which,
I don't know.
where would you think?
I really don't know, to be honest with you. The only thing I think of is maybe put her in the lake or something.
You think you would walk in from there and walk down to the lake?
What do you mean?
What do you?
There's no water there right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You would have to walk down the dock and walk to the lake.
Well, you can get to the lake not too far from my trailer. Because it was Lake View Mobile Home Park before my dad.
Is there a place you can drive down from there?
I really don't know, to be honest. Isn't there like an access, something on Sugar
That's what
Hall?
I'm asking. I don't know.
There is. You're talking about the ramp, the new ramp they built down there? There is. You talking about the one on Sugar Hollow, or you talking about the one on the Gulf Bridge? Just before the bridge. They built a new ramp down there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay. Which one are you talking about on Sugar Hollow?
Well, I just passed the one that's the Sugar Hall access part.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me talk to my mom.
You will. Let us put this baby in rest. Okay? You come off that part. All right, we talked. This is-
Those are the only places I know for you all to go look, I swear.
You're positive.
Positive.
Listen,
Those are the only places you can
so
get there.
you're telling me all these other stories that you told. All those before, those are lies. This is the truth.
This is the God's honest truth.
Okay? That timeline, all the dates that you gave, all that stuff prior, all that stuff was made up. And why do you want to come clean now? What benefit do you have?
I don't, but you talk to me. Be honest with me.
Is it for me or is it for your baby?
For my baby, but you're the one who were like, hey, like, it's been going on long enough, you know what I'm saying?
It's time to put an end to it. You have no idea.
I told you the only places I think you could have went in that short time frame.
I'm gonna step in here. I'm gonna try to look in the map for most places.
Can you bring me a map and I'll try to mark on it where I think?
You need to do anything?
All right, I'm gonna grab a chair. Here we got some maps. Let's see. That one. Got this one. Okay, 543 Muddy Creek. Is that his dad's?
No, it's not. This is his dad.
Okay, so we got 3 maps here. So here, just take this. And you, I know they're kind of small. This is where That's where you were staying, I think, right? That's the
Yeah,
track.
that's Boswell Road.
Okay, this is Sandy Point Street.
Yeah.
This is Muddy Creek Road. And this is where your trailer was, right? Is that right
Yeah.
there?
Well, where's the access part of Sugar Hole Road?
So,
Is this it right here?
Sugar Hollow, and then you should have the Ball Bridge here.
Maybe there's Sugar Hole Road away. Okay, so right across from here, there's like a storage building, like going back up towards that, whatchamacallit.
But you said those are empty, right? Or,
It's
and
just
on
like,
those,
I don't know.
okay.
I thought my dad might have gone to trailer.
You just mark wherever you think, like I said, you mentioned that he had just a limited amount of time.
Well, those are the only places I think on this map.
Okay,
that
but
really
then
went
you just
to.
mark where,
This is like the storage unit.
and is that the boat dock?
That's the access part of Sugar Hole.
Where's his dad's house? Is that here?
Yeah. Well, I don't know anywhere else except for there and Muddy Creek.
Okay, well, just mark that, mark what that is, boat docks, put your lakes down. Is his,
So I just put Randy's house.
yeah, that's fine. Okay. Anything else you can think of? And if you don't care, just mark, I don't think storage. I think from what you're telling me, if she's in one of these two places, so just write what she was wearing if you don't care. And that, just whatever, what'd you say her clothing was? Was it a real jumpsuit,
Yeah.
purple fleece,
Sleeper.
and a sleeper, or was she wrapped up in a blanket? Now, those, hey, this might be hard for you. Write down how she was. Her eyes open. Just like she was sleeping, right? No bloodshot, but they were open. She was warm. And all her color was there. She wasn't blue or gray or anything like that, right? Okay. All right. And that would have been 1st of December. Okay, is that right? Like the first week,
Second week probably.
second week. And that's December. Anything else you can think of? Anybody else you think Hunter may have told? His best friend is, I mean, I'm just asking, you may or may
The only
not.
person I know that he's really close to is his mom.
Do you think she knows anything?
His mom would defend him like to the end of the earth.
Okay.
Because I know exactly he's gonna be like, well, I didn't have anything to do with that. He's gonna go back to jail, and his mom will like sit and support him on everything else he says to her.
What else has he been in jail for?
I don't know.
Okay,
To be honest with you, I don't.
all right. Let me go out here. Do you need to leave, or you want to hang out here? What do you want to
Well, I can't leave.
do? Huh? Why not?
I figured you all were going to arrest me after I told you.
For what?
For withholding information.
Why would we arrest you?
For withholding information and impeding an investigation.
Well, here's how this works, and again, I'm not talking too much, but I need you to understand. Number one, I need you to understand that I'm not gonna lie to you about anything, okay? That's not what I'm in the business of doing. I need you to understand too, that we confer with the DA's office, okay? Before we make any kind of decision like that, that's out of our hands. But I need you to understand that I can help you. Okay? You've not helped yourself at all during this whole ordeal. You know that. You're not done. No way in shape or form are you done, Maggie. You're smarter than this, than what you've let on. You have lied repeatedly. More times than we, and To be honest, didn't you go on the news last night and say that TBI, who?
Christian.
You go on the news last night and tell that TBI is not doing our job. You've been up here 100 times. How many TBI agents you see running around? How many Sullivan County investigators you see running around? How many FBI agents you see? We are breaking our backs to bring her home. Then you go out there and do that. That bothers us. But again, we're not in it for anything but to get and bring her home. And you hold the key to that. So with that being said, we're the only ones that can help you. And what I mean by that, and I want you to hear me out, what I mean by that is that when we talk to that DA's office and they say, hey, what did she, well, they're going to say, hey, because we have talked to them, we know she's lied for 6 days now, 5 days, whatever it is. I haven't seen her. Many of us have not seen a full night's sleep in well over a week because of this. But when they go to and say, hey, what did she tell you other than the lies? Because how many lies have you told us? How many? Dozens? Just say it. Let me help you. I'm here to help you. How many lies have you told us? A lot. Every day you've talked to us, right? I need to go to him, the DA, and say, look, I get it, she lied. She was a scared mother who didn't know what to do. Okay? But today, when he and I were in here and talked to us, when you first talked to him, she started to tell us the truth. That truth is what's going to be able for me and him to go to the DA and say, hey, we know she told all these lies. She's telling the truth now. We can help her. We'll go to bat for her. And that's what we're willing to do, is to go to bat for her. Regardless of how many lies you told, we can start over right now. And I can go back for you and say, hey, look, she was scared. We just need to bring her home. Like, you need to help us do that. This is a start. But you should, again, you just need to understand my perspective. You've been lied to before. How did it make you feel?
Bad.
And that was over probably something trivial. A boyfriend lied to you about going out with a girl or something like that. We're trying to bring her home. Dozens of guys out here and women out here, and in Quantico, Virginia, Nashville, Tennessee, and Atlanta, Georgia, are all working this thing. That's all we're working right now, to bring her home. Help me tell the DA she was finally the key that brought Evelyn home. I need you to be honest with us. Can you be honest with us?
I am being honest with you.
Is there any place other than here that she is that you know of?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Anything else you think might be important? Anything else you want to tell us? Okay. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
I mean, I can't go to
You're not under arrest. I say all that to say that to be clear. You're free to go. Just tell us if you want to hang out here, that's fine. We'll continue to help you out. But again, the lies are over. We can't help you unless you tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
Okay. Tired?
You want to go outside?
Can I just stay here?
Yes, if you need anything, you know, come in the door.
Is Angie here?
Who?
Angie?
She is.
Can I stay with her?
Want to sit with her in here?
I'll stay with her in her office. Or have to sit here?
You'll be fine.
Sit tight. You got food here, though, okay? Is that right?
Thank you.
Agent Fraley, is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge, I would move that as the next exhibit. Judge, may I have purchase court report? Agent Fraley, I want to, go back over some of the things she told you. You testified on your direct examination that she had told you she knew the baby was dead, not missing.
Correct.
Now, I didn't really see that initial thing in the video. Was that somewhere else? I mean, it's obvious from the context of what you all are talking about, but had that happened before that video?
Yeah, and in my notes, she'd also talked to other investigators, and that was the first day of the 6 days or whatever day we were on that she told us that she was dead instead of missing.
Okay. Do you know when did she tell you, or did Agent Fraley, is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge, I would move that as the next exhibit. Judge, may I have purchase court report? Agent Fraley, I want to, go back over some of the things she told you. You testified on your direct examination that she had told you she knew the baby was dead, not missing.
Correct.
Now, I didn't really see that initial thing in the video. Was that somewhere else? I mean, it's obvious from the context of what you all are talking about, but had that happened before that video?
Yeah, and in my notes, she'd also talked to other investigators, and that was the first day of the 6 days or whatever day we were on that she told us that she was dead instead of missing.
Okay. Do you know when did she tell you, or did she tell someone else?
It was in other interviews, and again, we were all working together.
Okay.
And it, she'd, like I said, she'd talked with other investigators, but that was the first day. And then after that was revealed, that's when Detective Licklider and I brought her into this room and started talking to her again, trying to clarify.
Just so we can clarify a few things for the jury, I think it becomes apparent, but there's a lady in a jail uniform as this video starts.
Yes, sir.
That's Angela Boswell.
That's her, Megan's mother.
And
yes, sir.
You all had arranged for her to be brought to the sheriff's department to meet with Megan?
Yes, sir. She asked to meet with her, and was able to do that.
Okay. And then as the video starts out, you start talking about he back a lot, and later the name Preston or Hunter Wood, because is that the he you all are talking about throughout that video?
Yes, sir. It is Hunter Wood that we referred to as her boyfriend.
And at some point, I guess the other thing I noticed just so that for the jury's context, in the video, you all refer to her as Maggie.
Yes, sir. Her name's Megan, but she was called Maggie. I think she told us that's what her nickname was from her real name.
That's what her family called her.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So she provided you with several locations that she thought the baby could be in.
Yes, sir.
And one of those was Tommy's property.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, I guess the other thing I noticed just so that for the jury's context, in the video, you all refer to her as Maggie.
Yes, sir. Her name's Megan, but she was called Maggie. I think she told us that's what her nickname was from her real name.
That's what her family called her.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So she provided you with several locations that she thought the baby could be in.
Yes, sir.
And one of those was Tommy's property.
Yes, sir. In 2020.
Now, there's a conversation between you and Megan about the fact that you're not arresting her that day.
Yes, sir.
In fact, she was later arrested that night by Mr. Price, was she not?
I believe she was.
She did not end up leaving the Sullivan County Detention Center from the time the detention center and the sheriff's department are all connected together here.
Yes, sir. They're connected here. Their offices are in the same building.
On the large building.
Yes, sir.
So she did not leave there from the time of that interview until she was arrested.
I don't think she did.
Now, when did you first search Tommy Boswell's property?
That would have been March 6th when Evelyn's body was found.
So was there some reason you didn't search the property from the time she told you on February 25th until March 6th?
I can't recall specifically why we didn't, other than she had told so many lies. We didn't know if this was true or not. So there wasn't solid evidence because she had lied so much that this was the truth. So
Are you certain the property wasn't searched before?
not by me. No, sir. It may have been searched, but
Was it searched by the TBI, or do you know?
I don't recall. I wasn't out there until the 6th that I recall.
Okay.
There may have been other detectives, agents, FBI, Sullivan County, or even TBI for that matter.
As far as TBI goes, who was in charge of this at the time?
Agent Gratz was the case agent, David Gratz.
Who was the field office manager?
Christopher Wilhoit, he's the assistant special agent in charge.
What was your position at the time?
I was to assist Agent Gratz in the case.
Okay. So you went there one time to that property?
That I recall, yes, sir, on March 6th.
I'll be showing you what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 17. Agent Fraley, you previously identified this photograph as how the trash can was found when you
Yeah,
there.
yes, sir. It looks like the ones from yesterday.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, yes, sir.
All the monitors are off. Yeah, I know, I'm trying to. Okay. You'll have to look at the video.
Okay.
The power surge. Is going.
And I believe is this the position the trash can was in when you found it?
That's representative of, like I said, once the door was open, on how the trash can and the bags were there.
When you say it's representative, was the trash can moved and put back in place, or is that exactly how it was?
In this particular picture, I think that my best recollection is that's how it was. It wasn't. At some point in time, I did remove these and we stopped because of the weight of the trash can, believing that Evelyn might be in that trash can. But like I said, my best recollection is that was the way it was when the door was open and we first saw that.
Okay. At some point, after picking the trash can up, was it placed back in the same position for more photos?
I believe, yes, sir, it was.
Okay, so some of the photos we saw yesterday, the trash can was not exactly as you found it. It was to the best of your ability to put it back. Is that fair?
Yes, and this probably, well, I don't want to probably, but yes, that is correct. It was moved and then replaced. And then, like I said yesterday, we stopped and made some phone calls after we confirmed or believed that to be Evelyn's body.
And the trash bag, the black trash bag, that's ultimately where Evelyn's body is found.
Underneath, it looks like, yes, there was a black trash bag on top of the one that's in there.
Where did you find the body? And what I mean by that is, did you find the body in the trash can after you had removed it? They're giving you a pointer.
Oh,
so if you
okay.
need that. After you
Thank
had
you.
removed the trash can from the building, or were you still in the building when you found the body?
Best I can remember, sir, was, like I said, we opened that door and we saw those items. Now we had the knowledge of, she had said that there was maybe to look for a trash can. So that alerted us. Red flag went off, if you will. That time, I think I removed some items on top of that and maybe moved the can. But like I said, once I felt the can, it had some significant weight to it, more so than a regular trash can has household trash in it. Removed some items off the top of that, and then that's when I first saw the leg of Evelyn's body. Like I said, maybe replaced it or resituated best I can, stopped what we were doing, and made the appropriate phone calls.
So you say you replaced it.
Set it back, yes, close to it.
Set the trash can back in. Did you set the stuff back in the trash can that was on top of the body?
I don't recall putting those items back on top. I think once those items were removed, and some of the items I remember specifically, there was a bread bag, an empty bread bag that was in that top portion of the trash. And I recall it having a September 2019 expiration date, which again alerted us that, hey, this wasn't there like the rest of that stuff I testified to was obvious to me. It had been there for years. And now you had these couple bags of trash in this can that looked out of place or looked more recent. And I think, after seeing that, opening that bread bag with that date, obviously that date gave us an idea that this was a window of time that was recent, that fit close to the proximity that Evelyn was reported missing.
Okay. So the black trash bag in Exhibit 17, it appears to be pressed down in the trash can. Is
Yes,
that correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
So at some point you took it out of the trash can.
Yes, sir. That was, as I best recall, that was the first thing removed from that can.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15.
Okay.
Is that the same black trash bag?
Yes, sir. As best I recall, you could only see that portion in that last picture, and that's after it's kind of been opened.
Okay.
To inspect the contents inside.
Okay. So that picture was taken after you open the door, obviously. You take the trash bag out of the can, or did you?
I can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, I think I did, because to inspect the bigger bag that was down in the bottom of the can with Evelyn's body.
Okay, did you place the black trash bag back in the can?
I can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, once we confirmed that was Evelyn's body or what we believed to be, we stopped. I can't remember if I placed it back in there or set it to the side.
Now, I assume there's a protocol to how you all would handle a scene like this. Could
Yes,
you walk me through that?
Well, typically, like I said, this was a looking for Evelyn's body because based off of what the phone call had come in to come there to search for items that he had said had been brought there and placed in the yard barn. We found those items. I think Detective or Special Agent Gratz and Haraz with the Sheriff's Department started looking, inspecting, and made the decision to take that. And then the process of that led us to the just to look in the playhouse where we found these items. So for protocol, I guess there's not a checklist to start looking, but once items are found, the protocol is to photograph those, bag those, seal those bags, mark those bags, and ultimately send them to our TBI labs for examination.
And I assume the protocol would be not to contaminate other pieces of evidence there. You want to keep everything as separate as possible.
As best we can.
You described the situation where you all placed her body on a clean body bag.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said y'all put wax paper on the porch prior to doing that.
I think it was like butcher paper, this rolled butcher paper, then the body bag on top of that. And then as we were removing the contents of the trash can, it was onto the body bag.
The black bag, when you inspected it, anything significant in it?
Like I said, the only thing that sticks out is that bread bag with the date. Kind of, like I said, that other stuff had been there for years, it appeared to me, and the others. And this appeared to be recent, and that date on that bag, I recall.
Okay. If I could approach the court reporter, Judge. Agent Fraley, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize that?
It looks like, yeah, that's one of the pictures introduced yesterday.
Okay.
That's the playhouse with the door open, showing the trash can inside the doorway.
And that's the front porch of the where you ultimately place the body bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could Do you have that pointer still?
Yes, sir.
Could you point for the jury and show them where you placed the paper, where you placed the bag?
Can you raise that? Does that raise up anymore? Okay, yeah,
Is
that's,
that better?
yeah, it was on this porch right here.
And take that one down. Actually, if we could go back to that for just a minute.
Okay.
Over here on the side, can you see what looks to be like it's wire?
This right here.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you another picture.
Okay.
Does that appear to be the same wire?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that appears to be an accurate representation of the porch at some point during that night.
Yes, sir.
We'd move this as the next exhibit, Judge.
Any objection? Okay. 46.
Go.
Let me see everybody over here. All right, go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 21.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, that was one of the photos introduced yesterday depicting the removal of the trash bag containing Evelyn's body from the can onto the body bag.
And that was done on the front of the porch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was at the time you all did that, the wire and stuff, was that kept away from that body bag, or?
Best I recall, we moved those items in order to clear the front porch to do this.
Okay, to keep from contaminating anything.
Well, to provide room as a flat space, the most convenient place for that. But it was, like I said, right there on the front porch. I think it was moving off to the side of the playhouse.
If we could go back to the last, actually. We'll put back up Exhibit 46. Exhibit 46, I'm showing you around the wire and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to you that there are some leaves and debris under the wire?
I can't make out. I'm sorry. I can't make out exactly what that is.
I've heard some. Do you recognize what that is?
Like I said, that's a little clearer picture. That's not,
What is that a picture of?
it looks to be a portion of that picture.
Sorry.
Is it up in this portion here? That area, is that a zoomed in
Yes,
of
sir.
that area?
Yes.
Yeah, there's, that's a little clear.
Okay, do you recognize that picture that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir. Like I said, it looks to be the middle portion of that. And it's a little clear now that it does appear leaves, maybe some grass or hay or something there underneath that wire in this area. And also it appears maybe 2 insect pupae right there.
If I may, I would ask that the picture is identified with the next exhibit.
No,
We'd ask to publish this at this time. Agent Fraley, is that a better
Yes, sir.
picture for you to
Yes,
describe
sir.
to the jury?
It is.
I believe you said you saw some leaves.
Yes, sir. It looks like maybe right there.
Uh-huh.
And that might, that area right there is on what I said looked like grass or hay, possibly.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry,
Oh,
those two right there is what it said looked like insect.
You described those as pupae.
Yes, that's,
You talked about pupae yesterday. What's pupae?
it's just where an insect, once an egg is formed, it's formed as larva. In the middle of that stage before it fully develops into an adult, that's the stage of that.
Okay, so the egg would be laid and then it forms into, is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
That pupae, those do they move on their own?
Yes, they're living organisms, and they feed, which, like I testified yesterday, it's common with human decomposition that the eggs are laid on that decomposing human flesh, and that's where they develop from there.
You say they're living organisms, but in fact, a pupae is an insect in its inactive, immature form between larva and adult.
It's in the middle.
It's an inactive form.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So they don't crawl around, do they?
Like I said, the eggs are laid and then they develop into an adult.
Okay, that's the stage before they become larvae, which would move around.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about the so when you found the body in the trash can, it was in a bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Evelyn had leaves in her hair.
I don't recall that. I don't recall that.
Okay, were there any leaves in that trash can?
I don't recall.
You
the
say you don't.
leaves.
When you say you don't recall, I guess I want you to clarify that you say I don't remember. You say I don't remember, or I
Well,
don't remember.
even reviewing the pictures yesterday, I don't remember saying, I mean, it's been 5 years, but even reviewing those, I don't remember seeing leaves inside of those.
So you don't think there were leaves in the trash can or her hair?
Like I said, I don't remember seeing those even after the review of those photographs yesterday.
Okay. I want to talk about the body obviously, when you find it, you had to move it to some degree.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you would have done your best to have placed it back you moved it out of the trash can and then placed it back like it was, I'm assuming.
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what you did.
Are you talking about removing the body and then putting it back in?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay,
That's incorrect.
okay, tell me.
No, once we went into the playhouse, opened that door, saw what we saw, the trash can, the 2 bags that, like I said, were obvious to us that they didn't match everything else in that playhouse. It was, and then confirming, like I said, with the information that Megan had provided to us, that the trash can was in play. That first black bag removed, and then like I talked about the empty bread bag that had expiration date, that confirmed this wasn't in the time frame of this other stuff with the dust and the cobwebs. Pulled that off, and that's when the odor of decomposition appeared or was present, and then pulled that fleece blanket back, and then that's when I saw the leg and the foot. That's when we stopped at that point. Then made our phone calls, forensic pathology, medical examiner, DA's office, and our chain of command.
So I assume you made as minimal of movement as the body as possible.
Yes, sir. Again, because we were, number one, trying to confirm if that was her. We were optimistic and hopeful it was. And once we verified that, at that point, we stopped and waited on them for guidance.
But it would be fair to say you moved the body.
Absolutely. We did. But like I said, not from the trash can and then put it back.
But you had to move it within the trash can in order to see what you were seeing.
No. Again, just pulled the blanket back and saw that leg and foot. The body wasn't moved. Now, it may have moved when we moved the trash can, but we didn't physically touch the body, remove it, and replace it.
So fair to say you didn't try to move it, but when you moved the trash can, it could have moved.
Yes, sir. It absolutely could have moved.
Judge, could I have just a minute? Did you collect any evidence there yourself? I know, and what I'm saying is typically, at least for the jury, I'll explain the question. I know you know what I'm asking you, but typically a lot of law enforcement people are there. One person may collect this, one person may collect that. Did you collect any of the evidence there? I
recall when we first got there and we were in that yard barn where all that evidence was. I think Gratz wanted, Special Agent David Gratz wanted all of that taken. I think I assisted in that. And then, like I said, then went to the playhouse, found Evelyn's body, was active in processing that. Those bags, what wasn't sent to the forensic center for autopsy, which included Megan's body and the clothing, the blanket, those other items were collected. They were transferred from that scene over to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, where we continued to process. But I think I was party to that as well. So I think to answer your question, what you're getting at, if I collected evidence items, and yes, I did.
Do you know which items?
I'd have to look at those lists because they were, it was voluminous in the items that were collected. It was dozens, I believe. I'd have to see that list to refresh my memory.
Because that's all the questions I have for Agent Fraley. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Judge. Agent Fraley, Mr. Scott asked you some questions about the moving of the body after you located it in the trash can. When you first saw the trash can and the black bag that was in there, how would you describe them as far as where they were positioned in the trash can?
Like I said, trash can, as we've seen in these photographs, the black bag was on top. Then you see it kind of opened. That's where the bread bag was. After that was removed, then was the white trash bag. After that is opened, then the next thing visible was the gray and white fleece blanket. Pulled that back, and that's when I first saw the legs. So if that answers your question.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, was the black trash bag just sitting on the top, or had it been pushed down inside, or did you have to, in other words, did you have to pull it out of
I pulled it out, yes, sir.
Okay. And the white trash bag, again, was it pushed down in there? Or did you?
Yes, it was compressed almost to a degree of compression that it created like a vacuum coming out when we removed the bag from the can.
Okay, so it wasn't just gently placed.
No, absolutely not.
All right. And to the extent that you have already testified, you did not in any way, once you located the body in the trash can, manipulate it, pull it out. You didn't pull the trash bag up to look and see what else was in there. You all didn't do anything else with that until the medical examiner arrived.
No, like I said, we stopped. And even once it was removed, it was a gentle process where it was removing the bag containing the body, tilting that can onto the body bag on the.
Thank you, Agent Fraley. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, John.
Recalls, any questions? The trash can, you all moved it outside of the building before the medical examiner got there?
I can't remember exactly, but that we could have moved that to the front porch to remove that black bag with the bread bag and then placed it back. I can't say 100% if that was done, but it could have been.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Judge.
Is he need to be made on subpoena?
I have served an additional subpoena on him should he be needed later.
Agent Fraley, thank you for your testimony in this case. You're still under subpoena, still need to be made.
Okay. Yeah.
State called Tommy Boswell.
Unless anyone, did any of the jurors need a price? Jurors will have Andrew's form, please. I gotta give you your microphone. Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Tommy Boswell Senior.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
Yes, sir.
sir. Speak into the microphone, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you would, scoot like Judge asked, scoot up close to that microphone.
All right. How's
There
that?
you go. That's better. You're Tommy Boswell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Boswell, where do you live?
543 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville.
All right. Is that here in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are the father of the defendant, Megan Boswell, is that right?
Yes, sir.
She's your daughter? Okay. And Evelyn is your granddaughter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Megan's mother Who was she?
Angel Boswell
All right.
or Jones.
Okay. And two of you, are you still married?
No, we've been divorced since 16.
2016?
Yes.
How long were you all married?
17, 18 years, something like that.
Okay. Megan lived with the two of you when she was growing up?
Mainly lived with my mom and dad.
Okay. And where did they live?
Right below me, we lived on the same piece of property.
Okay. There on Muddy Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you have problems with Megan that eventually led to her being placed in foster care?
Well, that's her mother's fault for not sending her to school. And she'd come to stay with me. And then she wanted to go stay with her mom. I said, you got school and we got to go to court Friday. And I said, you don't go to school tomorrow. I said, they will send you off. Well, she went to stay with her mom. Mom didn't send her to school, went to court. State took her.
Okay. Now, let's back up a little bit. This was after you and Angel were divorced.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. How old was Megan when all this took place?
The divorce or which part?
When Megan went into foster care?
I think she's about 17.
Okay. She in high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, while Megan was in foster care, were you aware that she had a child?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was that child?
That was Evelyn, my granddaughter.
All right. Do you remember when she was born?
I'm so nervous today, I can tell you the date if
All right. Just November 2018?
that's right.
Sound
yeah.
about right? Okay. During this time that she was in foster care, were you working with DCS to get her back into your custody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I done everything in my power.
Okay. What sorts of things were they having you do?
I'd meet the foster care parents on different weekends. We went to church events, different things like that. And then they finally let me get her on the weekends, and then she'd come over and stay.
All right. And she have Evelyn during this time with her?
No, Evelyn wasn't born then.
Okay. Did you do that after Evelyn was born?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Evelyn was born while she was in foster
Foster
care,
care,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did Megan or Maggie come back to live with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact dates.
Okay.
It was after Evelyn was born.
All right. Okay. So Evelyn's born in November 2018.
Yes, sir.
So it was some point in time after that?
I can't remember exactly the dates, but she was real little whenever they come back.
All right. And that's when you say she came back, was that to your house there at Muddy Creek?
Muddy Creek, yeah.
Okay.
Megan and Evelyn come
Okay.
back to my place.
So they were both living there with you. Who else was in the house at the time?
I had my little daughter and my son, and then my soon-to-be ex-wife was there.
Okay.
And she had her little boy part-time.
All right. When you say soon-to-be ex-wife, that's someone different than Angel, correct?
Yes, this is Ashley.
Ashley. And when you say Ashley, what's her last name?
Rosenbaum.
Ashley Rosenbaum. Okay. Were the two of you married at that time or dating?
No, not that time. We were engaged.
Okay. All right. When Megan came back to live with you, was she working? Did you help her out? How did she support herself?
I support her.
Okay.
I support her when she's with them people.
All right.
Bought her whatever she needed and give her money and stuff.
Okay. Well, tell the jury, because we don't know what sorts of things did you do to help her out?
I give her money. She had my credit card number. She'd get stuff on it. I mean, if she needed anything, the baby needed anything, I seen to it that they had it.
Okay. We heard some information that came out earlier today about Megan having a car. Did you have anything to do with that?
I bought her a brand new car, paid cash for it, get $20,000 cash for it, and her the title to it.
Did you help out with expenses for taking care of Evelyn
Yes, sir.
while she was living there?
Yeah. I bought everything while she was there. Bought diaper genies, just whatever baby needed.
So how long did Megan and Evelyn end up staying there at the house with you?
I don't know exactly. I don't want to lie to you. Just a few months. It wasn't that long.
Okay, just a few months.
Yeah.
Well, what happened that caused her not to be living with you anymore?
Not clean her room, to be honest with you. I mean, I had my two little ones. Ashley had her boy part-time. And then we had Megan and my granddaughter. And Megan didn't want to clean her room. And that's causing problems between me and her.
Okay. So did she leave your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did she go from there?
I think she went to my mom's for a few days. And then she she went up to the trailer park.
Okay. Judge, could I see exhibit number 1?
Should be diagram. I mean, I'm sorry, not one, it's my 6. I'm sorry.
Mr. Boswell, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as exhibit number 6. Do you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Does that look like an accurate diagram of your property where you live out there on Muddy Creek? You recognize that?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you're looking at the diagram up there at the top, it says Tommy Boswell trailer.
Yeah.
Is that where you were living? Is that where you live?
That's a house. It's not
Okay.
a trailer.
Okay. And then down below that, what's labeled as residence, is that the trailer where your mom was
Yeah,
living?
that's where my mom lives.
Okay. So she left your place up at the top there, Tommy Boswell,
Mhm.
and then she moved just down, same piece of property, but there to,
Yeah.
to where it shows as a residence.
Until her and Ashley got the trailer cleaned up and ready for her to move into it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, do you know how long she lived there at your mom's residence?
No, I don't, sir. I mean,
Was it a long
I
time?
stay,
Weeks, months?
no, maybe a week or two. It wasn't long.
Okay. So where did she go from there?
To the trailer.
Okay. When you say
Trailer park.
okay, did you or your son, family members own a trailer park?
Yeah.
You're referring to it as a trailer park, but
Yeah.
we don't
Yeah.
know what that is.
Yeah, we owned a trailer park and we give her a trailer.
Okay. Where was this trailer park located?
I can't even think of the name of that road.
Is it here in Sullivan
Yeah,
County?
it's here in Sullivan County. It's Sugar. I can't even think of the name of that road, sir.
Did you say Sugar?
I think it's Sugar something. Is it Sugar Holler?
Sugar Hollow. Okay.
Is that the name of it?
Okay. Well, I can't answer that. I'm asking questions. So
Okay.
you got to answer.
Yeah.
All right. So was that something you owned or your son owned or
My
who-
son owned.
Okay. Your son owned it. So how was it? Explain to me exactly what happened as far as Megan's living arrangements were concerned there at the trailer park.
What do you mean? She
Well,
didn't have to pay no rent, no light bills. I mean, she didn't pay no bills. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking.
Okay. So you had a trailer out there and you let her go live there.
Yeah, and I paid all the bills.
Okay. Did she live there by herself or who lived there with her?
As far as I know, her just her and Evelyn.
Okay. Do you remember when this was that she moved into that trailer?
Goodness, no, I don't, sir.
Okay. Would you say,
All this stuff I've tried to put back in my brain and to want to forget it, and I'm trying my best to remember it. And
well, I appreciate that. Okay. So she and Evelyn are living in this trailer by themselves out on Sugar Hollow. Is that right?
Yes, because.
yes,
Okay.
So you shake your head. Yes.
Okay. You okay?
yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. If you need a minute, let us know.
I'm good.
Okay. Did you ever go out and see Megan and Evelyn when they lived there at the trailer?
A few times.
Did you see the condition of the trailer, what it looked like?
Most of the time I'd stay outside. She'd come outside to be pretty because I'd look around, pick up garbage and stuff.
So
But a couple times I went in, but not that much.
Did she have Evelyn with her?
Yeah.
When you were out there? Okay. So did there come a point in time at which you realized Megan was no longer living there in the trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Nah, I don't remember the dates.
Did you do something as a result of the fact that Megan was no longer?
Oh,
living
yeah.
there?
I told her, I said, if you're not going to live there, I said, you need to let it snow. I said, we need to rent that.
And did you do something?
Yeah, I told her, I said, if you're going to live with Hunter, I said, you can move your stuff out.
And did she do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have to clean it out or do anything to it before you could re-rent the trailer?
There's a guy worked with us. He took care of the park, as you say. He got free rent, and he cleaned it up and done stuff like that and mowed.
Okay. Well, do you remember what the condition of the trailer was when Megan moved out?
It was pretty dirty.
Okay. Did he have to do anything, or did you have to pay to have anything done to the trailer to be able to re-rent it?
Oh, yeah.
And what was that?
Just cleaned all the furniture and stuff out and cleaned it up, and they had to replace some of the floor, which was bad.
Did Megan leave anything behind in the trailer, or you know? Did she take her? Well, let me ask you this way: did she take all her stuff with her?
I didn't go through the trailer.
Okay. This
But
guy that you hired.
He did, and I told him, I said, whatever's left, she said she didn't want, and I said, there's a truck there, load it in the truck, take it to landfill. That's what we done. Whoever moved out, we clean them out. That's what we do.
Okay. So you loaded up a bunch of stuff in the truck and hauled it off, or had this guy do that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you know where Megan was staying? You said she was no longer living
She's
in the
supposed to have been
trailer.
living with Hunter.
Okay. Was that Hunter Wood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that, as far as you know, was that her boyfriend at the
Yeah,
time?
yeah.
Okay. Had you met Hunter?
Not at that time, I don't think.
Okay. Do you remember when the first time that you met Hunter was?
Goodness. It was either when she come up Earth Angel to get my two little ones, or when we went to Gatlinburg for Christmas, or Pigeon Fords.
Okay. So you went with, well, let me ask you this. Who did you go to? Pigeon Forge with?
Hunter, my son, and his family, and me and my family, and Megan and Hunter went.
Okay. And when was that again?
That was the day after Christmas or the day before Christmas. I can't remember exactly.
All right. So it's around Christmas.
Mhm.
You met Hunter.
Yeah.
Who was he there with Megan?
Yeah.
All right.
I could have met him before that and don't remember now. I don't want to lie to you, but
Okay.
that's the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Did your trip there at Pigeon Forge, did Megan have Evelyn with her at the time?
No, sir.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Yes, I asked her
Okay. You asked her what?
where Evelyn's at.
Okay. Did she tell you?
Said that Ethan had her.
Okay. Do you know who Ethan was?
Yeah, I met Ethan. He's a nice young man. I thought a lot of Ethan.
Okay. And who did you think Ethan was at that time? Or who did she say Ethan was?
Well, they used to date,
Okay.
but she said Ethan was the father.
Okay.
And he wanted to see Evelyn. He'd been in the Army. So I said, I'm going to stand back. If he's going to man up and want to see his child, I'm going to let him see her for a while. Then after a while, I said, enough's enough. It's my turn.
Okay. So at that time, when you went on this trip, she told you Evelyn's with Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought that was a good thing.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay. After this trip to Pigeon Forge, did you see Megan after Christmas?
here or there, very rarely.
I'm sorry. Could you
Just
repeat what you
here or there, not that much.
Here, there. Okay. Did you see Evelyn?
No, last time I seen Evan was on Thanksgiving.
Did you ever, in those times that you saw Megan after Christmas, did you ever ask her, hey?
Yes, I asked her numerous times.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She kept coming up with different stories and different lies.
Okay. Well, what was she telling you?
First, it was Ethan had her. First, let me back up. I'm sorry. Hunter's mom was watching her. And then she come off with Ethan had her. And after it went on for a while, I said, I'm going to do something about this. Well, she told me that Ethan wouldn't give her back. I said, hey, let's go get an attorney. I said, he can see his daughter, but I said, he's not taking her.
Okay. What did she say when you told her that?
I can't remember exact words. She said, Dad, give me a day or two or something. She said, I'll get her something. And just lie after lie.
Okay. Any point in time did you ever see Evelyn?
No. Last time I seen her was on Thanksgiving, sir.
Okay. So at some point, did you make an ultimatum to Megan about seeing your granddaughter?
Yeah. I told her and I told her mom.
Okay. What'd you tell her?
It was on a weekend. Oh, excuse me. I said, come Monday morning, which I told this to her mom. I said, come high hell water. I said, I'm going to get on the phone. I said, I'm going to find my granddaughter. I said, I don't care what I got to do. I said, I want to know what's going on. I said, enough's enough. And that's when I got on the phone and made the phone call.
All right.
That Monday morning.
All right. And did you talk with, who did you talk with?
I don't know. I can't remember all their names.
Okay. Was it somebody at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Department of Children's Services?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I just told them I told you I hadn't seen my granddaughter and I was worried about her.
Did you tell them how long it had been since you'd seen
Yeah.
your granddaughter? Okay.
And then I think they got me in touch with that Miss Constance, said her name.
Okay. Well, I can't answer questions from you, Mr.
Oh, well, I'm
Boswell.
sorry,
So
but I
if you
can't remember
that's
everybody's
fine. If you
name,
don't, that's fine as
But
well.
I think that's her name, Miss Constance.
Okay.
I'm saying it right.
And Constance, does she work at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked to her about, again,
Yeah.
the fact that you had not seen Evelyn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happened after you made this report to the Department of Children's Services?
It wasn't long. The detectives was up there, best I can remember.
All right. So after you report it, then you start meeting law enforcement officers
Yes,
come to
sir.
talk to you.
Yep.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them?
I 100%.
All right.
100%. Whatever they needed done or searched or done, I give them permission to do anything.
All right. Did they come out there to your place, your property out there on
Yes,
Muddy
sir.
Creek?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, this was sometime in February of 2020. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Did you keep up? Obviously, at that point in time, you realized something was going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, as time went on, continue to talk to and cooperate with law enforcement? Talk to them about what was going on?
Mm-hmm.
Keep in touch with them?
Oh, yeah. We stayed in touch.
All right. Now, do you remember on March the 6th of 2020, calling the TBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the reason that you called them on that day?
Me and Ashley was talking. Her and Megan used to switch phones all the time.
Okay. Hold on. If you could, I think Mr. Scott had trouble hearing what you said.
Trouble hearing the person's name.
If you could start over and repeat what you just said.
About Ashley and her switching phones.
Well,
Which part?
I think the beginning part of it.
When I called TBI?
Yes.
Okay, well, before that, me and Ashley was talking.
Okay.
They used to switch their phones all the time.
Okay. When you say they, are you talking about
But Megan and Ashley, they'd switch their iPhones and trade backwards and forwards.
Okay.
And I told Ashley, I said, call that TBI guy back and tell him he can have that phone. There might be something on that phone. Because I prayed and done everything. I could help them. And they come back and got the phone.
Okay.
When they got the phone, they got to the gate and I asked Ashley, I said, what about that stuff Megan put in down there in Dad's building? She said, I don't know. I said, well, call them back and tell them to go down there and look in it.
Okay. All right. And did you all call them back?
Yeah, Ashley did.
Okay. And as a result of calling them back, did law enforcement then return to your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do once they arrived there at your property?
I told them about the building because I come in one day and I remember seeing her car backed up to the building and the door raised.
Okay. I'm sorry, could I see Exhibit 6 again? Sorry, Judge. All right. Mr. Boswell, you see Exhibit 6, what's been previously introduced, Exhibit 6 again?
Yes, sir.
All right. There should be there's a laser pointer right there when you're standing up on your witness stand right there.
This?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you push the button, can you describe a vehicle being backed up next to the shed? Can you on there point where?
This one right here.
Okay. You've indicated on there what's
right there. It's got a roll up door.
All right. That's the one directly below what's listed as residence.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so after you showed that to the law enforcement
We went
officers,
down there, rolled the door up. There's a pile full of stuff. And as I was walking away, I saw there's her playhouse back her dad had built for her. They said, can we look at that? And I said, do what you need to do.
okay. Let's back up just a second. When you rolled the door up to the shed,
Mm-hmm.
all right, you saw stuff in there.
Just clothes and miscellaneous stuff like
All
that.
Had you at any time in the months leading up to that been in that shed at all, or had anybody been in that shed to your knowledge?
That one there where her clothes are at, yeah, sometimes we're in and out that one because we got some stuff we keep in there.
Okay. All right. So after you look in that building, where do you take law enforcement, or where do you?
I showed them where to. Let me show you on the thing.
Yes, if you don't care.
Let's see. I can't really see it from here. It's right there.
Okay. Is that what's been marked as a playhouse?
Playhouse.
All right.
Yeah. As I was walking away, I said, "That's the playhouse my dad had built for Megan."
All right. And when was that built for Megan?
See, we moved there in 03, probably around 04, 05.
Okay.
He built a barn, and when he got done building the barn, he had some leftover lumber, and they made he built a playhouse out of it.
All right. And that was built just for Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else ever use it or play in it? Or
As far as I know, no.
Okay. And again, in the months leading up to sheriff's office showing up there, had anybody been in that playhouse?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. All right. Your property, Mr. Boswell,
Mhm.
In order to get onto the property, is there any gates or?
Yeah, I got a
anything?
fence and a gate.
Okay. And what do you have to do in order to get past that
It's
gate?
like a key fob, remote control. You just push it and the gate opens.
Okay. And if you don't have the key fob, you can't open the gate.
No, but you can walk around it.
Okay. You can't drive. You can't
No,
drive.
no. There's no way you get on my property.
Okay.
No,
Did
gate ain't open.
did Megan have a key fob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she could get onto the property if she wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever give a key fob to Hunter?
No,
Okay. Did you ever see Hunter up on your property without Megan?
no.
Mr. Boswell, do you remember giving permission? I know you said you cooperated with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
You remember giving permission to the sheriff's office to film the entrance to your property with a drone to show the location of that gate and where the shed and playhouse were?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing that drone footage prior to coming into court here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that footage accurately show the location of where your gate was, the trailer on the property, as well as the shed?
Yeah,
playhouse?
yes, sir. Nothing's changed.
Judge, there's a video drone footage that Mr. Boswell's identified. I'm going to move to make that an exhibit, and we'd ask to publish that to the jury.
Any objection? So the full exhibit number 48. You just want to let, you did something. I mean, I don't think you did it. Just before you stood up, it went away. Hold on.
With that.
Yeah, I can see it.
Tell them what to do.
Judge, I think I'm just going to.
Tell them, I'm going to turn the Zoom on. Let's see if that helps. Hold on just a second.
Mr. Boswell, in the video that was shown, the trailer was labeled Omami's residence.
Yeah, that's right.
Just so we're clear, the jury doesn't get confused.
Yeah,
Omami,
yeah.
Who is that, or what?
That's
is that?
my mom.
Okay. Is that a nickname that?
Yeah,
Megan
it's a
had?
nickname.
Okay.
We all just start calling it.
Okay. And so that's where she lived.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Boswell, at any point in time, did you ever see, or did Megan ever come up to your property with Hunter and have Evelyn with her?
No. Not that I can remember of, no.
Okay.
Because the last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Mr. Boswell, one other thing that was shown in the drone footage there,
Mhm.
there was a camper that was sitting in front of
Mhm.
the trailer. That camper was not sitting there
No,
back
then,
in
no,
2020.
no,
Is that
no,
right?
That's right.
Okay. But everything else as far as
Everything else is actually the same.
positions for the buildings.
Yeah, other than the camera.
Okay, that was accurate. Thank you, Mr. Boswell. If you would answer
Okay,
any
you're welcome.
questions, Mr. Scott, that's fine.
Can I get some water, please? Something to drink?
Before you start, let's take our morning break. We'll take about 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
One stand, please.
Okay.
Maybe seated, thank you.
Mr. Boswell, during this break, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with any other witness. We'll allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you.
Okay.
You can step down, and we'll get you a ball.
Okay, thank you.
15 minutes.
Judge, just so the court's aware. Boswell, 2 felony convictions. They are dated, they're dated 9/24/2014. They're entered, I guess, 10/1/14, so that would be the working date the judgments were entered against him. One is for, sorry, I had the wrong judgments. I separated. Let me start over with that. I propose to impeach him with 2 felony convictions, one from aggravated assault, judgment entered 12/11/14, and one for kidnapping, entered 10/1/14. Obviously, those are over the 10-year time limit, but I would suggest that the court, given that the delay in this trial caused in large part because of COVID. This started in COVID, and if you'll remember, when this started, I think the court was trying no cases. And I think the docket really, nothing was being tried for several months there afterward. Ms. Boswell did have a counsel change, but as I recall, I came in on the first date. I set this trial date and never asked for another continuance. May I approach?
Yeah.
Well, Judge, that is outside the 10-year
Well,
time period.
Here's the time period. Evidence of the conviction of this rule is not admissible if a period of more than 10 years has elapsed between the date of release from confinement and commencement of the action or prosecution. If the witness was not confined, the 10-year period is measured from the day of conviction rather than release. It looks to me like prosecution was commenced February 25th, 2020. Right? That's when the
Yes,
affidavit
yes.
of complaint was signed. And that would be the commencement of the action.
Yes.
So 10 years from 12/11/14 will be 12/11/24.
Yes.
Basic math. That means that for purposes of Rule 609, it's within the 10-year period. Because it says he got straight probation, so there was no period of confinement. So you go from the date of conviction. Well, the judge signed it on 12/11/14. Sentence was imposed on 12/9/14. So 2/25/2020 is within the 10 years. June, are you following my logic?
I am. Yes, sir.
So these are both felony convictions. They appear to fall within 10 years as contemplated by Rule 609B. So you'll be allowed to ask about this.
Thank you.
Now, I do expect you to follow 609. And you ask him, if he says yes, that's the end of it. If he says no, then we can move from there.
Yes. Just so I'm clear, I can ask about each offense. I can ask if you're convicted of kidnapping on this date, you're convicted of aggravated assault on this date.
Yes.
Judge, do you want Mr. Boswell back in the witness stand before the jury comes in?
Now, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. Did we get him a bottle of water?
I think so.
My wife complained last night because I look all hunched over all the time. She's like, sit up straight. The problem is I can't see if I don't hunch over. I hunch over because it gets the distance from my reading glasses.
You can involve the water while you're there.
Did you get some more?
If you don't.
Just have a seat.
All right. Yeah, I left it in the room. I didn't know to bring it back in the room.
All right. We ready to proceed, Mr. Stover?
Yes, sir.
Jim,
Yes, sir.
if the jury's ready, we'll bring him in.
I'm gonna close this if that's okay.
That's fine.
One stand, please.
Like I said.
You may be seated, thank you.
Just not in the process.
Good morning, Mr. Boswell. My name's Gene Scott. I represent your daughter.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Same better.
Understand. Got just a couple of things I want to ask you, I guess initially. You were convicted in this court of aggravated assault on December the 9th, 2014, felony offense.
What's that got to do with this case, sir?
Yes or no?
You
Yes.
answer these questions.
And likewise, you were convicted of kidnapping on 9/24/2014 in this court of a felony offense. Is that correct?
I took a plea bargain on it, yeah.
Were you convicted?
Because I took a plea bargain, I didn't take it to court. But since 2012, I've not had a speeding ticket.
Well,
Yeah.
Sir, you were convicted in 2014. You said since 2012 you haven't done anything.
2014. No, that was 2012.
I don't think this line of questions.
I wasn't convicted enough in 14.
Right, we're gonna move on.
I was not convicted enough in 14.
He was.
Judge, we had a jury out hearing about what he could ask as far as that was concerned. Now we're
Who's
going into
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Scott. You can-
Mr. Boswell, I want to ask you just a few questions to follow up on your direct examination testimony.
Yes, sir.
Initially, I'll just start going backwards. We saw that drone video of your property. When was that taken? Do you know?
He stated the date. I don't remember dates and times.
That was taken after this investigation
Yeah.
had commenced.
Yeah.
Correct. After Evelyn's body had been found, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. And talked about you have a gate
Yes, sir.
clicker, and I think you volunteered in your direct testimony that appeared on the drone video. If someone wanted to walk into that property, they just have to walk around the fence. It's not, you could walk in there.
Yeah,
easily.
you can walk in there.
It's not secured that someone couldn't walk in there.
Right.
And you said that Megan had a opener to the gate.
Yeah.
What kind of openers are those?
It's like a little key fob thing. And you stick them on your sun visor, just like your garage door opener, sort of.
Okay. And that was something she kept in her car?
Yeah.
So anyone who had her car would potentially have that. Is that reasonable?
Yep, somebody had her car.
You talked about a day that you saw Megan backed up to that yard barn with her trunk open.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to her that day?
No, I was in a hurry. My boy, I think, had a seizure or something going on, and I had to get back up the hill to take care of him. But as I drove by, I seen her car backed up to that building with the door that rolled up and the trunk open, but I never seen her.
You didn't see her, just the car.
Just the car.
Also, you talked about Megan telling you at some point that Hunter's mom was babysitting Evelyn. You remember that?
Mhm.
Was Hunter present for that conversation?
No, not that I remember.
It's not that you can remember, or do you know one way or the other?
I don't think so, sir. I don't want to lie to you, but I don't
Appreciate
think
that.
so.
Were you present for all the searches conducted by law enforcement on your property?
Most time, yeah.
How many searches were conducted on your property?
Just one, I think.
You don't recall a search on February 23rd of 20?
That's when they brought the dog out, I think.
Okay. Who brought the dog?
TBI guy, I guess. I don't know who he was.
And that was prior to Evelyn's body being found.
Yeah, that's for.
And obviously, they didn't find anything that day.
No,
Did you watch them run the dog?
not really. I watched some of it. I mean,
Okay. Did you see the dog pass in proximity to the playhouse?
they was mainly concerned down in there in that bottom where it's filled in at and back like that farm
Mm-hmm.
that joins my property back around in there.
They searched the whole property, though, didn't they?
I don't think they brought the dog on top of the hill. I don't know. I didn't watch them the whole time.
You didn't watch it. You don't
No, when they got the dog out, that's where they were at, down there in the bottom. And then I turned around doing something else.
You talked on your direct examination about how Megan come to move out of your home.
Mhm.
There's some kind of discord, I guess, with you, her, Ashley, about the way she kept her room.
Yes, sir.
Did you kick her out, basically?
No, I didn't kick her out.
What'd you do?
She went to my mother's, and I had a trailer waiting on her that her and my soon-to-be ex-wife Ashley cleaned up and got ready for her to move into.
Now, I want to talk to you about the dollhouse. Like you're the one that suggested that to law enforcement that they should search that. Is that right?
How all I got started was about the phone. Me and Ashley's talking about the phone. They come and got the phone, and then me and Ashley kept talking. I said, "What about that stuff Megan put down there in Dad's building?" So she called them back. They come back, went down there, and as I was leaving, I said, "Oh, there's the playhouse Dad had built for her too."
But just to be clear, you didn't see Megan put anything in the building. You saw her car.
I just seen her car,
Not
and
Megan.
the trunk was raised. I didn't see nobody. I was more concerned about my son. I had to go get his medicine because he had a seizure.
Okay. Oh, the day you saw the car.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand.
So I was getting it up the hill to take care of him.
And had you never thought, when did you start to suspect the child could be on your property?
I didn't expect child was on my property.
Why did you call them to come down to the yard barn?
To see if there's a clue in that stuff she put in the building. Because I worked right hand in hand with the law enforcement to try to help them every way I could.
When's the last time you were in that dollhouse?
I couldn't tell you, sir. It's been years.
It's been years since you've been in.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you when the last time I've been in that dollhouse. Half them buildings down there, I don't go in.
How big is your property?
11 acres, 10.9 acres to be exact.
How close is that dollhouse to your house?
It's about 600 feet away, 700.
It's close to your mother's house.
Yeah.
You go see your mother often?
But when I go to my mom's, she could go into the back because she can't get down her steps. So I cut her spot out around the back so she go in the back, not to climb the steps. So we're going out the back.
But you were down there at your mom's during that time frame, weren't you?
Not that much sometimes.
I could have 1 second, Judge. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Boswell.
Redirect.
There.
Is he free to go, or does he need to remain under?
I would say under subpoena, Judge, we would ask that he not watch the trial or talk about it.
We've instructed them. As far as
Mr.
that's
Boswell, you're finished with your testimony for now.
Okay,
You're
sir.
Being subject to recall.
Okay.
So you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And you're specifically ordered not to watch the live trial.
Okay. Oh, I never watched TV anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, next.
we call Austin Feller.
Mr. Boswell, sit back there for a while. Stand on the list, speaking of the microphone, main standards of the judge can swear you.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Austin Feller?
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right there. Speak in the microphone for us.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You're Austin Feller, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Feller, at one point in time, did you live at a trailer park out on Sugar Hollow Road?
Yes.
And is that in Sullivan County?
Yes.
All right. And why were you living there at that particular location?
Because at the time I was working for Tommy and Sons Paving, and they said I could live there for free if I were to do maintenance on the trailer park.
Okay. And was that back in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you two pictures, Mr. Feller, and ask you if you recognize what's shown in those pictures.
Yeah, I recognize them.
Okay. And what are they? What is it?
The pictures of the trailer that she lived in.
Okay. And when you say she, you're referring to Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you living out there at those trailers in Sugar Hollow when Miss Boswell moved in?
I never met her in person.
Okay.
I think time I moved out there, she was already out and kind of unknown whereabouts.
Okay. Do you recognize those photos as being the trailer that she lived in?
Yes.
All right. And are they true and accurate depictions of the outside of the trailer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, we would move to make those, I believe it's two photos, be 49 and 50.
Any objection?
No, sir.
You feel good at 49 and 50.
And I'm going to publish those to the jury. Mr. Feller, is that showing what's been introduced as Exhibit 49? Does that show the outside of the trailer looking at it from the front?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 50. What does that show?
The front of the trailer.
Okay. Just a little closer view.
Yeah.
All right. Now, at some point in time while you were working out there, living in those trailers for Mr. Boswell, were you asked to clean out that particular trailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Exact date, no, but it was probably about a week and a half after I moved into the trailer. I lived in there.
Okay. When was that?
It's been like 5 years ago.
Okay.
I couldn't give you an exact date.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
That's fine. All right. And did you in fact go to that trailer and clean it out?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of describe for the jury what you found when you got inside there.
When I got in the trailer, there was dirty diapers stuck and molded to the floor of the carpet. Couldn't even open the fridge. It was so bad. I just left it alone, let Tommy and them deal with it. There was open jugs of milk in the oven, food on the ground, just feces on the ground. Just very nasty. Just not clean at all. Bad.
All right. And did you take photos of what it looked like?
I did, but I don't have those photos of that phone anymore.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
Good approach.
Mr. Feller, I'm going to hand you 6 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos.
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Those are the photos you took that show the inside conditions of the trailer.
Yeah.
All right. Do they accurately depict the condition of the inside of the trailer when you found it?
They do.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make those the next 6 exhibits.
The,
51 through 56.
51 through 56.
Asked to publish those to the jury, Judge.
All right.
Feller, I'm going to start with exhibit 51. Can you tell us what we're seeing in this particular photo?
The bedroom.
And that's the condition in the state you found it in when you
Yes.
entered. You did not move or toss anything or otherwise.
Everything you see is exactly what I walked into.
All right. Now I'm going to show exhibit 52. What are we looking at there?
The hallway into, I believe, the daughter's bedroom.
All right. And again, you did not.
Objection. William Crowe.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna sustain that objection. There's been no foundation that he would know that was the daughter's bedroom. And I'm going to instruct that you're not to consider that statement for any purpose for deliberation. If you can do that, raise your right hand. Every juror is raised right. Go ahead, Jim.
All right. So, Mr. Feller, this is the picture. You're not sure, you don't know, have any knowledge as far as who was staying in what particular rooms, but that's another angle and picture you've taken from inside the trailer.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Now showing Exhibit 53.
I think that was the walking into her room, Megan's room.
Well, don't speculate as to whose rooms.
Gotcha. Okay.
Same instruction.
Okay. So you've taken a photo looking into another bedroom. Is that
Yes.
correct? Now it's showing Exhibit 54. What's shown in that photo?
The living room.
All right. And again, you did not place or move or disturb anything. That's exactly as you saw it.
Exactly what I saw when I walked into. From the kitchen going into the living room.
All right. This is Exhibit 55. All right. You're standing in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Is that where that's taken from?
Yes.
And Exhibit 56.
Kitchen.
It's a photo looking in on the stove and the refrigerator that way. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you did not place any objects, move any objects prior to taking these photos.
No, sir.
All right. After you removed all these items from, or what did you do with the stuff after you took these photos?
I was instructed to take it to the back of the driveway where Tommy and Sons had a big dump truck, and they just used equipment and put most of it in there.
Okay. Did you remove all that, lack of a better term, trash and stuff that we saw?
Everything, trash, carpet. I mean, completely remodeled the whole entire thing.
Okay. What was the condition? I mean, was it like inside after you got all that stuff out of there?
After I got everything out, I mean, I had to rip up subflooring and put down new subflooring and linoleum, and I mean, it was bad.
Okay. Was there any sort of odor or anything in the trailer?
I had to use respirators to enter the house.
Was there any particular reason why you had a respirator on?
It's just such a foul odor coming from the just moldy milk and food and dirty diapers that were laying out. Just bad smell.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott has for you.
Morning, Mr. Fellers.
Morning.
When you don't know when you moved in out of the trailer park?
It's been so long, I couldn't really give you an exact date.
Without giving me an exact date, was it before or after Christmas of 2019?
I think after. I think so.
Do you remember what the weather was like when you were cleaning out the trailer?
It was warm.
It was warm.
Yes.
So probably February.
Probably before Christmas, and if it was warm.
Before Christmas, if it was warm. How much before Christmas?
I like I said, I couldn't give you an exact date or anything like that. I just knew that it was pretty warm outside. I didn't really need much of a coat, just some long sleeves or, you know.
You never met Megan.
No, sir.
So the pictures, you took those contemporaneous with cleaning it out.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Just because it was the worst thing I've ever seen. I've never cleaned out a place like that, looked like that.
Just wanted to show people what it looked like.
Well, to show Tommy and them, because they didn't step inside or go inside. They just wanted it cleaned. So gave those pictures to them.
Thank you so much.
Sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Does he need to remain on?
I don't think, Judge, I think he can be released.
Mr. Feller, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena. There you go.
Thank you.
State called James Lewis. Lewis, yes.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
James Lewis.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, sir.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
You are James Lewis, is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
With the Department of Children's Services.
What is your current assignment there?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the department in the Division of Child Protective Services.
How long have you been employed by, we call it DCS for short?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you been employed there?
I've been with DCS for 6.5 years now.
All right. Back in February, specifically February 18th of 2020, what was your assignment with the department at that time?
Yeah, so my role with the department during that time was an investigator to investigate reports that we received in Child Protective Services.
Okay. So in other words, well, maybe explain for the jury how that process works as far as you're referring to allegations of child abuse.
Yes,
Is that
correct.
right? Okay. So if you
Yes.
would kind of educate the jury a little bit about how that process works.
So the department receives referrals of reports of abuse or neglect. We receive a report from our Nashville office that receives the intake, then it gets sent over to the worker. And then from there, we review the report, the allegations that came into the report, and then we start following our policy and procedures that can be found, outlined in 14.6 for policy and procedures, and start investigating, doing internet checks and background searches, and really just start notifying important personnel that need to be involved in the case. For example, like our Child Protective Investigation Team in Sullivan County.
All right. Back on February 18th, 2020, did you get a referral that was made on a 15-month-old child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes,
All right. And was that particular referral assigned to you?
it was.
Okay. For purposes only of explaining why you did what you did, what was the nature of the abuse allegation?
The allegations in the report.
Yes. All right. If you would,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
The allegations that came into the report that day state a lack of supervision and physical abuse.
In regards to Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Evelyn
correct?
Boswell, yes.
Okay. So after you get the referral, what's the first step you take after that?
Typically, the first step when we receive these reports is we would reach out to the person that made the report, and then we would see if there was any additional information that needed to be added or to clarify the report in general. And then from there, my next step was to reach out to any collateral contacts and notify our child protective investigation team partners.
Okay. You used a term or a phrase, collateral contacts. For those of us who don't know, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so a collateral contact would be someone that lives outside the home, anybody that would have information to the report. That's what we refer to whenever I say collateral contact.
Okay. You've identified, and we've talked about the fact that this referral involved Evelyn Boswell. Were you able to identify who the parents of the child were?
I was able to understand that, come to learn that the parents of Evelyn Boswell was only, to my knowledge, at that point in time, it was Megan Boswell, the mother.
Okay.
Was the parent.
All right. And did you attempt to locate where Megan Boswell was at that time?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your file there at DCS, do you all obtain birth certificates or other documents that would, I guess, identify who the parents of the child were?
Yes,
And did you, in this case, obtain a copy of Evelyn's birth certificate
I did.
as part of your case file?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. What is it, sir?
So this is the certificate of live birth for Evelyn May Boswell, child.
Okay. And is that the birth certificate that you obtained of Evelyn for this
Yes.
particular case?
It is.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit. I believe it's 57.
No objection. 57.
All right. Mr. Lewis, you indicated that you were able to learn where Megan Boswell was that particular time. Did you then, what was the next step in your investigation?
Once I received information from Detective Tracy Jerez, who I was working the case with, that she had sent patrol officers out to the home that Megan Boswell was living at to see if Megan was there, and that she had received information that Megan had just arrived at the home. And then from that point in time, Detective Tracy Jerez and myself decided to go to the home to speak with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And where was this home?
The address is 217 Sandy Point Drive, or Sandy Point Street, Bluntville, Tennessee.
Okay. And just generally, where is that located?
It's in Bluntville. It wasn't
Okay.
far from my office. I couldn't give you.
Okay. It's here in Sullivan County?
Yes, in Sullivan County.
All right. Did it take you all long to get there?
No, it did not take us that long.
Okay. What did you find when you arrived there at that address?
So when we pulled into the address, we saw the patrol officers with Megan Boswell in the garage of the home.
What kind of, just generally describe what kind of home this is for the jury?
The home is it's a 2-story house. It had a basement, larger, more of a typical subdivision type home. From the outside, the appearance, it was very well kept. It was a typical home that you would find in maybe one of your more newer built subdivisions, is the way I would describe it.
All right. So you arrive, Miss Boswell is there at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anybody else there present with her?
Outside of myself, Detective Tracy Jerez, and the patrol officers, no.
Okay. Was Evelyn there with her?
No.
Okay. What did you do next as far as your investigation was concerned?
My next steps was to notify Megan Boswell of the report that the Department of Children's Services received, the allegations in the report, and to conduct some inquiry as to where Evelyn was, and to ask questions concerning Evelyn, to check on her well-being and her safety. So I initiated the conversation to learn where Evelyn was and to see if we could observe Evelyn to ensure that she was safe and that she was okay.
Okay. Specifically, did you ask Miss Boswell where Evelyn was at that particular time?
I did.
Okay. And what was her response?
Megan informed myself and Detective Tracy Rez that Evelyn was with Ethan Perry.
Okay. Did you know who Ethan Perry was at that time?
At that time, it come to my knowledge that he was the alleged father of Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell tell you that?
Yes. She did tell me that Evelyn was with her dad.
Okay. Did Megan give you any sort of contact information for how you could get in touch with Ethan?
She did not.
What was her demeanor while you were talking to her about her daughter?
The way I would describe Megan's demeanor, it wasn't much affect. When I say that, I would say there wasn't much emotion as concern. I didn't notice any concern when speaking with Megan. She just stuck at that point in time to telling us that Evelyn was with Ethan, and then from there, I asked her to show me, of course, evidence that a child had been with her.
Okay. All right. So did you go inside the house with her? How did you do that?
She invited me into the home and walked me through the home. Nothing at that point in time appeared to be observable to be outside of a typical home. I didn't see any safety concerns as far as what we may consider a safety concern for a child at that age. She walked me. I asked to see a crib or a pack and play. She said that those items were elsewhere, that she didn't have any of those items. She proceeded to lead me to the bedroom where she could show me some items of Evelyn's. And so I followed her to the bedroom.
Okay. All right. And did you observe any items?
I asked her what items she did have. She proceeded to tell me that she had an outfit and what she called a memory box.
Okay. You said an outfit. Was that one singular outfit?
I observed one outfit, yes.
Okay. Did you see any other baby items, diapers?
No.
Anything like that?
After she showed me the memory box and opened it to observe some items in it, and the outfit that was still on the hanger, it was new and it hadn't been worn. And she took me downstairs to show me a sippy cup.
Okay. And did you take a photograph or a picture of these items that she showed you?
I did.
All right. Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you 4 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they photos of?
This first photo is the photograph of what she described as the sippy cup.
That's fine. Go to the next one.
And then the next photo I'm looking at is the bedroom that she reported to be staying in with Preston Wood.
Okay. All right. The next one.
The next photo is the photo of the what she described as the memory box.
Okay. Is there one more?
And the next photo is the outfit that she showed to me.
All right.
On the hanger.
And do you recognize those as being the photos that you took that day while you were in the residence?
Yes.
And are they true and accurate photos of what you saw?
Yes.
Judge, we've moved to make those exhibits 58 through 61.
Those would be full exhibits, information.
Judge, I'm going to ask to publish those if I could. Mr. Lewis, I'm showing what's exhibit 58. What is that photo of?
This is a photo of the cup that Megan Boswell informed me that Evelyn Boswell would drink from.
Is that the only kind of dish or spoon or item of silverware that she showed you that
Yes.
belonged to Evelyn? Now looking at exhibit 59, what's that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of Megan Boswell standing in the room where she reported to be living with Preston Wood.
Did you observe any items, any baby items, toys, clothing, anything else in that room?
No.
Now looking at exhibit 60, what is that?
That is the box that Megan Boswell has showed to me that she described as the memory box with items of a rattler, handprint, and footprints of Evelyn.
Okay. Did you take any of these items at this time, or did you just take photographs of it?
I just took photographs.
And
It's not crafty. It's your craft.
This is a photograph of the outfit that Megan showed me was Evelyn's, but it was still on the hangers and had tags on it. It was new.
okay. You tailed off a little bit there. Did you say it still had tags on it?
Yes.
Okay. Any other items of children's clothing that she was able to show you?
No.
ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed your lunch is here, so we're gonna stop. We'll be back at 1:15. Mr. Lewis, I'm gonna instruct you not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you, and not to watch any of the live stream of the trial. Can you cut that now? And, come back and look.
Yes, sir.
So one stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you. Be recessed to 1:15. You may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis.
Afternoon.
I think where we left off, we had just talked about the photos of the items that you took pictures of at the residence where you located Miss Boswell. After you met and talked with her there, what did you do next as part of your investigation?
So after we spoke with Megan Boswell, we had received information of the address of Ethan Perry, where he would maybe be staying. And so Detective Faraz and I proceeded to go to the home of his address.
And what did you find when you arrived there?
Ethan was not there. We had spoke to his parents and tried to inquire more information to the whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
Did you find Evelyn there?
No.
Okay. All right. So what did you do after that?
From there, after we spoke to Ethan's parents, we proceeded to go back to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where we met with Megan Boswell to talk to her.
Okay.
more.
And who was present there at the sheriff's office when you spoke to Miss Boswell?
It was myself and Detective Faraz.
All right. And where did you talk with her?
There's an interview room at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and we spoke to her in the interview room.
Okay. And is that here in Blumpville, Sullivan
Yes,
County?
Sullivan County.
All right. Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to watch that interview that you did with Detective Faraz?
Yes.
And what you reviewed, was that a true and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with Miss Boswell back on February 18th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibit 62.
Be full exhibit.
All right. And if I could, I'd like to play and publish that to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, this video that you're about to watch has, well, what I'm going to call subtitles on it. Those are to aid you on the actual evidence is what's said here in the video. Does everybody understand that? All right.
David. not have the baby.
But I don't know where she's at, so she hasn't yet or left.
He has not seen that baby since he was down here for Christmas.
He has seen her. I promise you, he has.
And he went back to where is he at?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Are you sure he didn't take her with him? Well, I don't know what he did with her.
Does that not concern you?
I mean, yeah, but like, you all not know at all where she is?
No.
Well, what can we do?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Can you put out like an Amber Alert or something?
When is the last time you've seen her?
I guess more than a couple weeks ago, it was around January.
Well, he went back. January the 1st. And he did not take her with
Well, then I don't know. I really don't, like, what do you do when your child's missing?
And you told us you were gonna meet him tomorrow in Colonial Heights. No. What was that about?
I was gonna try to contact him again and meet me.
You said you lived in Memorial Boulevard.
That's where the last time that I, like, went to go see her was.
How was you gonna contact him? You said that you didn't have the phone number.
I was gonna try to message him from Hunter stuff, get a hold of him.
Well, we were able to contact him and talk to him. And he said that the last time he seen her was, you come up and seen him in late November, early December.
And then he came back up in December.
Right. And then you came over New Year's, and you didn't bring the baby because she had the flu.
I did have her with me. Me and Hunter went because Ethan got her some Christmas stuff.
You didn't have her with you because she had the flu and
I didn't have
because of the
her.
grandmother.
I didn't have her with me.
He says you didn't.
Well, I did. I don't care what he's telling you, I did.
So when did the exchange happen? Where did you drop Evelyn off of you? That you're saying it was happening?
It must have been a couple days after that.
New Year's.
It was before New Year's because me and Hunter didn't have her on New Year's. Me and Hunter went to a party on New Year's.
So how long you and Hunter been together?
A couple months. Are you gonna put on Ambler or anything, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, my supervisors are on their way.
Okay.
And what was the conversation like that you had with Ethan whenever you dropped her off?
Well, I mean, he was really hateful with me because Hunter was there. He wouldn't even let me, like, pull up the driveway, drop her off, and maybe walk it up.
Walk in.
The driveway.
What kind of relationship do you and Ethan have now? As far as,
What do you mean?
are you able to communicate? Are you?
I mean, no, not really. He does not want to talk to me about anything ever. He's been that way since me and her got together. He barely talks to me.
Have you communicated through text messages or anything like that? You've not sent him any text messages?
I've tried to call him and he doesn't answer me.
Have you tried through text messages to contact him?
Yeah, but he's not responding. I mean, I believe him off on his phone. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried to text him. He's not responding. I've left him voicemails and stuff. He just does not answer. Does not call back.
And what do you ask him in these text messages or voicemails you're leaving?
Well, I've been like, hey, can you call me? I want to see her. He just does not call back.
And do you see your real mom?
My real mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
I was just wondering if she still live on West Carter's Valley?
She's not there right now. I really don't know where she's at. She's going to go to the hotel for the night.
Let's just say, if Ethan was to leave the baby with somebody, who would he leave it with?
I mean, I really don't know because, like, I know when Ethan was in the Army, he did not talk to his family. And really, when he was gone in the Army and I had Evelyn, we really didn't talk much. Which is why we're not together now. I mean, he just go like months and weeks without talking to me. Never really helped me out with her the whole time that I had her and he was in the Army. So, I mean, I really don't know who he talks to, who he fools around with or nothing.
He didn't talk to his grandfather or the one?
I mean, I guess he did when he came up here, but, like, as far as I knew, anytime that, like, they tried to contact him, he just didn't respond. This guy named Paul is not his grandfather, but it's like his step-grandfather, and he would, like, all the time ask him about Ethan, and Ethan wouldn't talk to him.
How come?
I don't know. I really could not tell you. He just kind of, like, stopped talking to his family because they didn't really help him out while he was here, or went to the Army.
And you don't have a phone?
No, I'll use others.
You need to get your phone.
Okay. Do you want a description of her? Do you want me to try to find pictures of her?
Yeah, we'll need a description of her. I'm worried about, too, the broke arm.
I don't think he ever took her to the hospital and found out it was broke, though. I just know it was bruised. And that's all I know. I mean, I won't lie to you, when she was with me, there were a couple times that when she was trying to walk, she was like fall and bruise her cheek, you know what I'm saying? But, like, she was never bruised. I never whipped her. But some people disagree with that. Like, I mean, I just can't.
I mean, they're gonna fall when they.
Well, yeah, but I mean, whenever that happened also, my dad was like, well, I'm gonna call and say that you abused her because she has a bruise on her cheek. And I was like, you can't do that. Like, because for one, like, I never hit that baby. Ever. And I wouldn't, you know. Because when kids are bad, like, you know, bad, I believe, like, oh, you should take a toy away from them or something, like. And like I said, I know a lot of people disagree with that. I feel like you should spank your kids, but I'm not one of those people.
Now, when you gave the baby to Ethan, what did you do with all your stuff for the baby? Because when we went to the house, there was no baby stuff.
Some of her baby stuff is there, but I gave him about all of her clothes. And the only, like, bottles I had for her was just, like, one sippy cup. And it wasn't even, like, a sippy cup. It was, like, one of the kids, like, new pink cups. You know what I'm talking about, like, the straws in it? She's already switched the straws. And, I mean, I really only kept that from the car because if nothing else, I would just, like, go buy, like, little plastic straws and give her stuff out of cups. And then I had baby stuff at, like, a mommy's and stuff like that. My grandma's. And the car seat's in Hunter's truck. Her car seat.
Is that what you were gonna use to pick her up tomorrow with?
Yeah, the car seat's in the truck. Well, we can take Alexis to go get her, don't get me wrong, but the car seat is in the truck.
So, tomorrow at 4, who were we gonna meet down there? Since
I didn't even know he went back. I thought he was still up here. To be honest with you, because he really did not tell me anything.
And when did you make the arrangement to meet him tomorrow? Yeah, like when was that discussed with you?
I mean, it's been a long time ago.
Okay.
Tomorrow's the 19th, right? The 18th, yeah, and the date's right.
Was it after he took Evelyn with him?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he got mad because he asked me if I have custody of her, and I said you'll have to take me to court over it. I was like, I would not keep her from you, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, if you want to have custody, we're going to go to court and it's going to be set up like the right way. So I'm not going to sign half of her over to you, you know what I mean?
When did that happen? When did he get mad about that? So when
It was like the day of Christmas.
when did you all officially break up?
Sometime in November, I don't know, to be honest with you.
When you went down there to see him?
Yeah.
whenever you and Ethan went to that party, whose house was that party?
Me and Hunter went, and it was at this guy named Clint's house that Hunter's friend with.
To a New Year's Eve party?
Yeah. Hunter's first name was Preston. I'm sorry if that confuses you. I've always called him Hunter.
Fun. Went to a New Year's Eve party. Where was that at?
It was in Piney Flat at Clint's house.
She said Clint.
Yeah.
Who is Clint? Just a friend?
It's one of Hunter's friends.
So what do you think about the entire situation?
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I want to know what's going on. I mean, like, I'm kind of panicky on the inside. You know, I mean, I don't know what to do. There's not really much I can do.
Michelle, she's on her way down to get the phone started.
Is that your supervisor?
She's one of the ones that works with me, and there's my supervisor. They're on their way from Kingsport.
Okay.
Did you spend any time with Ethan over the years?
Mm-mm. Like I said, I know he went back down to Louisiana, wherever he's at. Mississippi or whatever you all said, I know he went back down there.
So he told you he was living in Kingsport. Earlier, did you tell us he was living in Lumpville? You thought he was living in Lumpville?
Well, it's that apartment in Kingsport or Blumpville, because it's on Memorial Boulevard, in between.
questions.
So what do you all do when Amber works out? Like, what's the process after
Well, we're
that?
gonna have to find this baby tonight. And I don't know where this baby is, but it's gotta be found.
What happens if we don't find her or not?
I don't know. I've never run into this in my 20 years here. But we've got to find her. And Ethan doesn't have her. You don't have her. Where did this baby go?
I don't know.
What did Preston think about the baby?
What do you mean?
Or Hunter? Do you call him Hunter?
Yeah, that's his middle name, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's
Well,
not there.
I didn't know what you called him by. Was Hunter jealous of the baby? Because it was by another
No,
person? I was just asking, because some people, are like that.
no, he's not like that.
Maybe one of the questions that popped in my head, maybe he didn't want the baby.
Ethan?
No, Hunter.
No. But Ethan and I used to get into it, and he used to tell me he didn't want Evelyn, that I wasn't his baby. We used to have fights like that all the time. I'd be like, I'll give you DNA test, I know this child's yours.
There's my supervisor.
Ethan and I used to get into it, he used to like, ready to kill me all the time and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of why we broke up. I don't think he's a bad person, I don't make him sound that way, but you know what I'm saying?
All right, Mr. Lewis, this interview took place February 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you as an investigator of DCS continue to search for and attempt to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And were you able to do that? Were you able to find her?
No.
Did you ever, did DCS, or you personally ever receive any reports from the defendant, Megan Boswell, that her child was missing?
No.
Did Megan Boswell ever produce Evelyn or bring her to you?
No.
Since DCS was involved in this, since you all had received a referral, if there had been any court proceedings that had been instituted or took place regarding custody of Evelyn, would you all have been notified or made a party to that?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, were there ever any custody proceedings or custody petitions filed seeking custody of Evelyn?
No. No.
Okay. Either by Megan Boswell or any other person?
No.
As a result of the fact that she could not produce Evelyn, she could not be found, what did you do next as far as your role as an investigator was concerned?
My next step was I consulted with DCS supervision, and we had decided to file a petition for requesting an order to produce the child.
And was such an order obtained?
It was.
And was that, what was that through? Which
That
court?
was through the Sullivan County Juvenile Court.
And as a result of that, was Miss Boswell ordered to produce the child, produce Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And did she ever produce Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott, Mr. Horn had for you.
Scott?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
Doing well.
I just have a little bit of questions about the timing of these interviews. You went to the house where Megan was, interviewed her. What time of day was that?
Approximately 4:45 p.m.
It was on February the 18th.
Yes.
And then that video we just watched, was that the same day?
Yes.
What time was that?
I want to say approximately at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so a time period of about 3 hours, 15 minutes.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Did you take any further statement from her that day?
No.
Thank you.
Pedro,
No, Your Honor.
is he free to go? Is any remain under subpoena?
I don't think we need a judge.
Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry. You agree, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. You released your subpoena. You can go,
Thank you, sir.
Statement called Casey Salts.
Last name?
Salts, Saults.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Casey Salts?
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about you to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Your name is Casey Salts, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you live?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Can you tell us how, and I'm going to ask you just maybe go just a little bit closer to that microphone so we can catch your voice. Thank you. Tell us how you know Megan Boswell.
She was a foster child to my parents.
Okay. And what is your mom's name?
Gail Kite or
Okay.
Patricia Kite.
Okay. And so did Megan Boswell live with your mom, Gail Patricia
Yes.
Kite, when she was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also have Evelyn while she was living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Megan Boswell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out to us, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Can you describe what she's wearing, please?
A blue jacket, navy blue jacket.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask the court to acknowledge that. Just identify the defendant. Okay. So during this time frame, are we talking about 2018 and early 2019? Or do you, and you may not know the answer to this, when she was living with your mom?
I'm thinking it was just 2019.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Do you remember when Megan gave birth to Evelyn?
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatrics.
Okay. And obviously we probably know the answer to this, but what is Premier Pediatrics?
A pediatrician's office.
Okay. And where was Premier Pediatrics located?
In Johnson City.
Okay. Do you remember how many, is that place still open?
No.
Okay. That's why I'm asking in kind of in the past tense. It's now closed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many pediatricians were working there at the time?
2.
Okay. And what were their names?
Dr. Pugh and Dr. Trosen.
Okay. And what was your job description there?
Receptionist, front office.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what your job duties were at that pediatrician's office?
Scheduling and making appointments, answering phone calls, medical records, all the front duties.
Okay. Would you check people in?
Yes, check in, check out.
Okay. Okay. And were you able to like see the waiting room when people would come in, or would they come up to the window and check in? How would that work?
They would come into the waiting room, or no, they would come into the front office to the window and check in. And then we had 2 separate waiting rooms, one for well visits and one for sick visits. You could kind of see in there from where we were from the doors open, but to actually like see in there, you had to get up and walk in there.
Okay. After Evelyn was born, is this the office that Megan Boswell brought Evelyn to for her well visits?
Yes.
And when she would bring Evelyn, would you know when they came into the office?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based upon what you just told us about how the office runs?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your experience of that office, can you tell us what your office schedule was for newborns? Like how often would they come in?
They would come in like once a month for the first couple of months, and then we would kind of space them out to every 3 to 4 months until they were about 2 years old, and then they would come once a year.
Okay. So for that first year, is it common for them to come more than once from 0 to 3 months?
Yes.
What about from 3 to 6 months? How often would they come?
I'm thinking it would be about 2 to 3 times within that time frame.
Okay. What about from say 6 to 9 months?
Probably just once at the end. I think by then it was like every 3 months.
Okay. And same for 9 to 12 months, it would be just one
Yes.
visit? Okay. When a newborn and a baby in that first year, would they always, when they came to the office, would they always see the same doctor, or would they?
We would try to keep them with the same doctor just for continuity of care.
Okay.
But if that doctor was unavailable, the other pediatrician would also see them too.
Okay. And did Premier Pediatrics keep records of visits on their patients?
Yes.
Was that done on every patient?
Yes.
Including the records of Evelyn Boswell?
Correct.
Okay. And since you worked in the front, were you aware of whether that office did any kind of reminders for patients to remind them of appointments?
Yes. They would get like an automated call the day before,
Okay.
and we could see if they answered or replied back to that.
Okay. So you could kind of see if they said, yes, I'm coming, or no, I need to
Right.
reschedule, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Did your office also give appointment cards
We
out?
did.
Okay. And when would that be done?
Usually when you check out for your previous appointment, we would schedule the next one and
Okay.
give an appointment card.
Okay. And after Evelyn was born, did Megan Boswell bring her to her scheduled appointments?
Yes.
Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, we're just going to ask for some clarification on that. When I asked that last question, did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn, and I'll ask it in a different way maybe, did she bring Evelyn to her normal appointments for, say, the first weeks that she was supposed to bring her? Did she bring Evelyn to those appointments?
Yes.
Okay. And did she continue to bring her to appointments up until a certain time closer to the end of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. For her 12-month visit, is that something that would have been scheduled at Evelyn's last appointment, her previous appointment?
You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And okay. And so we asked about the appointment card. Do you recall anyone babysitting Evelyn during that same time, around early December?
Yes.
Okay. Who babysat Evelyn?
My aunt,
Okay. What was her name?
Sue Whitson.
Okay. And is that your mom's sister?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know when she babysat Evelyn?
I don't know like the exact dates, but I do know that she kept her a few times.
Okay. Do you know what month that was in?
In early December.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What was the photograph of?
Evelyn's had a really bad diaper rash.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you saw yourself?
Yes.
Of Evelyn. Okay. Can you describe what it looked like?
Really blistery, and you could kind of see like on the sides of her legs where she had been scratching, possibly some scratch marks.
Okay. Since you're working at a pediatrician's office, did you show that to anyone?
I did show it to one of the nurses. I don't recall which nurse I had showed it to though.
Okay. And you're not going to be able to say what they told you, but then what did you then tell your Aunt Sue about what she needed to do with Evelyn?
Objection. I think we're getting far afield here.
I'm not asking to elicit hearsay. I'm asking what she told. Okay, so we're going to move to Evelyn's 12-month well visit. Did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn to her 12-month well visit?
No.
I'm going to pass you a document and see if you can identify it. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
That is mine.
Okay. And do you recognize what that document is?
Correct. Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when you produced that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd be asked for that to be admitted as exhibit number 63.
My bad.
Okay.
What is it? The reminder card?
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Okay. Can you see that okay? Is that the appointment card that you wrote on for Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And for the appointment of December 5th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when she did not show up for her appointment, what did you do?
I texted Megan.
Okay. So you had her contact information?
I did.
Okay.
Where she was part of the family, we did keep in contact.
Okay. And how would you contact her?
Through Facebook Messenger mostly.
Okay. And had you communicated with her before on Facebook, or was this the first time?
Yes. No, I've communicated with her before.
Okay. And is that how you reached out to her that day?
Yes.
Okay. Pass you another document. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Can you tell, without telling me what it says, can you tell me what it is?
It's the text thread of off of Messenger where we were talking.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that to be admitted as exhibit number 64, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, sir. The full exhibit 64.
Permission to publish? Your Honor, we've got a few more of these. Would you like for me to leave the Elmo up until we're done? Okay. 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 So obviously that's your name on the left. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so then Megan Boswell's is in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you said, the message that you sent to Megan that day?
That Evelyn had an appointment today. Do you need me to reschedule it? It was for her 1-year baby check.
Okay. And then what did Megan Boswell say in response?
That she had thought it was the next day.
Okay. And then I'm missing part of that. What did you say in response to her?
I had asked her where she was.
And what was her response?
That she was working.
Okay. And I meant to ask you, the date is December 5th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been after her appointment, after she'd already missed the appointment?
Right.
Okay. And did you reschedule her appointment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall when you rescheduled it?
I don't recall the date, no.
Okay. I'm going to pass you. I'm going to give you a second to read through that. I believe it's 2 pages. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of an additional conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did you have that conversation?
through Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And what is the date of that conversation?
December 6th and December 11th.
Okay. And does that December 6th date help refresh your memory on the date that her appointment was rescheduled for?
Well, I did ask about the baby's appointment today, so I would say that I did reschedule it for the next day.
Okay. So that would have been December 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 65, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So the December 6th message.
Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and let her look at this one too and keep it together as 1, 6, and 11. Sorry. To keep this is one continuous. I'm going to give you one additional page for that same exhibit. If you could just take a look at it, please. Okay. And do you recognize that as also being part of that conversation?
Yes.
Same day.
Does that go into the date of December 11th as well?
Yes.
Okay. But that's to be that collective exhibit number 65.
You full exhibit 65.
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Saltz, I'm going to go through one page at a time of this, okay?
Mhm.
So again, this is the day after that first missed appointment. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of this conversation?
December 6th,
Okay, and what do
2019.
you, I'm sorry.
December 6th, 2019.
And what do you ask the defendant, Megan Boswell?
What about the baby's appointment today?
And what does Megan say to you?
That she says I had to come in. I've been called in since 4:30 a.m. I'll have to reschedule it. That she'd been working crazy hours.
Okay. And what did you ask her?
Where she was working,
And what did Megan Boswell say?
the chicken place.
And then what did you tell her in response?
To just tell me a day when she can come for sure.
Okay. And then did she respond to you?
Yeah, she said that she'll figure it out and that she's working all day tomorrow.
Okay. Is this a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say back in response to Megan Boswell?
I told her it was okay. I just didn't want her to get too far behind on her shots.
Okay. And does the next conversation start on December 11th?
Yes.
And is that started by Megan Boswell to
Yes.
you? Okay. What does Megan Boswell say to you?
She's asking if her dad or Ashley can bring Evelyn for a doctor's appointment because she had been working really hard from
Okay.
4:30 to 6:30.
Okay. And does she say that she's staying past 6:30?
Oh, yeah, it does say. And then she's staying after to clean too.
Okay. And what is your response to her?
I told her that, yeah, it was fine that they could bring her. Do I need to make an appointment?
And then what does Megan Boswell say to you?
That when her dad wakes up, she'll ask him if he can.
Okay. And the last page of this exhibit. Are we still on December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
And then what do you say in response to her?
I asked her, is she sick or does she need, is it for the well child visit?
Well, at the top, I think you responded to her first at the very top.
Oh, we
Is
went
that,
over
was that
it.
on this side? Okay, go ahead. So you say to her, is she sick or for her well child check?
Yes,
And what does she say to you?
for her well child.
Okay. And then what do you say back to her?
I said, okay, I'll look through the schedule and see when I can get her in.
Okay. Do you recall if you rescheduled that for a date?
I want to say that I did, but I don't remember an exact date.
Okay. I'm gonna pass you one last set of photographs. I'll give you a second to read through them. Okay. And are you able to identify that?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It's more of a text thread off Facebook Messenger.
Okay. What is the date of that?
December
conversation?
13th
Okay.
of 2019.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 66.
What was the date again?
December 13th, 2019, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Again, I'm going to show it to you one page at a time. Okay. So you said the date on that was December 13th, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Megan Boswell?
Is Evelyn coming today?
Is that because she had an appointment scheduled for that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I had said
Actually, I should ask you this. Did she respond to that message at all?
no.
Okay. So then what did you say?
I said, I need to know. Dr. Pugh was asking. She's not happy about her missing these appointments.
Okay. And what did Megan Boswell say in response to you?
That she was going to switch her pediatrician to somewhere closer.
Okay. And did she say anything else?
That she could pay for missed appointments or whatever.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
I told her no is okay. Dr. Pugh is just worried about y'all. She said it's not like y'all to miss appointments. That was a typo. She was asking me if I knew what was going on.
Okay. All right. Okay. How long did you work at Premier Pediatrics?
Probably a little over 4 years.
Okay. And during that time, I'm assuming like children would switch pediatricians.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when they did, would you get record requests from the new doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a record request from another pediatrician for Evelyn Boswell?
Not to my knowledge.
From any other doctor's office for Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Is it typical, based upon the time that you were there for 4 years, typically would you get a request from another doctor to get their vaccine records, et cetera,
Yes.
of the child? Okay. And I'm assuming you personally, you've met Evelyn yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Evelyn alive?
November 28th of
Okay.
2019.
Okay. So it had been just a little bit after she turned 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
At my home.
Okay. And do you remember why she was there?
I think Megan and Evelyn were going to visit with my parents and they were busy. So she stopped by to visit with me.
Okay. So she just came by to visit. And
Yeah.
It was just Megan and Evelyn together?
Yes.
Did Evelyn appear healthy that day?
Yeah.
Any concerns that you had for her?
No.
Was she mobile yet?
Yeah.
Was she walking?
Toddling around. I think
Okay.
she was still holding on to stuff, but she was getting around.
Okay. All right. Please answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Horn.
It's okay. Ms. Saltz, right?
Yes.
My name's Tim Horn. I'm one of Megan's attorneys. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure I understood your testimony. And that is, since Evelyn's birth up until roughly right at the 12-month mark, Megan was bringing Evelyn in as recommended for these wellness checkups.
Correct.
It would be a fair statement to say that she did that up until Miss Madison could last year, right at the infancy or the onset of December.
Correct.
So a year.
Yeah.
And during that year period, you said you'd worked in a pediatrician's office for about 4 years. It would be normal or customary that if, when you're examining a child and you saw signs of abuse or neglect, you'd have a duty to report that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that's a statutory duty that's imposed upon physicians and doctors to do.
Correct.
So I'm gleaning from your testimony that Megan was doing everything that a mother should, or that we would want a mother to do for this first year of this child's life.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing documented, or there was no concerns about Evelyn's welfare. Is that correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And so essentially the substance of your testimony here today is that at the end of December, at the infancy of December there, she just didn't show and never showed from that point on.
Right.
That's all the questions I have.
No, Your Honor.
You should be released from stand.
Yes, Your Honor. She can be released.
Ms. Sauce, thank you for your testimony today, and you can be released from stand.
Thank you.
State was called Dr. Barbara Pugh.
No. Raise your hand. State your name.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony about you is true.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Dr. Pugh, if you would scoot up real close to that microphone there so we can pick you up.
Okay.
There you go. That's better. All right. Your full name, please.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
All right. And where are you employed, Ms. Pugh?
I am currently retired. I'm a pediatrician.
All right. And how long were you a pediatrician?
I think 37 years.
All right. Where did you practice?
I own my own practice Premier Pediatrics in Johnson City.
All right. And was that an open pediatrician's office back in 2018?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. While you were had that pediatrician's office, did you have a patient there by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
I did.
All right. And the mother of the child, her name was Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. How many doctors were in the practice there at Premier Pediatrician?
At that time, we had a physician assistant and another doctor, another pediatrician.
So how did that work when you had a patient there at the office? Did one doctor, was that assigned to a specific patient, or was it just kind of on a
Well, they could
rotational
request
basis?
who they wanted to see, but most often they saw the same one for their physicals, usually.
Okay. And did you see Evelyn shortly after she was born there in your office?
My partner at the time, Dr. Trozen, saw her for the very first time at 8 days of age.
All right. And would you all have reviewed her birth records from the hospital as part of your usual protocol in taking her on as a new patient?
Yes, and that was in the chart when Dr. Trozen got the information.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review Evelyn's chart?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note any concerns as far as her birth, pregnancy, anything like that prior to her coming on as a patient there at your office?
Well, the mother was a teen mother, and in pediatrics, we consider that of concern. So she was 17 at the time. The baby had group B strep. Mama was group B strep positive, so the baby got Zodex for a couple of days, but she went home at 2 days. She was small for gestational age, like 5 pounds and 6 ounces, I think it was. So she was small, but other than that, she was doing well.
All right. And did you all see her on a regular basis there at your office?
Yes, she came for her physicals 2 weeks or 16 days is how she was, but she came for the second visit and then 2, 4, 6, and 9 months.
And again, you said you had an opportunity to review her records. Anything stand out to you as far as health concerns during that first year?
No, I mean, the last time we saw her was for a sick visit. She was about 10 and a half months old. So that was the last visit in October of 2019. But her 2, 4, 6, 9 months visits, in 2 weeks, she was doing well.
Okay.
She had a few little odds and ends, but they're normal.
Okay.
No.
Developing normal like a
Yes,
a
she was
newborn
growing well and her developmental skills were very well. She was actually advanced at 9 months, talking some, and she was doing well.
Okay. So meeting normal milestones, nothing that
Yes.
would, as a pediatrician, would give you any sort of concern.
No, she was doing well.
Okay. You aware that she had a visit scheduled for December the 5th, 2019?
That probably would have been it should have been her 12-month checkup.
All right. And you learned that she failed to make that visit. Is that correct?
Yes, I think she had more than one. I think it may have been rescheduled, but I'm not sure. But she did have, because the front office takes care of that, but she did not come anymore after 10 and a half months.
All right. And obviously, as a pediatrician, it's important for you to see a child regularly during the early parts of her life, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we have a.
Okay. So did that concern you when she did not show back up for her year visit?
Well, yes, but in pediatrics, it's, sometimes people move, they change, so you don't always know as the doctor, you may not know why they don't show up, but all you can do is call and try to find out and follow up.
Okay. All right. So you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in October of 2019.
Well, actually, Dr. Trozen saw her that day for a sick visit.
So the last time your office saw her.
Yes.
Does your office maintain medical records as a normal course of treating patients
Yes.
there?
When I sold my practice to when the charts are maintained with Dr. Justin Jones with Ballot Health.
Okay.
He's a pediatrician.
All right. Okay. Dr. Pugh, I'm going to hand you some records and ask you to take a look at them, see if you can identify them.
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the charts from my office.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of the medical records of Evelyn Boswell
Yes.
that were maintained by your office?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit 67, please.
Exhibit 67.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. If you would answer any questions, I believe Mr. Horn might have for you.
So all but the first visit you saw Evelyn. Is that my understanding?
Not the first and the last visit. I didn't see
Okay,
her.
last. But you would have had access to, when you did treat her, you would have access to all of her medical records.
Yes, they would be in the chart.
And as a pediatrician in the state of Tennessee, would it be fair, I mean, is it your understanding of the law that if a pediatrician's examining a child and they suspect abuse or neglect or something that's affecting the welfare of that child, they have an obligation to report it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, to the records that were made in regards to Evelyn, was there anything in there that would cause, warrant, or impose a duty to report anything to law enforcement to investigate that?
No, or I would have taken care of it.
I imagine you would. Your medical license is important to you. So fair statement to say that Evelyn was progressing the way she
Yes.
should progress. and that Megan was fulfilling, up until the point you last seen her, her maternal responsibilities as far as it relates to the child.
Or yes.
That's all the questions I have.
You drink?
No, you're right.
Is she free to go?
She is.
Dr. Pugh, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
You're
you.
released from your subpoena and you're free to go. Sorry, Nick.
State call Paul Miller.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Paul Miller?
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole
Yes.
truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right here. Speak anything.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up real close to that mic so we can pick you up, okay? You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So just getting this straight for everybody, you are Ethan Perry's step grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believed that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay. Did Ethan ever live with you?
And that Megan posted pictures of her and Evelyn frequently.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but was it fairly regular?
Yes, sir.
And I imagine you liked or commented on those photos from time to time.
Yes, sir.
And did it appear from those photos that Megan enjoyed being a mother,
It did.
that she loved the child,
It did.
and that she was enjoying time spending with that child, spending time with that child?
It did.
And you actually met Evelyn, did I understand you?
Yes, sir.
And spent some time with her.
Yes, sir.
And during all of those photographs that you've seen and the time you were with Megan and Evelyn, did you ever have reason to suspect that Megan was maybe abusing this child or neglecting this child?
No, sir.
It'd be fair to say that she actually loved this child a lot.
It appeared to me she did.
Okay, that's fair. And that she enjoyed motherhood.
Yes, sir.
So other than up until December, then you had no cause or no reason to believe that Evelyn was in danger or wasn't being cared for.
Correct.
That's all the questions we have.
He be released.
You can't judge.
Yes, sir. Mr. Miller, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir, and you're free to go.
Thank you.
We request it.
We'll take 15.
One stand, please.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Recess 15 minutes.
Stand in recess.
State ready.
State is ready, Judge.
Get ready, proceed.
Yes, sir.
Some jury. I'm gonna get the next witness on the start of the
Stephen Lawrence. One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
State would call Stephen Lawrence.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Stephen Lawrence.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence.
Good afternoon.
You are Stephen Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how is it that you know her?
She was friends with my little sister.
And who's your little sister?
Her name was Madison Broom.
Okay. Did you know her through high school, or how were they friends?
I believe it was high school.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Boswell had a daughter by the name of Evelyn?
I was.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell come to visit you at some apartments that you were building in Johnson City back on December the 8th of 2019?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay. Do you know why she was there to see you?
The apartment building I had, my sister that I'd mentioned had passed away, and I was going to name the building after her. So she had come by to see the building.
Did Miss Boswell have Evelyn with her on that day?
She did not.
Okay. Did you inquire as to where Evelyn was?
I asked about Evelyn, yes.
Okay. And what did Megan tell you?
She was with the father.
Okay. And did you know, who was that, Ethan Perry, or who did she tell you? The father?
Ethan was the father, I believe, at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, on February the 25th of 2020, were you contacted by Megan?
I don't remember the dates to be exact, but I was contacted after the visit. Yes.
Okay.
I believe that was about the time frame. Yes.
All right. Was this during the time frame in which Evelyn was reported missing?
Going off memory, yes.
Okay. And why did she contact you?
She was pretty much seeking some help
in general.
Okay. What did you do after she called you?
I obviously was wanting to help assist in finding Evelyn. I said if we can find Evelyn, then I'd try to help in any way I could. Brought her up to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and tried to have her speak with detectives and whatnot to get answers.
Okay. Did you go pick her up or?
I did.
Okay. Where did you pick her up?
It was she was staying with my mom at the time. So I believe it was in Bluntville.
Okay. All right. And so you picked her up, you brought her up here, you said up to the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay. Did you stay there with her or what did you do?
I dropped her off and then I had left.
Okay. After you left, did you receive any sort of communication from her after that?
Yeah, she afterwards had said she was done up here and I had come back and picked her up.
Okay. And what did you do after you picked her up?
We drove around for a little bit. And as I was just kind of waiting. I had brought her up here, like I'd said, to speak to detectives and try to make more leeway on where Evelyn was.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Ms. Boswell while you all were driving around?
We did.
Okay. What did you talk about?
I don't recall a lot with all the time that has passed. I believe I had asked her in that ride if Evelyn was missing when she had came and visited the apartments back in December, and she said that she was missing.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
No, just a minute, Judge. Yeah.
Judge, we don't have any questions.
All right. Mr. Lawrence, thank you for your testimony. You're released from the subpoena.
State would call Audrey Gibbs.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name.
My name is Audrey Gibbs.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're fine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Been better.
Okay. Just breathe. You'll be fine. You need a minute?
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. You need to just let me know if you need to take a breath, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you would state your name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Audrey Gibbs.
And Miss Gibbs, where do you live?
I live in Kingsport, Tennessee.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
We met in 7th grade.
Okay. You known her since then?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a minute. Over 10 years here.
Okay. Did you also attend high school with her?
Freshman year, yeah.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at Central.
Here in Blumville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Miss Boswell's daughter, Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you friends with Miss Boswell after Evelyn was born?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or visit with her?
Quite often, yes.
When you say quite often, how often are we, how
Almost-
frequently are we talking?
Almost every day. You know, in 2019, we hung out a lot. Megan was one of my closest friends then. We would sometimes take trips together, and, you know, Evelyn was always there with us.
Okay. So that would have been right after Evelyn was born. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
How old was Evelyn at the time?
I think, you know, I mean, we hung out the whole time. I mean, in the summer, I believe she would be like, you know, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something like that. I can't remember her exact age during that time. I just, yeah,
Okay. You were seeing her
quite often.
very frequently during that time.
Yeah.
What were your observations as far as Megan and her being a parent to Evelyn?
You know, for the most part, it was all right. There's no complaints there, but there were some things like that I noticed. Like sometimes it would be a long time before she would change her diaper, and it'd be like, hey, do you need to change her diaper or anything like that? There was also one time with the car seat. I had noticed that she hadn't buckled her in, and I just mentioned, hey, you know, it's you better buckle in Evelyn and stuff. It's not safe for you to ride around. You could get in a car accident. She could get hurt. And just those two things I noticed. But other than that, not really much else.
Okay. She appeared to care for Evelyn.
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
her.
yeah, definitely.
Good mom.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever babysit for Megan?
No. We would hang out together. We would, you know, either go to the park, or one time we went to the aquarium in Pigeon Forge. We would always just do like family friendly things. You know, one time we also tie-dyed together with Evelyn. I made like a onesie for my daughter that day because it was before she was born.
At some point in time, do you leave the Tri-Cities area?
Yes. So after my baby shower, I did move to Knoxville with my the father of my child to live with his family at just Knoxville.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it would have been early November.
Of 2019?
Yes.
It's kind of a silly question, but did you have your child?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was December 9th, 2019.
Not going to forget that date. All right. Did Megan come to see you while you were in the hospital?
Yes, she did with my other best friend Bailey.
Okay. What's Bailey's last name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. So the two of them, you were in Knoxville, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the two of them came together to see you while you were still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her without Evelyn ever.
You trailed off a little bit there at the end. Did you say ever?
Oh, yeah, that would be the first time that I would ever see her without Evelyn, because every time otherwise we hung out together with Evelyn always.
Okay. She always had Evelyn with her.
Yeah.
Did you notice anything unusual about Megan that day?
Yes. So I was just trying to tell my birthing story because, you know, I kind of had a little bit of a traumatic one. So I was just, you know, telling her and Bailey about that. And Megan's behavior that day was just a little weird. She just kind of had like a weird look in her eyes. And then she just kept saying over and over to me, like, I love you. And just like, I love you. I love you. I love you. And it was just over and over until I would acknowledge that. And, you know, eventually I just say like, I love you too. But I mean, I was trying to tell a story.
So that was not her normal behavior.
No.
Not the normal way you all would interact.
No, normally, you know, we'd have just like a regular old conversation back and forth.
Did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes, I did. I asked her where Evelyn was, and I can't remember who she said she was with, but I just thought that was kind of strange at the time because, you know, normally she couldn't find a babysitter. It's hard for her too.
After her visit, did you communicate or stay in touch with her?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you communicated with Megan?
Mainly through Instagram.
Did Megan talk at all about Evelyn?
Well, she wouldn't directly bring her up, but I would ask, about Evelyn, and if Kyrie could meet Evelyn because, they were supposed to be besties.
Okay. Who's Kyrie?
Sorry, that's my daughter.
Okay. All right. So you said you talked about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did Megan ever bring her up or talk about her, show any pictures?
She didn't show pictures, but she would answer my questions. If I asked about Evelyn, she would just say, she's good, but she's not with me. She said one time that that Evelyn was with Ethan. Well, actually, that's really the only thing she told me was just that Evelyn was with Ethan.
Okay. And you said that this was after your visit on December the 9th. So
Yes.
Do you remember conversations back in January of 2020? Would you have had conversations with her on Instagram at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify what's shown in that.
Yes, this is just mine and hers Instagram messages.
Okay. Is that a conversation that you had with her on January the 19th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to make that exhibit. Sorry. 68.
You Justin? Instagram.
It's Instagram. Yes, Judge. And I'm going to ask to publish that to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. Just for clarification, I noticed at the top it says Maggie May. Is that how you had her, or is that her handle on?
That was her handle on Instagram.
Okay, and the tagline there, Maggie_Wood 23.
Wait, sorry, that was her handle. The first part that was just like her name, how it's shown on Instagram, but the under part's the handle.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's how her name displays as Maggie May.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so her part of the conversation there is on the left, yours is on the right. Is that correct? Okay. So on January the 19th, 2020, you got a message from her, WYB. Can you tell us what that stands for those of us who may not know?
Yes, that means what you doing.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, you used
This is slang term, sorry.
NMWDU, what does that stand for?
That means not much. What about you?
Okay. And what else did you ask her?
I just said, how's Evelyn? To which she would reply, good. And then, I mentioned you should bring her up here to meet Kyrie, just because, that was one of my biggest things. I just really wanted them to get together.
Okay. And what did she respond to your comment about that?
Yes. She then said, I don't have her right now. Ethan's got her, but we could come tonight if you want us to. Which I was at my aunt's at the time. So that's why I said tonight wouldn't be good. When's the next time you could come? And then she said, probably not for another couple weeks, which at that time I would be out of Kingsport because I lived in Knoxville at the time.
Okay. So you were just up here visiting.
Family, yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document of sorts and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, this is another conversation between me and her on Instagram.
All right. Was that a conversation that you all had back on January the 24th into the 25th of 2020?
Yes,
All right.
and also the 26th.
Okay. And was that is that a true and accurate copy of the conversation that you all had there on Instagram?
Yeah.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that Exhibit 69. And ask to publish it to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. So again, Ms. Boswell's portion of the conversation is as we look at on the left part of the screen here on the right side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want to interpret for us again?
Yeah. Okay, so starting off, she says, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Nothing much. What about you?" And then she said, "I'm impregnated." And then, am I allowed to use profanity? Okay.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh shit, for real?" And she said, "Yes." And then I said, "That's awesome. Evelyn's going to have a sibling." And then she said, "Yes."
All right. Did you continue to have communication with Miss Boswell after that?
I mean, it would have still been kind of spotty, here and there. Just messaging when I could because I was like, a new time mom for the first time and just kind of, going through the newborn stage. But, I think I messaged her one more time, well, a couple more times. And then the last message I remember sending her was basically like when everything came out and I was like, "How are you? This is pretty intense." Okay. But that was like one of my last messages to her.
All right. Did she ever respond to you?
No.
At that point in time? Okay. Ms. Gibbs, when was the last time that you saw Evelyn?
It would have been my baby shower.
Okay. And when was your baby shower?
It would have been October 31st.
2019?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. And then you left after that and went to?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
No questions. Ms. Gibbs, thank you for your testimony. Your release from your subpoena, ma'am.
Thank you.
would call Bailey Hawkins.
Speak into the microphone. Raise your right hand, man. State your name.
Bailey Hawkins.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Bailey, how are you today?
I'm here.
Can you tell us your name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. Can you tell us where you live? What city do you live in?
Boswell, Tennessee.
How long have you lived in Tennessee?
I moved to Tennessee in 5th grade, so about a little over 10 years.
Okay. And when you moved to Tennessee, what school did you go to?
I went to Holston Elementary School.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We went to school together when I moved to Tennessee. She was like basically the first friend that I made
Okay.
in elementary school.
Okay. So would that have been around 5th grade?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you maintain that friendship from 5th grade on?
Yeah, we pretty much stayed in contact because we had like classes together and everything, and we're in school together. She moved around a lot, so we would fall in and out of contact here and there, but we pretty much stayed friends the entire time.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you still friends during that time?
She invited me over to Evelyn's baby shower, so we were friends, and then she invited me to her baby shower.
Okay. And were you able to go to the baby shower?
No.
Okay. Did you continue to maintain that friendship after Evelyn was born?
Yeah, that's pretty much when we became in contact more and started like seeing each other more.
Okay. Can you tell us when you say seeing each other more, how often do you think you were seeing Megan and Evelyn?
It was pretty regularly. I'd say once or twice a week, probably.
Okay. And when you saw Megan, would she always have Evelyn with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I'm going to give you a time frame from Thanksgiving of 2019. Prior to that time, did you ever see Megan without Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know for Megan to leave Evelyn with anyone else before Thanksgiving of 2019?
Every now and again, she'd talk about leaving her with the grandma, but every time we hung out, she would always have Evelyn.
Okay. And do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn yourself in person?
I can't remember exact dates because we hung out so often, but the last time that I recall is when we went to Speedway and Lights.
Okay. And did Evelyn go with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Duly approached.
Okay, Bailey, you just stated that you recalled going to Speedway and Lights with Evelyn and Megan. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall how many times you went?
I only went twice.
Okay. And were Megan and Evelyn there both times?
Mhm.
Okay. And you said you don't recall the date?
They were in November.
Okay.
Mhm.
Definitely November.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started her new job?
That was in December. I want to say it was beginning of December.
Okay. And do you know where she was starting to work?
100 T's Chicken Shack.
Okay. And did you ask her, did she tell you who was going to be watching Evelyn during the time that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
Her grandma.
Okay. And did you have knowledge as to what kind of hours that she was working at the chicken shack?
It seems like she was pretty much always there. It was like from like open to close,
Okay.
long hours.
Okay. Bailey, I'm going to pass you a document. If you can, try to keep it in order, but just look through it and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize
You
them.
do recognize
Mhm.
that? Can you tell me, without going into what the context is, can you tell me what that is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And for what date?
December 5th,
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 5th of 2019?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as the next exhibit number 69.
Objection. No. Before we get to 69.
I'm sorry, 70.
Second.
I'm sorry. What, 69? Sorry about that. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Bailey, I'm going to show you each one page by page, okay? We're just going to go in order. Okay. This first message, who is the first individual to speak on this message?
Megan.
Okay, what does she say to you?
Hey, I'm still at the chicken shack.
Okay, and what time of day was that message? Did that message come through to you?
9:39 or 32 p.m.
Okay. And when you ask her what she's doing, what does she respond?
I'm actually just hanging out.
Okay. And when you ask her if she's having fun, what does she say to you?
Yeah, I just hang out with Hunter. We're done now.
And what time did she send that message?
9:51 p.m.
So now at 10:29 p.m., what does Megan say to you? Is that blurry a little bit?
I genuinely enjoy hanging out with him.
Okay. And when you respond to her, what does she say in response at 10:30 p.m.?
Like, I don't mind work at all. I've been at work all day. Yeah, no, I really like being around him.
Okay. And then when you say that's awesome, I'm glad you like your job, what does she say in response to you?
I left and came back after they closed just to see him.
Okay. I'm trying to make this not. Is that better? Okay, I don't know if I can make it better than that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we're at around 10:40 p.m. and you're asking if it was just Hunter, and what does Megan say in response?
His dad was in the back with him and I chilled up front.
Okay. And then what does she say in response or regarding Hunter and his dad?
Him and his dad went to go to church with them on Sunday.
Okay. And then what do you suggest to her in response to that?
I say you could bring Evelyn.
And what does Megan say?
I used to take her to church with Caleb. His dad was like, you can come to church with us Sunday. And Hunter was like, yeah. And we'd go to that barbecue place you like and get food after. I feel kind of bad. He's not a bad guy. And I was like, he's so weird.
And on this message, let's see if we can see it okay. Is she continuing to talk about Hunter?
Yeah, she says, yes, his dad likes me a lot. I'm the only person on overtime.
Okay. When you respond about getting hours at work, what does she say in response to you?
Literally this morning, I wasn't supposed to go in until 10 and I went in at 6. Hunter called me and was like, do you want me to come in? I'm here. And I was like, sure. I'm going to the shack at 4:30 in the morning to help him open. I've not had a male friend I've actually enjoyed just like hanging out with in so long.
Okay. And has she indicated to you that during all these hours that she's working that her grandmother is keeping Evelyn?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so when you say that's so early, does Megan respond to you?
Says, even if he does attempt to hit on me, sometimes I brush it off. It's fine. I'm just so genuinely content. I literally don't even mind. That's when he's going to get there. Is that bad?
Okay, and then you say, let's hope he gets the hint. What did you mean by that at that point?
I guess.
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. What does she say in response to you?
Like, not even an, oh, I like him, content. I'm just content and happy around him. That sounds weird, but I am.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
But if you don't mind and have someone watch Evelyn, then definitely go for it.
The same conversation is still continuing. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at 10:57 p.m. now. Is that right? Okay. Are you okay? Okay. And then what does Megan say?
I was so fucking cranky when I came in. I won't lie. And it was like I felt better immediately being around him. My grandma was like, you just want to date him. And I was like, no, woman.
Okay. And you responded to her that he seems like a nice Southern guy. And what did Megan say in response to you?
My grandma's keeping her overnight for two nights and all day. He's a pretty good guy. Like I said, I'm just so content around him.
Okay. And when you say that's good, how does Megan respond to you?
Like I worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and came back at 7 to 9:30. I literally just didn't mind. I washed dishes and helped him clean for a little bit. And the only time I left was to go get him.
Last one for this, actually, there's two more. Sorry. When you tell her we all need good people to be around, what does she say in response to you?
Yeah, he just makes me happy. I don't know. I enjoy our friendship a lot.
And you respond, and then how does she respond to you?
I didn't even care though. It didn't feel that long.
And the last page of this conversation, starting about 10:59 p.m. What does Megan say to you at that time?
It's 11 and I have to go. I have to be back at work at 4:30 and I'm watching TikToks. I'll be there from 4:30 a.m. until like 8 at night or later.
Okay, and you said OMG, and how did she respond?
I don't even mind whatsoever.
At any time during that conversation, did she ever indicate that Evelyn was with her?
She said that Evelyn was with her grandma.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to pass you another document for you to take a look at. Take your time. Have you had a chance to look at that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 6th, 2019 at 9:10 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with her by text message that day?
Mhm.
Your Honor, we'd like to ask that to be admitted as the next exhibit, number 71.
Any objection? Before we look at 71.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
Okay.
Bailey, again, we're going to go through this just like we did the other ones. You said this started on about 9:10 on December 6th, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you regarding her work?
I'm leaving at 11 and coming back at 12, so come by before then.
Okay. And you said okay, and then what does she say?
JK, I'm leaving at 10:44, 45.
Is that you were going to go by and visit her? Is that what that conversation?
I guess.
Okay. I know some time has passed. I was just curious. Okay. So at 11:19 a.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm back now. I left again, but I'm with Hunter.
Okay. The same day, around 5:30 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
What are you doing?
And what does she say?
Chilling with Hunter still.
Okay. So just quickly, I'm going to go back. Okay. So okay, that's okay. And then what does she say at 7:21 p.m.?
I'm going to Hunter's house. Wish me luck.
Okay. And then same day, 11:30 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm home now. I was over there for hours. Holy shit. We just talked. It was nice.
At any time during that conversation, did she mention that she had Evelyn with her? Did she mention where Evelyn was?
No.
I'm going to pass you another document, and it's about 8 pages. If you could just take a look at it, try to keep it in order if you can. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit
That's
so we can
fine.
all hear you. You said it was text messages between you and Megan.
Yes.
Okay. On what date?
December 7th, 2019
Okay.
at 12:16 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on December 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be admitted as Exhibit 72.
Yeah. It's on exhibit 7.
This one's a little bit harder to read because it's a lot of text on one page. So I may zoom in and then we can zoom back out, okay? So it looks like you started by asking Megan a question. Is that right?
Yeah, I said, how was everything?
Okay. And how did she respond to you?
Good. I'm only coming in work for a little bit today, but on Monday, come back and see me. I love you and have a good day at school. Also, Hunter is going to be there after 1, so that's probably when I'll come. So you should stop by then if you do come today, because it's very awkward. Him being like, don't charge them because even employees don't get free stuff. And I know this one chick doesn't like me because of it. Like yesterday, she was bitching about him getting to leave to go do business stuff. And then I left with him twice, and she was obviously pissed when I got back.
Okay. I'm going to try to, let's see. Okay. And what did she, there we go. What did she say after that message that you just read?
I just feel bad because I know there's like 2 people who don't like me because of it, and it makes me feel like a piece of crap.
Okay. The same conversation's continuing at 3:43. Is that right? On December 7th. And okay, so what does Megan tell you at 3:43 p.m. on December 7th?
I'm riding around. Want me to pick you up?
Okay, and what do you say?
I'm getting food with Cameron.
Okay, and what did she say?
I can wait if you're busy.
Okay. She indicated any time that Evelyn is with her, either on those messages or verbally to you in a different way that day?
No.
Okay, so 3:49 p.m., what does she say to you?
Okay, I'm driving. I can't text 1 sec.
Okay. And then you say, okay, and how does she respond?
Where am I meeting you?
Okay. And what do you say?
We are about to leave the Bojangles in Piney Flats.
And what do you say? I'm sorry, what does Megan say in response to you?
I'll meet you there.
Okay. Still on December 7th, I'm going to probably zoom this one in too, just in case there's jurors who can't see it in their monitors. Okay. 4:08 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm here. Okay. Oh, sorry.
And then you responded. No, how did you respond?
Okay, I'm sorry. It'll be like 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to you?
It's okay. Take your time. Thank you. It's just me. Evelyn's with Ethan's grandma.
Okay. And had you ever known Megan to leave Evelyn with Ethan's grandparents prior to when she says it this moment? Okay, you'll have to answer
I'm
verbally.
sorry. No.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. And then do you recall getting this screenshot from Megan at 5:09 p.m. that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what that was regarding, that screenshot?
It was regarding a movie that they were going to go see.
Okay. When you say they, who are you talking about?
Hunter and Megan.
Okay. And so that's essentially the movie times that they were looking at. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movie is Dark Waters?
Yes.
Okay. And then you respond with a question mark to her. And what does Megan say to you?
I got no context other than that.
Okay. And then she then explains, I guess she realizes what it is. What does she say?
Oh, it's a movie.
And what do you say to her?
Is he asking to go watch it with you?
And then what does Megan say?
Yeah.
And then what do you say?
Are you going to do it?
And how does she respond?
Yeah.
Is it your understanding at this point that are they or are they not in a relationship at this point? I'm asking if she knows. Yeah. To your knowledge, was Megan in a relationship with Hunter at this point?
I'm not too sure. At a certain point in my mind, they were in a relationship.
Okay. So your answer is you weren't sure at this point. Okay. All right. So December 7th at 5:17, we're continuing on with that same conversation. What does Megan say in regards to the movie?
He didn't even ask. He just wanted a time.
Okay. And what did you say?
Could have left him on red or made up an excuse.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to that?
I like hanging out with him. It just threw me off guard.
Okay. And then you said that would catch me off guard too. And how does Megan respond to you?
Everyone that works with us keeps asking me if we're together. And when I say no, they don't,
And like this one girl was like, I'll go with you all then. And I was like, bitch, I don't care.
Okay. So that's what IDC is. I don't care.
Yeah.
That's okay. So same day at 8:04 p.m., what do you ask her?
How was the movie?
And how does she respond?
It was fine.
Okay. And you asked, didn't you enjoy it? And what did she say?
The movie was just kind of long. I liked getting to see him.
Okay. Asking you 3 pages. Take a moment to see if you recognize this.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 8th, 2019 at 11:53 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation on December 8th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 73.
No objection. Full exhibit 73.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay, so around 1:53 p.m. on December 8th, you ask her, what are you up to? And what does she say?
I'm with Maddie's brother
Okay, and you say, where are you? And what does she say?
at the chicken shack.
And then you ask her if she's working, and what does she say?
No, we're not open. They're just working on stuff right now.
Okay, and you ask her it's closed today, right? And what does Megan say?
I'm just chilling.
Okay, and then you say not with Hunter, and then how does she respond?
No, he's here.
Okay. Did she indicate to you in text message or in another way that day where Evelyn was? Okay. I'll pass you 2 pages. Same thing, take a look at it and see if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date for those messages?
December 13th, 2019 at 3:56 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 13th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 74, please.
No objection. Full exhibit 73.
Permission to publish, sorry. Okay. Okay, so this looks like Megan is sending you a few messages on December 13th. Can you read us the messages out loud, please?
His dad drove his car to work because his dad has a flat tire. I left his house early, and this was what he sent me when he finally woke up.
Okay. And what did she say after that?
It wasn't anything like good morning. It was get out out of the Lexus and come scoop.
Okay. Is she indicating that they spent the night together, or do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. So on December 13th at 5:06, what did she say?
Will you ride around with me?
Okay. And then what did she say after that?
I'm upsetty spaghetti.
Okay. Okay. And then you respond to her. What do you say to her?
Hey, I'm sorry. I had my notifications turned off from Messenger. I'm out with Cameron right now. I'm sorry. What's wrong?
And what does she say?
It's skit. I'm so fucking irritated.
Okay. Is it skit another, what does that mean, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
It might have been typo. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Okay. So we'll stop on the messages for a few minutes. So in these messages, Megan told you that Evelyn was with her grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that Evelyn was with Ethan's grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything different than those two things about where Evelyn was?
Sometime around that time, she had told me that Ethan came back from Army leave and that like he was going to see her for the week because he was back in town. And then he ended up filing for emergency custody for her. And then within that time period, he like had emergency custody and they were supposed to go to court and stuff over it. And then at that point, like he had emergency custody and then they had shared custody and then then they had shared custody.
Okay, so it sounds like this was more than one conversation. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was within, all of this was between December and January.
Okay. When you had these conversations with her, did she seem sad?
Not particularly.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No.
Did she seem scared in any way?
No.
What was her demeanor during any of these conversations?
It was just always matter of fact and like the answer, just that was the answer.
Okay, let's see. A few more messages. I believe it's about 4 pages. Take a look at that and let me know if you recognize that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. And what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on December 14th, 2019 at 1:09 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation you had with Megan on December 14th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 75. Well, I'm waiting for that document to come back. When she was telling you about this emergency custody, did she ever show you any paperwork or anything
No.
confirming that had actually happened? Any court paperwork or anything?
No, she didn't.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Trying to make this one a little bit bigger for the jurors. Okay, so on December 14th at 1:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm going to go ahead and head your way. Take your time. I'm just sad without Evelyn, knowing what Ethan's done, and I hate going home, seeing her stuff there and not her, you know.
Okay, and how do you respond?
Okay, I just got out of the shower, but I need to get dressed and everything.
Okay, and what does Megan say?
It'll be a second before I'm there. Like I said, take your time. I'm just avoiding going home. Like I was fine before. It just hurts knowing I can't see her than having to look at her stuff.
Okay. And then about 10 minutes later, what does she say to you?
Yeah, Birch is here.
Okay, and then what do you say?
I'm sorry, I'm about to be ready.
Okay. Prior to this text conversation, had she told you where Evelyn was? Other than what we talked, has it changed at all?
During that time, all of it kind of morphs together, so I can't say for sure. But during that time, it was around the time that she said that Ethan had gotten emergency custody.
Okay. Did she say when she was going to be able to see Evelyn again?
She said that the court date was going to be in January of 2020.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're still getting ready while she's waiting for you. And then at 1:31 p.m., what does she say in response to you?
It's okay, take your time. Like I said, it's better than me being home.
Before we go further on that, did she ever indicate, other than what she said about not wanting to be there, about why she didn't want to be home at that time?
That was around the time that she was saying that she didn't want to see Evelyn's stuff because it made her sad.
Okay, so on December 14th at 8:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm getting a hotel tonight. I don't want to go home. Would you stay with me tonight?
And then what do you say?
Can you not spend the night with Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
I just don't want to right now. Long story.
Okay. And then at 8:31 p.m., what does she say to you? Continuing essentially the same conversation.
Hunter is sweet and all, but I'm upset over Evelyn, and I just don't want to be all lovey-dovey and happy right now.
And then what do you say?
Yeah, I understand that you were happy to see him, but was it too much? What hotel are you at?
And what does Megan say?
I was excited to see him, but now I'm just not in the mood.
And you'd asked her which hotel she was at, and what did she say?
Econo Lodge.
Okay. And then did she say, just read us the last two messages if you don't mind.
Well, right now he started hugging me and stuff, and I just have a lot on my mind. I don't want to be all I think I upset him when I left, but I didn't mean to.
Okay. And did you, in fact, go to the Econo Lodge that night with Megan?
Yeah, we went there and spent the night with each other.
Okay. And how was she behaving that night?
Just kind of tired and dissociated. As soon as we got there, she pretty much just went to sleep.
Okay. You said dissociated. What do you mean by that?
Just normally, it's very talkative and, carrying conversation. But that time it was just kind of she didn't really say much. And then she just kind of went to bed. And then I stayed up a little bit later.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Not upset, tired and kind of out of it.
Okay. Was she crying?
No.
Okay. Did she seem worried?
No.
Did she seem scared?
No.
Okay. How long do you think you hung out that night?
Not long. We went to sleep pretty much not too far after getting there.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yeah.
And why did that surprise you?
That was the first time that we ever spent the night with each other. So I was kind of expecting us to, hang out, but she just kind of went to sleep shortly after we got there.
Okay. And then the next morning, did you talk at all that next morning?
Yeah, she got us pals, and then we quickly separated after we woke up.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was going to be doing that day?
She said that she was going to go hang out with Hunter.
Did you mention Evelyn that morning?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'm going to hand you 2 pages. Same thing. Just take a look and see if you can identify it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
These are text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date on those?
December 15th, 2019 at 5:26 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
And we'd like to ask for that to be made exhibit number 77. I'm sorry, 76. I apologize.
76.
I'm sorry.
76.
Permission to publish. So this is the next day, is that right, from the conversation we just looked at?
Yes.
And what does Megan say to you at 5:26 p.m.?
Do you want to get dinner with me?
And what does she say next?
I want Olive Garden.
Okay. And then you respond to her, and then who does she say she's with at 5:31 p.m.?
I'm with Hunter right now.
Okay. And then she sends you one more message that day at 5:35. What does she say?
I'll let you know when I'm not at Hunter's. My car is at the shack and I'm at his house.
Okay.
You approach.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, so at this point, Megan has been telling you Evelyn's not been with her for a couple of weeks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Megan moved out of the trailer that she was living in with Evelyn?
I don't remember her directly moving out, but I remember her staying with Hunter.
Okay. How often was she staying with Hunter?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Okay. Was she telling you this, or how did you know this?
One time, I think she picked me up from Hunter's, or I picked her up from Hunter's, but I saw her leaving Hunter's, and then she was telling me that she was staying with him and stuff.
Okay. Was she still staying at her trailer, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And do you remember going to Knoxville with Megan in December to visit your friend that had a baby?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
Audrey.
Okay. And did you and Megan ride together?
Yeah, we both went together.
Okay. And was Evelyn with you?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. How was Megan acting that day?
Speculation.
I'm not asking for speculation. I'm asking how Megan was behaving.
Replay.
Okay. What was her demeanor like?
It seemed kind of all over the place and like erratic. She kept repeating herself and kept saying that she loved us while we were there visiting Audrey.
Okay. Was that how she normally behaved?
No.
You consider that out of character?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass you one page. Take a moment to look at it. And let me know, do you recognize that? What is, okay, what is it?
It's text with me and Megan on December 23rd, 2019 at 4:44 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as exhibit number 77.
What date was that?
December 23rd. Permission to publish. Okay, I'm gonna blow this one up too because it looks a little bit smaller. Okay. On December 23rd at 4:44 p.m., where does Megan say that she is at?
I'm at Ethan's grandparents with him.
Okay, and then what do you say to Megan?
OMG, how's that? We you with Evelyn? Are you with Evelyn?
Okay, so you're essentially asking her if Evelyn is with her. Okay, and what does she say?
Yes, and good.
Okay. And then jump to the bottom. You ask her a question at 4:45 p.m. What do you say to her?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
At 4:45 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
So please send pictures of Evelyn. I miss her.
And what does Megan say to you?
I will in a second.
Okay. Did Megan send pictures of Evelyn that day?
No.
Bailey, do you need a minute? Okay. You have water? Okay. There's tissues out there if you need them, okay? Bailey, do you want to take a break or do you think you can go on for a few minutes? We can do either one.
Sorry, was it good to do?
One stand, please. We'll have about 5 minutes for cross.
Like 15 minutes?
We probably will have about 5 minutes for cross-examination to push over 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may let them go. No problem.
Okay.
Do they have reservations for dinner or just for?
Dinner reservations.
Are we ready to start back up?
We are ready. We're ready.
Huh?
Nobody was going to. No. We'll take the kids. It's hot.
Yeah. We kind of got to get there before it is. Check with fairness. Go ahead and have Ms. Hawkins take it back.
We call for
Yeah.
This witness is taking forever.
I ended.
Thank you.
All right, stay ready to proceed.
State's ready, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Jury's ready. Okay.
One second, please.
Remember hearing that Evelyn had.
Don't remember.
With. Okay. Okay. So we essentially ended before we took a break around December 23rd of 2019. And we talked about that. Did you continue to hang out with Megan after December 23rd of 2020?
I don't remember any like specific dates, but we hung out a lot, so I would assume so.
Okay. Do you remember learning that, do you remember hearing that Evelyn had been reported missing at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to speak up. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And how did you learn that Evelyn was missing?
I found out on Facebook.
Okay. Had Megan told you at any time?
I know.
Okay. All right. I'll pass you 2 pages. Just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Messages between me and Megan on January 9th, 2020 at 1:55 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Okay, we'd like to offer that as exhibit number 78. January 9th. Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what question do you ask Megan on January 9th of 2020?
When was your court date with Evelyn? I know you said it was January.
And what does she say?
And tomorrow.
And then what do you say?
Where's Evelyn right now? Still with Ethan?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Also, is Ethan not back doing Army things? I know a lot of people have left for Army stuff already. I just don't understand how he can have custody if he's literally going into the Army.
Okay. And then what does Megan say in response to that?
I don't know. It's retreated. I don't know what he is or isn't doing. He won't speak to me. I talked to him like once on New Year's.
Okay. Is she talking about Ethan?
Yes.
That's your document. And ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Text message from Megan on January 20th, 2020 at 12:35 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of that text message that you received from Megan
Yes.
on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 79. Thank you. Permission to publish.
Okay.
On January 20th, 2020, what does Megan tell you in this message?
Went to Bowling Rock today.
To Blowing Rock?
Yeah, Blowing Rock, yeah.
Sorry, I'm making you work. Okay. Your Honor, may we approach briefly? Just want to make sure.
fight Hunter if it's a girl.
And then
One day I went to men's house, I may not.
okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. What does Megan say to you at 5:51 on January 24th, 2020?
I have big news. Me and Hunter may or may not be expecting a small human. We are. It just sounded more mysterious.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
Speaking of small humans, how's Evelyn doing? I know you said you get to keep her every other week.
And then what does Megan say in response?
She's good. Mean as fuck, though.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
I want to see her. When's the next time you'll have her?
And what does she say?
I'm picking her up next Monday after my appointment.
And then what does she say to you at 6:02 p.m.?
I'll fight Hunter if it's a girl because I want a little boy so bad.
And then what do you say in response?
A little boy would be nice because then you'd have both.
Same thing. Take a look at this and let me know if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize it.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on January 29th, 2020 at 1:59 a.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your messages with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 81. Permission to publish. What do you ask Megan on January 29th, 2020?
Do you still have Evelyn?
And what is her response?
My grandma does right now because my mom's sick and stuff. I didn't want to bring her around.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Will you have Evelyn with you? I really miss her little baby face. I bet she's grown so much since I haven't seen her in like a month.
And then what does Megan say?
Yes.
January 2020. Have you seen Evelyn at all during the month of January?
No.
Did you see Evelyn at all during the month of December of 2019?
No.
Okay. How are you feeling at this point? In January 2020, how are you feeling?
Object to the relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. I'm going to ask in a different way, okay? You haven't seen Evelyn in about 2 months at this point. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you getting worried?
Yeah.
Tell me in your own words why you were getting worried.
Just everything was starting to add up, not seeing the pictures, her being wishy-washy on having Evelyn, and then it just kind of, everything was starting to feel off.
Okay. You say no pictures. What do you mean by that? Were you seeing pictures before?
I mean, it was just she was posting pictures and everything, so you'd obviously see the pictures.
Okay. When you say she was posting pictures, where would you see pictures posted?
Facebook.
Okay. Did that stop at some point?
I don't remember specifics, but I mean, during that time, I just didn't see anything.
Okay. Was she continuing to talk about Evelyn?
It seemed like the only time that we would talk about her is when I would ask.
Okay. Did you consider calling DCS?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not call?
She was such a good friend to me that I didn't want to do that to her. Like, I've gone through similar situations and I know how it affected me, and I didn't want to do that to her.
Did you continue to try to press her about where Evelyn was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah.
What did she tell you?
I mean, it was always an answer. It was either with Ethan or Ethan's grandparents or there was always an answer.
Okay. Actually, one more document. It's 5 pages.
I recognize these.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages on February 22nd, 2020 at 2:46 a.m.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a conversation you had with Megan on February 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be made exhibit number 82. Permission to publish. And would these messages have occurred after you found out that Evelyn was missing?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay. What do you say to Megan at 2:46 a.m. on February 22nd?
I just got out of control. Why did you tell me Ethan had her if she's sick? If he's sick, he still hasn't seen her since December. Why would we get back to that? I've been crying. Just you. If whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything.
Okay. So you said, I'll try to help you a little bit, okay? You said to her, if whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything. And then can you tell me what Megan says in response?
Me too. I just couldn't tell anyone because I was worried the person might run or harm Evelyn or someone else in my family.
Okay. And then you say, I'm just so confused about everything and I don't know what to believe. So just please tell me the truth and be upfront with it because I love Evelyn and as much as you do. And I feel like I deserve the truth. I know you felt you needed to lie to keep Evelyn safe, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And what does Megan say in response?
If I could tell you anything, I could, but I was told not to. As soon as I can talk, I promise you'll be the first person I come to.
That conversation continues. You ask her, do you think Evelyn is okay? Or do you think this person would do something to harm her? I hate not knowing anything because I'm so worried and my mind just goes to the worst. You say, God, that makes me worried because it seems like she's the person that would have had Evelyn. And who are you talking about there? Or do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. If she doesn't have her, then where would she be? I'm hoping the person isn't your mom because I just don't get why she'd take Evelyn and wouldn't let you see her because I never saw her. And then you say, are you and Hunter okay? Because everything he's saying to the news is false. And what does Megan say?
What do you mean everything he's saying to the news? He's kind of got threats to the business and everything.
And then he said y'all weren't serious and that you guys were on and off. You never told me you guys were on and off, and I thought you guys were pretty serious. And what does Megan say?
We were definitely living together and shit, but he did that so people would stop giving him death threats or whatever.
Okay. And you say, are you guys okay though? Is he being a support to you through this, or are you guys not in contact right now? And what does Megan say?
No, we've talked.
Okay. And then you say, I hope everything is okay between the two of you since you've been through a lot and this is a lot. Then you ask her, are you talking about Hunter?
Yes.
Ever see Evelyn? I know at the beginning he never saw her because you wouldn't let him. But after that, did he ever get to meet her? You never told me. And what does Megan say?
I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake.
And then you ask, when is the last time you saw Evelyn? And what does Megan say?
I can't disclose that either.
Okay. And you say the police are saying that the babysitter saw her last on December 10th. Did you see her on the 26th, like in the original Amber Alert? And what does Megan, let me make that smaller. What does Megan say?
I can't disclose that.
Okay. Did Megan ever tell you anything different other than the things we've already talked about? The other things she told you about where Evelyn was. Did she ever tell you anyone else had Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask her about her mom?
Yes. On February 22nd, we ended up hanging out that day. And she told me that Evelyn was with her mom.
Okay. Did she act concerned about that at all?
Not really.
Okay. Was she worried for Evelyn?
I mean, at that point, I just was kind of in my own head about everything. So it's kind of hard to tell what she was feeling because I was just kind of, everything was too much at that point. So it's hard to say.
Okay. Well, I'm asking specifically about when she said Angela, her mom, or Angel, had Evelyn. Did she seem to be scared for Evelyn's safety?
I mean, I don't guess so.
Okay. So the last thing I'm going to hand you, okay? I know this is a lot. Okay. You just mentioned the date of February 22nd, 2020. Did you see Megan in person that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
It's a receipt from when we stayed at, or no, not when we stayed at Echo Lodge yet.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it is. Okay, it's on February 22nd when I dropped her off at Echo Lodge.
Okay. So you're saying you dropped her off at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Is that the one on Airport Highway?
Yes.
Okay. And whose signature is on that receipt?
Mine.
Okay. So did you, for for lack of a better term. Did you get a room? You pay for a room for Megan for that night at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer that as exhibit number 83.
Full exhibit 83.
I don't need that one. I don't need it. Okay. Do you remember why you got a room for Megan that night?
She said that with everything going on, she just wanted to get away.
Okay. Did you stay there with her that night, or did she stay there alone? Or
No, I didn't stay with her. I just dropped her off.
okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense attorney has for you. Okay. (2020). Did you see?
I have to give you certain admonitions every time we end the proceeding for the day. You're not to communicate with other jurors, anyone else regarding any subject.
They're going to wrap it up.
You're not to form
He's giving them the
express any
ammunition.
opinion about this case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to
Oh,
the court
shit.
any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions.
So I don't know what the sidebar was then,
News reports concerning this case.
because he never questions her.
Decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. We'll go with the officer.
One thing, please.
Oh, thank you, Connie. Yeah, they'll do cross tomorrow morning. She has to come back tomorrow. He originally had said he only had like 5 minutes up for her.
You'll have to come back tomorrow, and we'll start at 9 o'clock. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness, or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And I'm going to ask you to not watch any of the live stream or replay of this.
Why did I think Sullivan County was central? I thought it was only 4:18. Why did I think there was central time there? I didn't think it was East Coast time, but Tennessee's split up, so maybe I was just mistaken.
So that the record is clear, and I didn't want to say this necessarily in front of you. Exhibit 69, 77.
Of course, Thomas. Thank you guys for hanging out. We'll chat about all the things from today, and I got some pictures and stuff.
That's full exhibits over the objection of defense.
It really is heavy though.
69.
They're just going to go over exhibits, but I didn't want to miss it if they actually had something important to say.
79.
Oh, John, I feel like Evelyn is getting lost in this. Well, it's because this is the Megan show.
The case, the jury to mine, we'll be back here at 30 minutes.
So have the witness come back at 9 to be ready at
Yeah,
9.
the witness to mine. I think that's what I told her.
Okay.
Court stands in recess.
Okay.
Jean, you better ask me that question.
All done for the day. All done for the day, guys. All right, let me get rid of this. All right, well, let's go. Let me pull this one up real quick so that you guys can see this if you haven't seen it. I didn't put it on the, I don't know. See, I guess this is my own bias coming in because I just don't see Hunter. Hunter's got some of his own issues, do not get me wrong. I don't see Hunter being involved. That's because she's such a liar that I just don't believe anything she has to say. So could my opinion of that change? Yes. So my own bias, I didn't put any of the Hunter stuff in the presentation, or really, because it doesn't, I don't know, but I'll play it for you guys.
The FBI, state and local investigators are teaming up tonight to try to find a 15-month-old little girl from Sullivan County. She's believed to have been last seen a couple of months ago.
That case is making headlines across Tennessee and the country. One day ago, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office said a missing child investigation was underway for 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell. Investigators said she was last seen by some family members the day after Christmas.
Around 8 o'clock last night, things escalated quickly. The TBI issued an Amber Alert, and it is still unclear why the child was reported missing after she was last seen several months ago, a couple of months ago. Tonight, the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children issued its own plea for information to try to track down this little girl. Febin Casahoon's live at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where she's been monitoring developments in the case all day. Febin?
Up until very recently, everything has always been reported that somebody last saw her on December 26th. That's been like the reports for like the first 3 years after she went missing. So everybody went with the timeline of December 26th. Then there was in one of the pre-trial, and I don't remember which one now, it was kind of discussed that the possibility was closer to the beginning of December, but they still never changed the last seen date. So this is why I'm really curious on this timeline, because as of right now in trial, we have 2 witnesses who have stated they last saw Evelyn on Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving in 2019 was on November 28th. So as of right now, we only have those 2 confirmed. We're waiting for the what was her name? Sue, Aunt Sue, to tell us when she saw her, because supposedly she was babysitting closer to the beginning of December. Now, in those messages between that last friend and her, she said that she was told the babysitter saw her December 10th. Well, we know we know she's not around on December. The baby's not around on December 10th. So there's somewhere in between November 28th and December 5th. Like that's where we're kind of, that's the real main focus, November 28th to December 5th. Well, she apparently told DHS that she saw Ethan with Evelyn around Christmas, but then he told them she wasn't with, yeah. And so I think they just continue to stick with that. So I think the 26th came from her for sure. Okay, let me keep playing this.
Now, as the investigation continues for the search of this 15-month-old child, many people are telling me that they are being attacked on social media due to their involvement with the family. And I spoke with one man who says he has nothing to do with the disappearance of 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell.
I've never seen the baby in my life.
Hunter Wood says he briefly dated Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell.
She applied for a job at my restaurant, Hunter T's Chicken Shack, and it wasn't like a relationship. It was an on and off going, type deal. It wasn't like an all out, relationship.
He says he's known Megan Boswell for about 2 months and never saw baby Evelyn.
All I've seen is pictures of her. I have no relationship with that child whatsoever.
He says he's received threats over the internet, causing him to shut down his restaurant's Facebook page.
To my knowledge, the entire time that I've known Maggie, I've never seen the baby, of course, but as well as the baby has been with the father, back from military leave. And that is all that I've known about the child.
He wants the focus to be on finding the child and not on him and his business.
There's been a bunch of stuff said about, my restaurant, Hunter T's Chicken Shack, things negative towards, to try to, stir away the main key factor of us just trying to operate.
The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office is working with the TBI to find baby Evelyn, who was reportedly last seen around December 26th.
In some aspects, the span of time that has gone by makes this a little difficult. but we are working it just as if no time has passed. You know, our primary function or our primary goal in this is to find this child.
Captain Andy Seabolt with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office says the mother and father of the child have been cooperating with officials.
We have spoken with many family members, and I'm sure that there are some others that would be helpful if we could speak with them as well. And part of what our investigators are doing is just attempting to contact people that may have information that can assist us.
Yeah, so I want to talk about that because I don't think she was actually living in his house, and this has always been kind of up for debate. Because remember, she was living at the trailer, and she just stopped going back to the trailer. But at some point, she had to have communicated that she wasn't going to be living there anymore. That they had that Austin Feller. At least we know what role he played now, because he's an interesting character, and people were speculating that maybe he was this baby daddy, but the other guy, the friend that passed away, I know her name too. What is her name? The friend that passed away, her older brother testified, and said that she was staying at his mom's, which is this lady who actually joined Facebook groups. And I was gonna go through. Well, apparently it doesn't want to give me the next screenshot, so hold on. Yeah, Maddie Broom. So wait, why did he say she was staying with the mom? And so we always were under the impression that she was trying to stay anywhere she could during this time, because remember, there was the one friend that I've never been able to confirm as her friend, and one of the things I was doing while I was listening once I got back to my desk finally was trying to find these screenshots that I know I have to see if the name matches any of these people, because one of the friends, and it's not the ones that have testified yet, but they said that she was trying to stay with them during this time, and she knew something was going on, and that she was lying about Evelyn, and she told her she couldn't stay there. But I was never able, I don't know for sure that. But yeah, so at 2:20 she was staying with his mom. Yeah, but so 2:18 she was staying with Hunter. I think she was just staying wherever the hell she could. I honestly just think she was staying wherever she could because she knew that people were trying to find Evelyn, and she didn't want. Yeah, exactly. That's what I think. So I think that she's trying to tell people she was living with Hunter, but I don't think she was actually living with Hunter. But that's maybe because that's where she was at the time, but she didn't have anything there. She just didn't. Yeah, she didn't. So she's just there. They found out where she was, and they went and met her there. But I think that she was just staying wherever the hell she could. I really don't think that she had a quote unquote living, like where she was actually like a residence. I just don't, which I've always thought that because of all the people that were like, yeah, she's trying to stay here, or she stayed over here. And then she kept trying to say she was living with Hunter, and he's like, we're not living together. I mean, when would she didn't move anything. She left all of her stuff was at the trailer. They threw it out. We can see it in the photos. So she didn't move. I mean, she didn't move anything. You see what I mean? So she's probably just like, oh yeah, I live in that trailer, and but we're hooking up and having sex all the time. So I'm just going to stay here because it's easier. And then, his thing is, I've never met the baby. Don't know who I know about her. I know that she's with her dad. The baby's with her dad. How old is Hunter? Well, I can tell you because I have some of his arrest records. Let me pull that up. Not that one, I guess. Let me see if let me find the other one. He's in his 20s. So he owns this Hunter's Chicken Shack, but I'm almost positive that somebody passed away and he inherited it. But I don't have any documentation to prove that, so I don't want to overly speculate. But I'm pretty sure. Trying to find the right screenshots. Just wanted to say how proud I am of my son Hunter Wood and his dad Randy Wood on their new adventure. Stop by for some great food located across from Northeast State on Highway 75. Did you see in that 30 seconds of him talking to the news, he mentioned his business twice. He's got a ton of stuff for traffic violations. Both him and Ethan got DUIs within like the year after Evelyn was reported missing. Yeah, I think he was in his 20s. He was definitely older than her. I know for sure he's had it from 2021. But I mean, that interview's back from 2019 and he's already talking about it. So I don't know if it was a co-owner thing and he got full ownership in 2021. I don't know all the business history, but I know in 2019 he was on this venture with his dad. And then I think that his dad left it to him or just gave it to him. Oh, the one that I had up. Let me see. This one is 2020. 2020, I believe. I should double check that because I just have the screenshots. So I think this is 2020. What the heck? My phone's like listening to me. Sorry, hold on. It's like pulling up stuff and like saying things. So she was 18 and he was 25, approximately. Oh, he's 30 now. Yeah, or you're saying so he's 30 now. I think so. I mean, I can pull it up really quick to tell you guys. But then I found this other screenshot that I had that I thought was quite interesting because remember I was like, maybe that was a rumor and I just forgot about it. So this guy says, I was told Ethan wasn't even the father, and the father is some guy named Eric Smith. Date of birth is 1995. So yeah, he'll be 30 this year. So that makes sense. Yeah. He's absolutely a player. So I don't know who Eric Smith is. That's a new name for me. Apparently I thought that screenshot was important at some point in time. So but there's that. There's the two of them together. What else do I have in here? Here's the house he was building. And then she puts that she's so excited for their new home. And then she's telling people that she's pregnant. And that one, I don't remember all the friends' names, but the one friend has actually put all of her screenshots out of that conversation. So I actually have the screenshot where she tells her she's pregnant. Let me see. I put that in that was in the presentation of the case where she was telling everybody she was pregnant with Hunter's kid. I think it's this one. Yeah. What are you doing? I'm impregnated. Yeah. Hi, ATS. The first one, the friend that had the baby that she went to the hospital to visit her. That one. I don't know who the assault was on. He's got a record. And then here's her mom and her mom's boyfriend after they were released. Walking down the road. Found that one. And here's Ethan arrested. And I think his is also his might be 2021. This is Ethan Perry's. Okay, so here's a couple things that I thought, now that we know more about how she was found, and this is one of the things, so if you guys are sleuthing or actually like doing anything like in the Facebook groups of Evelyn, see if you want to sleuth on her, I think she has like 5 or 10 profiles on Facebook. I have this screenshot, but I don't have the screenshot of a date of when she posted it, which I think would be important. Let me find the photo. Hold on. It's down here somewhere. Because the date of this, I think, is important. And if you guys will know why. So this is the pajamas that she was found in. The onesie penguin pajamas. So why, if she's in this onesie pajama, why is her leg out? Look at the date on the screenshot. I guess I could. I'd have to go back in my phone because I transferred all the date on this screenshot is going to be from my phone, sending it to myself in Messenger and then saving it on my computer. So I'd have to go back in my phone. If you guys want, I can do that. So, but yeah, her leg isn't. So then I'm like, okay, this whole story of like that she rolled over on her, like she's not even fully in her PJs. Her leg is out because you can see her leg in the photo. So the little leggy isn't zipped up. You know what I mean? Like if you guys know like how it has like the zipper on the one leg. Hey, Pink Lotus. No, it's a zipper. Okay. Should I? Well, they showed it on the stream. Maybe that doesn't matter if I show it. But I'll just do a real quick trigger warning here because the one is it's of her little leg, and they showed it yesterday on the stream. So just if you don't want to see it, please just give me a hot minute. I'm going to show it. Close your eyes. Don't look at the screen. So you guys can see what I'm talking about. So you can see here's the zipper of the onesie. You see that? And then you can see here's the footy of the onesie. Some have buttons, but yeah, these fleece. So you can see, but you can see the zipper line right here. You see that? And you can see it right there. So it's like unzip, like, oh, like you're changing a diaper kind of thing. So why? I mean, I'm thinking, okay, now there's whole rolling over on the baby, so you just don't even bother. You don't even actually put. I'm gonna take it down now. So you guys, just anybody who was looking away, just there you go. But yeah, so I'm like, you roll over on her. But I guess maybe. Well, I mean, that one friend did testify that she didn't bother buckling it in her car seat or things like that. So maybe she just didn't care about her safety whatsoever, and she just didn't care if she had her zippy leg pulled up, you know? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I had both. Tennessee. I had both for all my kids, so I get it. But this one's definitely zipper, and then it's got the little button on the top here. I mean, it's got the little flap over, so this zipper doesn't get them in the neck. Yeah, that story doesn't make sense at all. They said the penguins specifically. That was just the one time. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, okay, maybe she didn't care. But I'm just thinking when, like, you go to sleep, like, you zip up, the baby's going to be zipped up. So, like, what would be transpiring at the time that she doesn't have her zipper up? And I'm thinking, like, diaper change, right? Oh, gosh, yeah, scales of injustice. No, if my kids were sleeping through the night, I wasn't bothering to touch them. Yeah, if you were sleeping, you were staying asleep in that wet diaper then, except for when they were newborns. Then they didn't really sleep through the night yet anyway. I was lucky if I could get 4 hours out of them. Yeah, at first I did, but then I don't know. He said something that I realized it was footy pajamas or bath or bedtime. Yeah, I don't know. So, but I have this photo, and I'm like, because I'm really trying to like narrow down this time frame. and not that she couldn't wear the same pajamas, more than once at that time. But if this photo is in that minimal time frame from the 28th to the 5th, I think it could be important, right? I mean, that would kind of narrow down at least a little bit more of when it was. But I have no idea when this photo was, because it's just the screenshot, so I don't know. So if you guys happen to go sleuthing, or you happen to be in Evelyn Facebook groups and you find one that has a timestamp on it, let me know. I'll go through my Google Photos and see if I can get when I took the screenshots. But that's not going to help me because she wasn't reported missing for months. So I mean, it's still not going to even show. And even if I took the screenshots, it's not going to be till minimum February, right? This looks like the trailer to me, right? I mean, it's very similar to the trailer area. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's Grandma's house. It could be either one. But she's the same age as she was here. Okay, so another stream. I guess I'm really confused because I thought they had one pool camera, but so maybe Court TV is just covering it. But apparently other channels are not covering all these photos. So I got a couple photos today. I don't really know if I'm even comfortable showing them, to be honest. You don't see her. I mean, you obviously see more of her in that photo I just showed. But it does. I mean, you can understand the blanket versus the tinfoil much better by seeing the photo. I don't know. But you don't see her. You don't see her. I just don't know how I feel about showing that, because I mean, it's her. But like I said, I mean, you can actually tell more of it's more her in that other photo. So I don't know if I can describe it. Okay, I'm gonna stop this so that I don't accidentally show it. Let me see if I can try to describe it. Okay, I don't want everybody being like, oh my gosh, here's Teresa at Criminality, like showing pictures of dead babies. Like, I don't want to be that person. She's not in. You don't see her, and they did show it on the stream, so I don't. Are you guys sure? I don't know. I think my gut's telling me not to do it. I probably shouldn't do it because I just feel like people are gonna get really mad because I mean, it's her. All right, you guys are gonna have to come and defend me when the fucking pitchforks start coming. You don't see her. It is true crime, I know, but you and I both know the history of how this shit goes down and how pissed people get. Okay, so here's the trigger warning then. If you don't want to see it, yeah, they already showed it on the stream, I know. Okay, when the pitchforks come in my comment section, I just want to know that I've got some backup. Okay, you don't want to see it, look away. So here's one. I have two of them. And they're blurry because it's screenshots of that stream. Thank you, Scales of Injustice. You guys got my back. I'm doing it. I know they do law junk. I get it. Like I said, it's sad. You know what it is, but I mean, you don't see her, and it's not like an autopsy photo. But I see those don't really bother me any. They just bother other people, and I'm trying to be as respectful as I can to other people. And as sad as it is, I don't have that. I'm not the one who's like, oh my gosh, I can't look at that kind of stuff. It doesn't really. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't say it doesn't bother me because it does, because I know what it is. But you know what I mean. I think you guys know what I mean. So anyway, you can see the blanket, and it's like tucked up and around, and then you can see the foil. It actually like comes like up around the head, and then it's like out. If you can see that, I don't know if you can really tell that because it is so blurry, but it's like it comes out almost like it is put over the head and the face, and then like bunched up. Shit, Brittany. Okay, sorry. I would hope so, Pink Lotus. I would hope so. I don't understand the foil either, but definitely was seeing it, the whole, is it possible that it was at the bottom of the trash and then she was put in upside down? You can absolutely tell that is not the case. Yeah, yes, the head is like bent backwards. And they also said they found tinfoil in her mouth. So I don't, why the tinfoil? I have no idea. Okay, so there's one more, but it's only a partial because it's the trash can, but it gives you, another visual of her. So just like I said, I will let you guys know if you're just listening, when to come back. So you can see over here, like the foil. Yeah, because this was very confusing to me. That the foil thing, that's why I wanted to see it, because I'm like, I can't make sense of it. So this is the trash can where they said like there was other trash. You could see like eggs and stuff in the trash can. So this is the trash bag that was in the trash can originally. And then this is as she's removed. So you see what's in the trash can. And I mean, I don't understand the purpose of the foil. That doesn't make sense. But and then on the right side of the photo, you can see here's that foil that comes out again, and then the head and part of the body. But you don't really, I mean, it's still covered in a blankie. So see, I thought maybe that was it, but I don't think so now. I don't think so now. Not with the way I think it's purposely placed on her. Okay, so okay, you guys saw them. I'm gonna take that down now so that other people, if they don't want to see it, they don't have to see it. Let me get rid of both of them. So like this one, you can see more of the full part that's got like the blanket and stuff. Okay. So anybody who didn't want to look, you guys can come back now. Like I said, you cannot see her. But it's her. So I think these were from yesterday's session. I think that's when he was up there. I was under the impression it was from today, but I think it's yesterday's. Thank you, Connie. I did send you more images. Are those from today, Connie, or okay, hold on. Let me look. Are they from today, or were they in the batch from yesterday and I just missed it? That may be the case. If she just wrapped her up and put her in there alive. I don't know that they showed graphic pics today. Okay. Oh, from today. Let me look at the what you call it. So anyway, I wanted to see if we could kind of narrow down. I'm gonna keep digging to see if I can narrow down when this picture is actually when she posted this photo. I think it could be important. Is it? It could not be, but it could be. I need my email pulled up. Hi. Yeah, I did. Just go get it. That's true too, Indiana girl. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull up my email. Tiny Human just got home from school. Okay, let me see what we have today. Oh, these are from today. So they did show somewhat graphic. I don't know. You think that? I don't know. Is it? I think that is the bag that was on top of her, Connie. Trying to get it to download, but it's not wanting to. So I'm going to give it a second and see if it does. Oh, here it is. Okay. This could be triggering depending on what you guys think of the photo. So I'm going to put that out there as an FYI because I can only see it in the little tiny, thumbnail of, yeah, I think this is the trash can that's on top of her. I think this is the trash can on top of her, or the trash bag, not can. But I could be wrong. I don't know, because remember they said there was like 2 bags that were just placed on top of her and they removed those bags. And then they like actually, once they realized that she was in there, they like put it back to photograph everything. So yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I could totally be wrong. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. Well, this isn't the body bag. This is a trash bag and this is still inside the shed because you can see the other stuff from inside the shed. Let me see. You sent me a lot of good pictures from the shed. What is this one? Hey, Percocet. Oh, this is when they're good. This is when they don't even have her out. They don't even have her out of the white bag at this point. So they definitely don't have that black. If she was in a black bag, I think that's the one that's on top of her. Yeah, I think it was the one on top of her. I'm going with that because now this is the photo where they're about to remove her from the white garbage bag. Yep, I agree. Okay, I'm thinking that's what it is, because they don't bother her body, her remains inside the shed. They don't touch it. He said when they take the trash can out of the shed is when they do it. Okay. Yeah, I'm going with that. That's the bags that were on top of her. Yeah, well, he's just trying to set up that, like, the way that she's found. He's just setting up for future. The way she's found isn't going to be accurate because the detectives moved her around in the trash can. Like, no, she didn't really. The trash can ain't that fucking big. She didn't move that much. But nice try. Let me see what else I had in here, because there was a couple other things I was going to show you. What's the other thing? Oh, I know one of them. Hold on. There's another photo, and it's the photo from November when, see, I don't remember all their names, so I apologize for that. The last one, the one that took forever. It took forever to get through her testimony. The last best friend, is that Bailey? Is that Bailey? I think that might be Bailey. When they went to the Speedway, one of the photos that's posted that is used a lot is from the Speedway. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Dun, 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 dun. But again, I didn't look to see. I don't think the screenshot I have shows when it was posted, so I don't have a date on that. Where the heck is it? Yeah. So there's the one from the Speedway. And she said they went twice and both days were in November. She's such a little cutie. Look at her little teeth. She's so freaking cute. I know I had other ones I wanted to show you guys because I was pulling them up, and now I don't know what they were. I don't know what they were. What else did we talk about today that I would have wanted to show you guys photos for? Somebody asked if I thought that her mom or her mom's boyfriend are going to testify. I don't think so. Do you guys think that they will? I don't see a purpose for the state. And now that we know the defense theory is it's to blame Hunter. I don't even know if they're going to bring up Mom and William. Oh, there it is. There's another one of it. It was used on the flyer. And it says Daddy's Amazing Girl. I thought that was interesting that it says Daddy's Amazing Girl. Where's the boat picture? I'm going to talk to you guys about the bruises. Because she brings up that in the interview with the agents. Was it the agents or was it the CPS or the DCS guy? In one of them, she talks about that she has bruises and, but she doesn't hit her. And I know I used this on the presentation, but I wasn't able to actually, if you can see right there on her head. Walking toddlers do get hit and do get bumps on the head, though. So it's just always an interesting thing looking back when now we have this result. It's questionable. I'm going to show you this one too. I love this picture of her. It was weird to say. It could be manipulation. Yeah, DHS interview, she said she doesn't whip her and talked about bruises. Yeah. She's just so freaking cute. I can't stand it. Oh, this is probably my favorite picture of her. All right. So what else from today should we go over? So we had the cross-examination of the agent, which I think was really uneventful for us. I know the defense is, like I was saying, just setting up the fact that the body was jostled, so the way the medical examiner finds her isn't necessarily going to be accurate. I know that's what he's going. And then we had the weird thing about we had the dad. We had her dad who could not remember a date to save his life, but really got mad that they accused him of being charged or convicted of something in 2014, but he can't remember a date for anything else. So I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, "Great, you're so adamant about this," and he's like, "I don't know, I'm really bad with dates." So I was like, "Okay." Then we had Austin Feller, who showed us the photos of inside the house. Let's take a look at those. Let's take a look at the photos of inside the house, because that place was a fucking disaster. I don't even know how anybody could live like that. I like Tommy. I didn't think he was shady before. I think he's got a bad history, and you're talking about generational trauma when it comes to cases like this, because he's got. I mean, him, Angela, they all have a terrible history. But I didn't think that he had anything to do with this. And I think it made more sense now that we know. Ooh, that was a question I had for you guys. He said that he saw Megan's car backed up to the shed playhouse area, but he was driving. Emma's going to go back and listen, but maybe one of you guys caught this timeline wise. But he didn't stop or anything, and he didn't actually see her. But he didn't stop because his son had a seizure, and so he was just driving past, and he saw her car backed up and the trunk open. What date was that? Does anybody know what date that was? Oh, well, this is just one of the photos. Hold on, I'll bring up some of the other ones too. So they didn't like him saying that was Megan's room, because he doesn't actually know that. I was going to give a pass for a minute on the trailer. We don't know if she lived this way. This was months after she moved. We don't actually know when this was, which you'd think they would because they have the photos. But he was like, it was before Christmas or after Christmas. And if nobody had been in there, then she absolutely had to live like this. No? I don't think he said specifically said the date, but they acted like it was on 3/6. She was in jail on 3/6, so that couldn't be right. She was arrested on the 25th, I believe. Yeah, there are people who just like, I mean, I'm just like, oh, just throw it. How do you walk? How do you walk anywhere? How do you get around your house? Like, and this is, I mean, how do you get from one room to another? This is just food. He also said that he found open milk containers in the stove. Like, was she on drugs? Because that's like fucking weird. Obviously stepping over shit, but there's just like old food everywhere. Just, I mean, it's just trash. It's just really bad. I saw an open milk on the table too. Did I grab that photo? Let me see if I grabbed that one. I did. I think I'm missing one. Yeah, here's an open milk on the table. And he said there was like dirty diapers and everything. Well, that's what I'm wondering. So if we have like this issues, then that might explain the aluminum foil. They never really talked about whether they thought she was on drugs or not. Nobody's ever really said like, yeah, I saw her taking a bunch of drugs or she did drugs all the time. They haven't brought that up in trial either. Maybe. Maybe she did it on purpose. It looks like a hoarder's house. Doesn't even look that. Hoarders are, or at least they stack it from floor to ceiling and make it look a little nicer. This just looks like a disaster. I did hear that. And, you know, and then her friends did say the day that they went to the hospital, or her and Bailey went to the hospital to see the other friend, that she was being kind of weird and she just kept saying, I love you. And she's like, yeah, and the girl that just gave birth was like, I'm trying to tell my birth story, but she just kept repeating, I love you over and over again. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. These pics make me need to take a shower. So I think I need to go back and listen to Tommy Boswell and see if they give a better idea of what date that happened, or dig around and see what I can find, because I'm wondering when that was. Because if they would explain, like, you have the dogs and then you don't have the dogs. You know, you have the dogs that were sniffing around on the 23rd. They don't find the baby. And then they find the baby on the 6th. So is it between there, or was it even way earlier? Audrey gave birth on 12/9 and was still in the hospital. Yeah, Audrey, thank you. Yeah, I don't know how I can't remember that. One of my fave peeps on here is Audrey. If I walked in and was tasked with cleaning this, I would absolutely take pictures and videos, period. I do. I love that he said, though, he was like, yeah, so I took photos of everything. And she's like, oh, you did? And he's like, yeah, but I don't have those photos, and I don't have that phone anymore. And so she hands him the photos, and he's like, well, you have the photos. Okay. So he's like trying to come up with like how he's going to get her the photos. But she's like, I already have them. He's probably thinking like, you assholes, how do you get all my shit? See my other comment about the tinfoil. For you guys. I think aluminum foil had one or both purposes. Foil would trap in heat and make inside the foil hotter and speed up the decomposition. And maybe her dumbass thought it would stop the smell. Well, I mean, that's another thing we know nothing about, is like, what are the Google searches on her phone? What do they look like? He said feces, so I think she was using the bathroom wherever she wanted to. I freaking hope not. That's disgusting. Yeah, we need to know the date that he saw. We need to know the date that he saw the car backed up. did anyone think it was odd that they didn't cross the Steve Lawrence, the friend's brother, that took her to the police station and said she lived with his mother? I don't know. I don't know what he was really relevant to, besides the prosecution saying, yeah, nobody saw her. They're really not crossing these friends, because I don't think they're disputing this timeline. The defense is going to focus on anything that has to do with proving that Megan actually did it, that Megan actually killed her, that it was premeditated, obviously, like with some malice aforethought in there, that they're going to hit that with Hunter, that Hunter did it, that they're going to hit Hunter with the fact that he's the one who disposed of her remains. She didn't know where it was taken. If anything, you can convict her on the fact that she lied because she was scared, or you can convict her on the fact that she didn't report it because she was scared. So he's going basic here. Like, you can convict her on the lying and not reporting it, but other than that, she didn't do any of this. So they don't care about that timeline. They're going to go focusing on the fact that Hunter rolled over on her and killed her. Now, if you're both asleep and you don't actually know who rolled over and hurt her, I don't know if he knew this chick for, like, at that point, it would have been a couple of days. You would have only known her a couple of days before Evelyn goes missing. Law Junkie, they always do that. He said that in February. She told him that when he saw her in December and asked about Evelyn, that she was missing and not with Ethan, as she'd said. Hold on, wait. Well, if what he had to say might not help them, it's unwise to cross. Yeah, I don't think that. He said that in February she told him that when he saw her in December and asked about Evelyn, that she was missing and not with Ethan, as she'd said. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're going to go with that. I don't think they care if she's convicted on the lying to police. That's just, if you go back to the Casey Anthony trial, they did the same thing. She was charged with lying to police. They didn't care to fight that. It didn't matter. It didn't matter that she was scared. She was scared of her dad. She was scared of what he was going to do. And so she lied. And she got convicted of that. So who cares? That's chump change compared to first-degree murder. I think there's another house picture that I don't have. I'll have to go back and find it, but it's not a big deal. But I also thought it was funny because when Tommy Boswell Sr. was on the stand, they asked him, like, why did you get mad at Megan, and why did she, like, have to leave? Why would she moved out? And he's like, because she wouldn't clean her room. She wasn't clean. She wouldn't take care. She wouldn't clean. And then I'm like, okay, she lives like this. But if you look at, like, the shed and you look at the playhouse, and we don't get to see any of the photos of the property, of the compound, his house or his mom's house, I'm really wondering, like, there's some issues going on here because that shed and that playhouse just have trash. There's just shit everywhere. And it's not organized shit. He was so sad. He was so sad and he was so scared. Hey, educated opinion. When the friend described Megan's behavior when they stayed at the hotel together, I wondered if maybe she was having withdrawals or something. That's a very good possibility. Because she knew she was going to be going in, because she had court. She had court the 21st, and I think it was the 21st. Shoot, I think it's the 21st. She had court to quote unquote produce Evelyn, and then she obviously can't. And then she the 22nd is when she stays with that friend at the hotel. You agree? Thank you. Oh, I'll show you the photos. I think I already have them up. I already brought them up. Oh, we'll bring them up again. This is the lady that she was staying with. So I'll read you guys what she said. This is a few years ago now. Years and years ago. They found Evelyn on the 6th of March. I just joined. So the 6th of March, Indiana girl. That's interesting too. Maybe it was the 6th. No, because no, that doesn't make sense. She was in jail. But that is when he tells them to come. That is when Tommy tells them to come and search, because that's when they search. She's not released. She was booked on the 25th, I'm almost positive. Hunter essentially says they were fuck buddies. They dated on and off, is what he says. No, I do not believe she was pregnant at all. I mean, obviously she didn't have a baby. Maybe something happened, but the way that the captain had kind of worded it made it seem like no. They went to Pound Town. They went on a trip to Pound Town. Saw Mike Nipples. Okay, so I just joined this group tonight. I appreciate it very much. I'm not sure where to even begin, but I've known Megan since she started kindergarten with my daughter, who also passed away 1 year and 4 months ago. She was only 17, and her case has yet to be solved. So I was blessed to know Evelyn. I know Megan, and unfortunately, I know her so-called mother as well. Such pathetic things I've seen over the years, but Megan showed up at the house, dropped off by some hotel employee on the day the Amber Alert was issued. She was dropped off by a hotel employee on the day the Amber Alert was issued, which is the 19th is the day the Amber. So she's reported missing on the 18th. Amber Alert goes out on the 19th. Was issued. At first, I was so happy to see her. I knew she would call me eventually because of our history and how my family kind of took her in after my daughter passed away. But when I saw Megan, I thought we'd go talk and she'd explain everything to me and I'd have some kind of understanding about where Evelyn was. My hope faded so fast as I listened to lie upon lie and watched her behave like there was absolutely nothing happening. The first search they did of Tommy's property, Megan was with me and she kept saying, I just feel like I'm going to get arrested. And I said, why would you even say that? And she said she felt like her mom would basically kill Evelyn and hide her body on her dad's property. But keep in mind, that was her only concern. I told her that investigators were smarter than that. Then it really got weird when she finally started calling the authorities. Also because I had to make her, but they told her they had found some sensitive evidence. And they couldn't tell her what that was over the phone, but that it wasn't a body. And her reply to the TBI agent was that she'd just wait until the next day to find out. I knew then that poor Evelyn was gone. But I looked her dead in the eyes and I said, what the fuck is wrong with you, Megan? What do you mean we'll wait to find out what they found? I told her at that point that we were going down there now. We went and I spoke and was asked questions by TBI and the SCSO. Like I said, I knew at that point that she wasn't in any kind of distress, and they knew it too. So we finally left about 1 a.m. Megan was so relieved to hear that they didn't find a body, and it was strange too, because honestly, by this time, she was acting more like someone that got away with murder. I informed the TBI agent about her response. Oh, hi, salty sweet tea. I told, okay, no, hold on. I gotta find where I was now. I informed the TBI agent about her response because she had also said she was glad to hear they didn't do any digging. I'm like, what the fuck does that actually even mean? I cried and told her, Megan, please, it's snowing outside and she's out there somewhere and she's probably cold. Where is she? And she just sat there and said nothing. I've got so much more to say personally. I've been grieving over the loss of my 17-year-old, and here's her friend in my living room. I was praying so hard, begging Maddie to help guide me. That's her daughter. But anyway, I'm dealing with that incredible loss. I knew then that now Evelyn was dead. And I knew Megan's life was over because she failed as a mother to protect her child. There's a lot of things I can't comment on because I can't and won't mess up the ongoing investigation. I would like to have some kind of memorial service or something for Evelyn. I spoke with Tommy Jr. And he said the funeral was going to be family only. That bothers me because I loved her too very much, and I need some kind of way to show my respect. Only for Evelyn. Does anyone know if anything is being planned or anything, because our community and people all around us loved her and grew to love her. My heart can't be more broken than it is. I truly believe that my daughter, who's without a doubt in heaven, has got Evelyn now, and they're safely with God. He kind of already said too much. Yeah, she does a lot. What are these screenshots? Let's see what I have in here. I have no idea what order these are in. Yo, bro, what happened? Yo, Meg, what is going on? A lot. I didn't read anything. I didn't read everything Tara asked me, but I'll answer if she texts me. I'm telling you, all of her friends were like, here's all of our screenshots. They were like, fuck her. We don't believe anything she's saying. Nobody believed her. So everybody was just posting their conversations with her like, nope, this is what she's saying. And we don't care. We're going to put it all out there. You know, when we say, like, when we talk about Richard Allen, we're like, how come nobody ever came forward and said anything? You know, people say, why didn't anybody say anything good about him? But then the other side's like, why didn't anybody ever say anything bad about him? And it's like her friends were like, fuck that. We're going to go blast all of her shit everywhere because we know she did something. Hi, Journey. I felt bad for Bailey because like the prosecutor's like, how come if your gut was telling you something was wrong or you thought something was wrong, why didn't you call DCS? And I could feel that pain. Like, you don't think your friend that you've known since you were little and you hang out with all the time is going to do something to their kid. And then imagine if they didn't actually, and she is fighting this weird custody battle with the baby daddy. And now you go and call DCS on her. Like, I could see I could see what she's probably riddled with a lot of guilt and that she thinks she could have done something sooner because she knew something was wrong sooner. Well, she was at the chicken shack for hours on end. From that point on, she's lying to everybody. As soon as she starts at the chicken shack, which is on the 5th, she's lying to everybody. She's telling them that Ethan's parents have her. She tells her own dad that Hunter's mom is watching her. She says that she's with Ethan, and Ethan's home. And so he took her, and then she starts with the whole they're in custody. No, I think she went in on the 2nd to apply, and then she thinks she started on the 5th. I think. They arrested my mom and her boyfriend. That's a different one. I want to just let me have the freaking conversation in order that I have it on here. Why does it want to mess with me? I don't know, Meg, if you wouldn't ever put Eve in harm's... I know you, Meg. I know you wouldn't ever put Eve in harm's way. There's just a little confusion on what's going on and what you know and what Hunter was saying. He changed his story up a lot. This Tara person said, if I were you, Maggie, and I'm not bashing you, but if you know who has Evelyn, you need to say names. They could do anything to her. Please don't be intimidated to say a name. They can find her and get her. Please, Maggie Wood. Me and Caleb are so worried about this. These are not in any particular order because I just have them all saved. Oh, they're talking about Hunter being shady. And then she's like, well, he was getting death threats. So yeah, of course, he was he closed his social media accounts and everything else. Why did I know. Okay, so Tommy Boswell Sr., when he said that he was the one that called DCS, he said he talked to his ex-wife, Angela, and told her he was going to do it if nobody told him where the baby was. And she said, don't do it. You're going to regret it. But then I'm wondering, could it have just been a simple, there's nothing wrong with the baby and you're going to cause more issues between you and your daughter and she's going to drive, she's going to go further away? Or is it, oh, thank you, Connie. I'll look right now. Or was it that like she knew something? I just don't think she knew anything. I don't know. Maybe she did. Here's some of the pics of Evelyn. Please share it and help me find my baby. She's the sweetest baby you will ever meet and will smile and want to hug you when you see her. It doesn't have, yeah, it's another one that's a bunch of pictures of her, of Evelyn, but it doesn't have the date for when that other photo was taken. Thank you for sending that, though. He didn't testify to that, though, but he did say it in the interview when he was interviewed and was asked, when he says, "I'm the one who called DCS," but nobody asked him about that. Nobody asked him on the stand about that. Not even on cross. Once again, I don't think it matters to the defense because they're not going with the grandma theory. I don't think she's the last. I think the last day she's seen is prior to the 5th. I don't think she's seen. I don't think anybody's seen her after December 5th, and probably before that. I'm going to say probably December 4th, but I don't know that for sure. The last known sighting we have right now is November 28th. So we need that Aunt Sue to come and tell us when she saw her. Yeah. Let me see what else I have in here. I don't know what else I got. Okay, here's Tara talking now. This is Tara. I wasn't choosing sides at first either. Mainly the hate is that you waited to report, but please, Maggie, don't be intimidated of saying who took her. They can find your baby for you. She said, well, I've not seen what he said because I've been at the station trying to find, I want to say that's Eve. I don't know. Is Hunter in jail right now? Not that I am aware of. I don't believe he's in jail right now. He has, so if anybody wanted to look him up, his name is Preston Hunter Wood, but he goes by Hunter. I don't think he's in jail right now. I'm looking to see if I can find anything on a quick basis. I know he shut down a bunch of his social medias, but he still has some. I think he might be under Preston. I don't know. I'd have to do some more digging around for that. That's okay. So let's go through who else testified. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Oh, the pediatrician desk receptionist who was also friends with her, but that kind of puts the timeline as she did have her she was supposed to have her 12-month well baby appointment on December 5th, which isn't too far off. Her birthday is November 21st, right? 21st? Now with this whole November 28th, I want to say 28th, but it's November 21st is her birthday. So December 5th. And then she doesn't show up and she just says, oh, I thought it was tomorrow. So then she reschedules it for tomorrow and then she doesn't show up for that either. Did the pediatrician? The pediatrician did testify. She's retired now. What did she really have to offer? I didn't really see her offer anything besides that she had come. What else did she have to offer? That she had just shown up for her appointments. Last doc was around October 15th to the 20th. She was sick and saw the doc. Yeah, I didn't even remember her testifying. That's how little it meant to me. Hi, Susie Q. On the 14th, she's supposedly sad Evelyn is with Ethan and she doesn't want to see Hunter. I think Hunter had shit going on and she was just bored and needed attention, probably. And then on the 15th, she's just fine being around Hunter. I think she absolutely just wanted the attention, in my opinion, too. I think so. That Evelyn was healthy and no abuse. They did ask the pediatrician, like, basically you're a mandated reporter. If you had seen something going on, you would have reported it, right? Right. Okay. Thanks for showing up today. I don't think there was anything else with her. And then we went into the friends, right? We had the big brother of her friend that passed away. And that's just to say that when he saw her at the beginning of December, Evelyn was not with her. So going back, and then Evelyn lied about where she was. I think that was the whole purpose of him. So I don't think he was overly relevant besides just another person to put in the timeline of, there's no Evelyn at the beginning of December. Something about the 10th. I know who brought up the 10th today. Besides that last witness, I thought somebody else brought up the 10th. There's no baby around the 10th. There's nobody watching this baby from the 5th to the 10th. Ethan's step-grandfather. That's right. That was a weird one too. Why did they call Ethan step-grandfather? What did he contribute? Yeah, we need to hear from Sue. Unless Sue had her for 5 days, which doesn't make any sense. Why she would have to lie about where Evelyn was on the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, if she just left her with Aunt Sue for a few days while she was starting her new job. It doesn't make sense to be the 10th to me. Like, who else was watching her? Somebody had to watch her the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, and then the 10th if that's when Aunt Sue sees her. What did Ethan's step-grandfather offer? Wonder if she was just leaving her home alone. Oh shit, I hope not. Possible though. Well, Legal Lacey, I was saying that yesterday too. They purposely put the TBI agent on the stand first to get the boom factor, like the here's Evelyn and here's what she did to her, and you're gonna hate her, and so everything that these people have to say, you're already gonna hate her because of what we told you first off. That was their strategy, and it's not normally like that. Normally, we would hear all of these things first. We'd hear that there's this call that was made. We'd probably Tommy Boswell Sr. probably would have been one of the first ones to take the stand. Then the agents, then the friends, then the doctors, then all the establishing that there is no Evelyn at this time. What did he talked about pictures and then he thought she was a good mother, but Court TV went out and then he was gone. I remember them asking him like if he believed that she was if she was abusing the baby. And I remember he said no, that he thought she was a good mom. I'm trying to remember if they asked him the last time. Did they ask him the last time he saw Evelyn? Was that something that he was asked? Yeah, maybe. Or maybe, the other thing is that maybe they're feeling more of the emotion of it, having these, especially these friends that have come up here and cried. And, maybe they're more involved in the emotional side of it because it gets really heavy. You get that heavy feeling that we don't necessarily get by watching it. The state was trying to get us the text messages between Casey and Aunt Sue, which would have given us a date, but the defense objected. And on hearsay, if Casey's in the messages, they didn't care what Casey said in the messages. They wanted to bring in what Aunt Sue said in the messages. And to do that, they need to bring Aunt Sue and put her on the stand. Hunter would not have hidden her in the playhouse trash. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Well, like I said, he would have only known her, even if we're going with that he did this, he would have only known her for a couple of days. And then if they both wake up and she's suffocated, I mean, let's go with this theory and see if it would even work out. Why in the world does Hunter need to cover up if he doesn't even know he did anything wrong? Like, it could have been Megan who did it. So if we go with the fact that maybe they're on drugs, or he's on drugs, and so he's like, okay, you know, I'm on drugs, and so they're going to blame me and I'm going to lose everything. So we have to cover this up. She just met this guy a couple days prior. Why would she cover for him taking her daughter and doing that? And then, okay, maybe she's on drugs. So then she's got, okay, I've got to cover up the fact that I'm on drugs, and everybody's going to think that I did something to my daughter. So I'm going to have to cover that up. So, okay, get this whole scared thing. Now, why would Preston, Hunter Wood, think I'm going to go and deliver, I'm going to put the baby in this trash can from your house when they never stayed at the trailer? Remember, she was staying at his house all the time. He doesn't stay at the trailer with her. She's not really even living there anymore. She says she's living with him. So I'm going to take the trash can from your trailer and take that and put it at your dad's house, in your dad's property, at a playhouse that was built for you and your brother. Essentially, really for her. That just doesn't make sense. The only person it makes sense that, even if you go with her theory, that would dispose of the baby in that location and in that way would be her. Right, and if they met on the 2nd and she's gone by the 5th or 6th, how would he know where Tommy lived and where that playhouse was? Right. Correct. What did you say? Plus shrimp. Thank you for the super chat. Is there drugs involved in this case? Sorry, I'm a bit behind. In the trial at this point, nobody has discussed drugs. Do we know that drugs were involved with some of these people? Yes, some of them have drug charges, not all of them, but nobody is saying currently that anybody was on drugs at the time of Evelyn's death or disappearance. We have not heard that yet. But we know that drugs were involved in this family for a good amount of time. The family dynamic, you want to go with the generational trauma. Right. Megan is the only one whose life is better without Evelyn. Wonder if there's a plea deal on the table. The rumor was, Christy, that there was a plea deal that was given to from the prosecutor and offered to Megan when she had Sproles as her attorney, and he advised her to take it, and she was pissed and said, no, I am not taking a plea deal. And then from that point on, their relationship became dysfunctional, and that's why she had to she requested a new attorney. Judge said no, and then finally he was like, we can't even get together to figure out how we're going to deal with emotion on photos. I don't know how I'm going to be able to help her. And, you know, how we're going to be able to work together to actually build a defense for her. I just don't think it's not going to work. So he postponed the trial from September of 2022 to February of 2023 to give them some time to work it out. And then in October, he was just like, yeah, you can go. You can go at this point, and I'll get her a new attorney. And that's how we ended up with a trial from 2023 that now is taking place in 2025. Let me see. Hold on real quick, you guys. Okay, tiny human. I honestly think Evelyn was dead before Hunter. There's a good possibility that she was. Yeah, I think Hunter's telling the truth. There is, and I do have those somewhere too. I have no idea where they are though. That somebody who says they know Hunter was also in the Facebook groups. Take it for what you want, because you can't validate these people necessarily that they're telling you the truth. That said, Hunter had told them that he had met baby Evelyn and that the baby loved him, and that he got along really well with Evelyn's dad. Now, I don't know. I don't think that's true. On the first day, she said that her grandma was watching Evelyn. Oh, I'll be curious if her grandma, which is Tommy Boswell Sr.'s mom, if she actually did watch Evelyn on the 5th. Her dad that's stationed in another state, or her mystery dad. No, her dad that the dad that's stationed in another state. But remember, at this time, in December, they're saying that Ethan is home with his parents. That's what she's telling people, is that he's home with his parents. And then, then he went back and took Evelyn with him. And then she tells this one friend because he got an emergency custody order, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's no way they obviously did a DNA test to rule out Ethan, but I don't know if anybody ever figured out who the baby daddy really is. Yeah, see, he goes back January 3rd, and then she's saying that he took her with. I don't think Hunter met any of them. Hey, Joanna. All right. I don't know if there's anything else. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that really, we talked about the friends. I'm wondering if we're going to go with the fact that she possibly was on drugs. Do we know when the DNA test happened? I would assume they probably took her DNA pretty close to, autopsy when they went and took his to compare it. I'm going to say it's probably then, because, they talked to the DCS agent about how the fact that he had to get her birth certificate. And, technically if he is her dad, he's her next of kin. And then he wasn't her dad. But I mean, that doesn't mean that they went and never tested it against anybody else to figure out who the dad was. They just ruled him out. So then he has to deal with the fact that he had a kid as a teenager, and that he was, not actively overly involved with the kid, and thinks he has a kid. His family thinks he has a kid. Kid is killed, or first kid is missing, and you're in another state and you can't even do anything about it. Kid's missing, and then you find out kid's dead, and then you find out the kid that's dead that you thought was yours isn't even your kid. Indiana girl says Ethan's grandpa was asked. You know what? Let's try this real quick. Let me get rid of all this shit. And let's see if, and then I wonder why my computer runs slow sometimes, how much shit I have on it.
At that time, we had
Gave birth to Evelyn.
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatric.
He's
Okay.
before
And
this, right?
And Boswell in the
Hold on.
home.
When does he come on? Is he after the pediatrician or before the DCS agent? Does anybody remember? I'm tired, you guys. Oh, here he is. Okay. Let's see if Law and Crime had the same issues.
Grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believed that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Yes,
correct? Okay. Did Ethan ever live with you growing up?
He did from birth to he's about 11.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
She was dating Ethan.
No, looks like they had it too. Right here. Shaky, 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 shaky. That's a great question. What is Ethan going to say about where he was told she was when he's home and can't see her? So just sticks on it. Let's see. They had the same hiccup. Well, we did the whole presentation thing on it and covered a lot of the main players, at least what we knew. But
2000, I guess it was 19. I'd called her and we set up a meeting. Told her I would like to meet her, and so she met me and my wife at the Cracker Barrel, and we got to meet her.
Okay.
And I called her. I did shortly before Halloween, and
Evelyn and Megan.
shortly before Halloween, and 2000, I guess it was 19. I'd called her and we set up a meeting. Told her I would like to meet her, and so she met me and my wife at the Cracker Barrel, and we got to meet her.
Okay.
Wait.
Something that's important to you. You can see your granddaughter, right?
It was
before Halloween?
Sorry. All right. And you said this was late October 2019. Okay. Did you see Ethan at any point in time?
The baby's almost a year old at that point.
I didn't see him until right before Christmas.
Okay. And what happened right before Christmas?
I had tried to get Megan to bring Evelyn to the house. I wanted her to give her a gift and get to see her, and so I'd set that up with her, and then I found out Ethan was in also, and anyway, ended up getting them both to come. I didn't know if they were going to come at the same time, but they did. They came at the same time in the same car.
All right. And so they both came over to your house there in Johnson City.
Correct.
Right before Christmas.
Correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn with Megan?
She was not.
Okay. Did you inquire where she was?
I did.
And
She told me that Evelyn had the flu and was staying with her grandmother, and that she was sick and didn't want to expose us.
Right. All right. So did you go on to visit with Megan and Ethan while they were there?
We did.
You mentioned that you had Christmas gifts for Evelyn.
Correct.
Did you give them to Megan?
I did.
After she
Where are
left,
they?
did you ever get any photos or messages or anything that showed Evelyn with the gifts that you'd given her?
Oh, I asked her before she left the house. I said, "Please send me a video of her opening her gift," and she said she would, but I did not get that. And then later, I did text her and asked her if Evelyn liked her gift, and she said yes.
You never saw any photos?
Never saw any photos.
You testified earlier, mentioned that you got to see Evelyn in late October 2019.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her after that?
No, sir.
Never saw her before that or after that. Oh, he'd only met her once.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott may have one.
Oh, Indiana Girl, that's interesting. Wonder about the outfit on the hanger was what the tag was from them.
Mr. Miller, you said that Megan made you aware you were a grandparent.
Correct.
That y'all were friends on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
And that Megan posted pictures of her and Evelyn frequently.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it was fairly regular.
Yes, sir.
And I imagine you liked or commented on those photos from time to time.
Yes, sir.
And did it appear from those photos that Megan enjoyed being a mother?
It did.
That she loved the child?
It did.
That she was enjoying time spending with that child, spending time with that child?
It did.
And you actually met Evelyn, did I understand you?
Yes, sir.
And spent some time with her?
Yes, sir.
And during all of those photographs that you've seen in the time you were with Megan and Evelyn, did you ever have reason to suspect that Megan was maybe abusing this child or neglecting this child?
No, sir.
It'd be fair to say that she actually loved this child a lot.
It appeared to me she did.
Okay, that's fair. And that she enjoyed motherhood.
Yes, sir.
So other than up until December, then you had no cause or no reason to believe that Evelyn was in danger or wasn't being cared for.
Correct.
That's all questions we have.
You can't. Mr. Miller, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir.
Thank you.
I don't know. I think that might be the only photo I have of them together. There might be other ones out there, but I don't think I have them. Okay, so him and his wife, which are Ethan's grandparents, grandma and step grandpa? Is that what that was? Or Evelyn's step grandpa? Now, see, I'm getting fucking people confused. Was he Ethan's step grandpa?
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up real close to that mic so we pick you up, okay? You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
His step grandpa. Okay. I thought so, but then I was like, I might be getting a little wonky here. It might not be true. So I don't know if there's any other photos of Ethan with her. That's the only one I have. So there could be others out there. I just don't have them saved for whatever reason. What's up, Wassane? Oh yay, she loved her, seemed like a good mom, brought her to the doctor, fed and clothed her. Oh, but then she put her child in a trash bag and threw her away. Well, she's getting, yeah, I'm telling you, she's gonna blame everything on Hunter. The defense, with her being such a liar, the defense is gonna have something to show. Do we know when a DNA test was taken? Sorry if you answered this question. The only time a DNA test would have been taken, in my opinion, nobody's testified to that yet, but in my opinion, would have been an autopsy. Because if he was her dad and he wasn't on her birth certificate, then they would have wanted to know whether he was the dad for next of kin purposes, and also to essentially identify her, make sure she is who they thought she was. You know, part of identifying the fact that she was Evelyn. So. Someone watched her on the 5th. She was gone, and her and Hunter knew each other for 3 days. Correct. But that person who was in there saying that they're saying that said they were friends with Hunter and that Hunter was, lying and that he did know Evelyn, says that he knew her long before then. I don't know if that's gonna. I don't believe it. So I just take it as garbage on social media for right now. Well, in fact, I love your opinion. Well, thank you. All right. Well, I think we covered everybody from today. I think we kind of went through all the highlights and where we stand going into tomorrow. So what's the dates between the shed between the should be gone Thanksgiving to like December 10th? I think it's closer to December 5th. But the Bailey, her friend, the last girl who testified, who will be back to do cross in the morning, she said that she was told the babysitter had her on the 10th. So I don't know. But that means that we don't know who had her the 5th to the 10th then when she was working. So I'm thinking that she was gone by the 5th. We'll see. I'm still trying to find out if Hunter is in jail. I did find that he was arrested in I thought it was 2020 for the DUI, but it was 2021. I think I may have mixed up him and Ethan then on the dates. But they both got DUIs after this whole thing. How long was Evelyn missing for? So she was reported missing on February 18th of 2020. It was originally reported that she was last seen on December 26th. That turns out to be a lie. And we know that officially right now in trial, we have 2 witnesses who have testified they saw her on Thanksgiving of 2019. And that's the last time so far in testimonies that we know somebody saw her alive. On the 8th, she told Stephen Lawrence that she was with Ethan. So February 18th, 2020, she's reported to DCS missing. February 19th, there's an Amber Alert put out for her because Megan can't produce her to the officers when they're asking to see her. And we saw today that when they asked for like proof that she even had a baby, when DCS asked like, where's your proof that you're even taking care of a kid and that she's just staying with her dad right now, she shows them one outfit with tags, one quote unquote sippy cup that's not a sippy cup, it's a cup with a fucking straw, which would not be used at 13 months old. and a memory box. So as of right now, Thanksgiving, which was November 28th of 2019, is the last confirmed sighting by Tommy Boswell Sr. and the one friend. Is it which friend saw her on Thanksgiving? Audrey or Bailey? I don't remember which one now. One of the friends. Casey Saltz. Casey Saltz. That's the pediatrician receptionist. So that's where I'm at. So I think something happened between the evening of the 28th to December 5th. I think we're looking at that time frame. That's my opinion until somebody can prove that they've seen her after that. Yeah, the doctor was Pew. No, I'm the receptionist for the pediatrician. Wasn't she the receptionist? Yeah. Saltz. It was her, yeah, but she was the receptionist and also her foster sister. But she was more relevant as the receptionist, no? Because she's determining the fact that she didn't show up. I don't know, I guess relevant as both. She worked for the pediatrician or at the pediatrician's office. Yes, receptionist was foster mom's daughter. And that's why the receptionist's aunt was watching Evelyn, Aunt Sue, and we're waiting to hear from her to confirm her and Grandma Boswell should be the two that can confirm if Evelyn was seen after the 28th. So we need to hear from those two, or at least one of those two. So some interesting names in this case, yeah. All right, so we'll be back in the morning. We'll do the same thing that we did today. We'll start at 8:30 Pacific, 9:30 Mountain, 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern, and we'll start a little bit later, and that way we can fast forward through some of the stuff. It seems both days we've been able to catch up with them live, so we'll do it again tomorrow. And you guys have any other questions? I think I covered all the questions, and I think we covered all the peeps. All right, let me know if you guys have anything else. Otherwise, we'll just do it. We'll just set up tomorrow's, and we'll be on our way. I'm not doing another live tonight. I'm done for the day. I am done. Gonna go have breakfast for dinner. All right, love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I know that you guys have 1,000 other places that you can go and watch trials like this, and yet you still choose to hang out here with me, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Go enjoy the rest of your Thursday, and we'll see you mañana.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no